AE, and CA Neeraj Kumar Harodia, General Secretary ACAE, to kindly accompany our chief guest, our guest of honor, to the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a bigger round of applause. Madam, sir, it's our honor to have you amongst us here at this beautiful event. Ladies and gentlemen, now may I please request all of you to kindly rise up for the national.
ये ग लक्ष्मी बैस ग बाजे माझं घर तुला साजे घरातली इडापिडा बाहेर जाऊ दे बाहेरची लक्ष्मी घरात.
Thanks to our dignitaries for lighting the lamp and making this moment even more auspicious. Thanks to our past presidents, thanks to the dignitaries present on stage, thankful to our honorable chief guest and to our honorable guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal is the current Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 23-24. He is a practicing chartered accountant since last 24 years. Mr. Agarwal is an expert in professional ethics and he, as the chairman of the Ethical Standard Board of ICAI, was instrumental towards bringing the revised Code of Ethics after a gap of 10 years and implemented the new Code of Ethics considered to be the guiding light for the accounting profession. Mr. Agarwal is a passionate learner, leader, and firmly believes in the inclusive development of the society. Now, we would like to felicitate Sir, and for the felicitation, may I please request CA Jitendra Lohia, CA Ramesh Patodia, and CA Anand Chopra to kindly come up on stage. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shashi Panja is a medical practitioner and politician who currently serves as Cabinet Minister for Industries, Commerce and Enterprises and Department of Women and Child Development and Social Welfare of the Government of West Bengal. Dr. Panja was elected a councillor of Kolkata Municipal Corporation in 2010 and was appointed Mayoral Council member in charge of education. In 2021, she was sworn in as the Cabinet Minister as a part of the 21st Council of Ministers for the state of West Bengal under the leadership of Srimati Mamata Banerjee, with the portfolios of Department of Women and Child Development and Social Welfare. Madam, now we would like to felicitate you, and for the felicitation, may I please request CA P.D. Rungta, CA Kamal Nayan Jain, and CA Madhav Sureka to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting a big round of applause from all of you, please. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing this event for all of us. After the felicitation, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this moment and request our Honorable President ACAE, CAPD Rungta, to kindly come up to the podium for the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for CAPD Rungta.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Dr. Shashi Panja, Honorable Minister, Government of West Bengal, our guest of honor, Vice President ICI, C. Ranjit Agrawal, Central Council Member in front, Sushil Goyal, Regional Council Member and other past President of ICSI, Mamta Binani, our past Presidents, Chartered Accountants, members, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and honored participants, and also our learned speaker for the day. It is with great pleasure and deep sense of privilege that I stand Annual Conference 2023 of Association of Corporate Advisors and Executives. This year, we gather under the theme Sankalp, Srijan or Siddhi, which translates to resolution, creation and accomplishment. This powerful theme serves as a reminder that each one of us possesses the potential to achieve greatness in our lives. All we need is unwavering determination, creativity, and hard work to turn our dream into reality. At this conference, we have lined up eminent speakers and experts from across the country. We wanted to offer something unique and non-technical. Embracing an unconventional approach, we have curated a diverse lineup of topics including startup related to startups, how to double your profit by the best business coach in India, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, an engaging and thought-provoking panel discussion exploring the potential future landscape of India in the year 2023 and others. The unique highlights of this conference include ACAE Reminiscence and the Metaverse Experience. ACAE Reminiscence is an effort that showcases a unique collection of memories that have shaped our association since 1960. This legacy illuminated exhibition is displayed near the food section, and we invite each one of you to experience and captivating journey of our association's legacy. The Metaverse initiative has been conceptualized to take you through the immersive digital universe, allowing you to experience the ACAE Reminiscence digitally. Do not miss cherishing this wonderful opportunity. We have gathered here not just as individual but as community bound by the shared purpose of our interest. The gathering represents an opportunity for us to come together, exchange ideas, forge new connections and collectively work together towards our common goals. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, the importance of such gathering cannot be overstated. They provide us with a platform to learn from one another, to broaden our horizons, and to find innovative solutions to the challenges that we face. They are a testament to the power of collaboration and the strength of human unity. Let us embrace this chance to learn, grow, and collaborate with one another. Together, we can create a powerful network of like-minded individuals who support and inspire each other on our respective journey. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, delegates, individuals, sponsors, and partners, conference committee members, our secretariat who have made this annual conference possible. I also wish to thank to all the members of executive committee, special invitees, co-opted members to subcommittees, and others who were my strength and support for making this conference a reality. I also wish to convey thanks to all our sponsors, donors, the team of Times of India, press and media for their precious support in organizing this conference. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. May our time together be enriching, inspiring, and filled with meaningful interactions. Thank you all, and let us embark on this transformative journey of Sankalp, Srijan, and Siddhi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to take this moment and request our Honorable Chairman of the Annual Conference Committee, C. Jitendra Lohia, to kindly introduce the theme of the conference.
Our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Sasi Panja, guest of honor CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, distinguished speakers and honored delegates. A very good morning to all of you. As the chairman of this esteemed annual conference being organized by ACA, powered by the Economic Times, I am both delighted and honored to welcome you to this gathering where ideas converge, creativity flourish, and success await. Our theme for this conference depicts the essence of determination, innovation, and achievement through Sankalp, Sijan, or Siddhi. That is resolve, creation, and accomplishment. This word, friends, embodies the spirit that drives us to set the ambitious goal, think outside the box, and ultimately attain remarkable success. The conference is not merely an event, it's a convergence of mind, a conference of idea, and celebration of relentless pursuits of excellence that defines our journey. In this digital age, we are embracing change in a meaningful way. A notable highlight of this event in our transition to the paperless registration system through QR code. This aimed not only to simplify the registration process, but also showcase our commitment to environment sustainability. Further, for every registration, we pledge this time to plant a tree, a small but a significant step towards a greener future. Amidst the sea of technological advancement, friends, we also take a moment to reflect on our journey. Our association legacy of 63 years spanning is a testament to dedication and contribution of countless individuals. The ACA Reminiscence section, Legacy Illuminated, where you will find outside this conference hall, will take us back in time, allowing us to appreciate our past achievement while inspiring us to the journey ahead. As we step into the realm of metaverse, we're venturing into a world where virtual augmented reality converge, creating immersive experience like never before. Our aim is not only to stay at the forefront of the technological progress, but also to provide you with an unforgettable immersive experience which you can enjoy while enjoying the session in this conference. Engagement is a key success in this conference. We have integrated a play-along session and quizzes for each session, which will start with this session and end with the session, where all the delegates can participate and answer a quiz and win prizes. As we engage in this intellectual discourse, I encourage you to make most of opportunities.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a very special segment. We are about to unveil a souvenir. And to do the honors, may I please request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Shashi Panja, Honorable Minister in Charge, Government of West Bengal, our Honorable Guest of Honor, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, our dignitaries present on the dais, and may I please request CA HK Agarwal, Chairman, CA Shubham Khaitan, Co-Chairman, CA Ayush Jain, CA Sakshi Jajaria, CA Siddhant Jajodia, and CA Devarshi Bhuvalka of the Souvenir Subcommittee to kindly join our dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we would like to move forward, and may I have the honor of requesting our Honorable Guest of Honor, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, Vice President ICAI, to give his inaugural address, please.
Very respected my good friend P.D. Rungta, President of this very prestigious and historical organization, of which I also happen to be the executive committee member. very honorable minister, chief guest, and Minister of Industry. And we had the occasion last year to host her in our CFO meet in Bengal. And we have prepared a report on industries in West Bengal under the Committee for Member Industry by ICI. And we have submitted, or Madam would like to draw your attention that we have submitted your office, and you hope you can see how the growing aspects of industry in West Bengal are taking shape. We have Jitendra Lohia, Neeraj Harodia, my council colleague Sushil Goel, Central Council member, Devain Patra, chairman and his team, Kasi Khandelwal, past council member, Mamta Binani, past president of ICSI, all the very, very distinguished leaders, guests, members of this fraternity. Good morning to all of you. Let me compliment all of us for the successful launch of Chandrayaan 3, where each and every member is so proud that the PM today has declared 23rd of August as a National Scientist Day. The day it was launched, and the place, the South Pole where it has landed, India became the first country of the world which has done such a miracle job. And that place has been called Shiv Shakti. The PM has announced today. The world order is changing, and I would like to highlight three important aspects. The way socio-economical and political scene this country is witnessing, which is unprecedented in last so many years. If socio-economical, socio-change you consider, the girl foeticide in last 10-20 years, the way the curve on the girl foeticide has been happened, which was unheard in India. And because of this, recently the G20 Sherpa, Amitabh Kant was saying to Institute that if this country has to grow, you cannot ignore the other half of the population. This other half of the population has to come in the mainstream, the policy has to be made, and they have to be equal partner and equal shareholder if this country has to grow. And that's why the kind of participation of the women in this country, which is another half of this population, is unprecedented, and we are very happy. No developed country has developed without the participation of the women. And in many countries, developed countries, the girl participation has overshadowed the men participation. And that's why this country now witnessing an unprecedented change as far as socio change is concerned. If you see the economical aspects, if the economical aspects you see, GST happened, which is the tool to make informal economy to formal economy. IBC happened. IBC, the genesis is that in India, the resources are limited and the talent is unlimited. The money or the resource is not yours. It is your turn to use it. If you are not capable, leave it. Let somebody else to use it, maximize and create value. This is the genesis of insolvency and bankruptcy law. And because of some glitches and some the intended result is not happening, the ministry is coming up with the IBC 2.0, where a lot of new changes are coming, where this will give a new dimension, the way business is happening in this country. You have seen the RERA, how the real estate market can be organized. The corporate tax is 25%, which is the lowest in the world. And the kind of connectivity of the airspace, railway, the aircraft is unheard. If the airport has become the railway stations,
It is the sign of the prosperity. The way the roads are happening, the connectivity, the mileage you are getting, it's a huge dimensional change this country is witnessing. In the political front, now you see every state, including West Bengal, has become a working like a corporate world. They have become a CEO. Every state wants to invite the investment. They want to empower the middle class of this country, and they want to give a congenial environment so that the living of this state can be harmonious. And that's why, if you see the budget also, last 9 to 10 years, there is no disconnect in the budget. Every budget has been setting the target of the last year. So the continuity and sustainability in the budgets, which shows there is a vision for this country to grow by this political class. And that's why the political landscape, the way it's working, every state, the center, they are working, it's unprecedented. And as far as this various parameters, if you see that there are 3D, one is the demographic. The kind of demographic dividend or demographic advantage India has, no other country has right now. Japan, USA, China, all has an aging population, and India has the youngest population. And that's why in the digitalization, another region, digitalization, the world total digital transactions, more than 47% are happening in India. It's a unheard of. And that's why the West Bengal, I was going through the report, West Bengal has come out with a policy that they want a digital hub. The West Bengal will be the digital hub of this country. That is the vision of the Honorable Minister. And so many digital ease of doing business has been done by the West Bengal government, and we have come out with a UDN. This government in transport sector, under the leadership of our IS, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, he has implemented UDN kind of concept in transport sector in West Bengal. And third is the decarbonization. So we have the demographic, we have the digitalization, and we have a decarbonization. Now, the total greenhouse gas emission the world has emitted. Now, the maximum damage to the environment has been done by the West. And it is a hot topic all over the West. What is the environment, sustainability, and governance? If US total greenhouse gas emission, the US account for 25%, European Union 22%, China 13%, and India has less than 7%. So the kind of ethos and the culture the Indian mindset has, this country can be the leader as far as achieving the COP27 target, or the way we want to lead this world as far as decarbonization is concerned. And I request all the professionals, this is the huge area of practice coming for Indian professionals as far as decarbonization in this country is concerned. And if you see the entire world order this way, what is the role of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India? We have witnessed last 75 years. In the last 75 years, when India got independence, after 2 years, this institute was set up by our forefather. And what was the need? The need was the India needs financial discipline, international kind of standard, and how to augment the revenue of this country. So they have trusted a professional like chartered accountant. That point of time, IIMs and IT were not there. So the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up in 1949, and we have been empowered. We are the only professional in the country who can certify what is true and what is correct. What is true, what is fair, what is true, what is not correct. This power has been given to only chartered accountant by this parliament. So this institute in last 75 years with the, I would say like quality, credibility and consistency has achieved a many milestone in last 75 years. But by standing here, I can see what should be the institute for next 25 years. We are a educator, we are a regulator, and we are a legislator. Education in the sense that we have come out with a new education policy, which is aligned with the national education policy of this country. Now the core subject of this institute syllabus, we have embedded technology and ethics in the final level. So no final level paper is not complete without the syllabus of technology and ethics. And how our students can become a global accountant, that is the whole objective of this new syllabus. And at the center point of this syllabus, the center focal point is the students and not the member. We have come out with this, as a regulator, we have come out with various. In 1963, we have come out with the Code of Ethics. The golden line in the Code of Ethics says, even if something is legal, the professional accountant has to see whether it is ethical or not. That kind of ethos, the ethics, we have embedded in 1963. Then we have come up with a peer review board, financial reporting review board, tax audit quality review board, audit quality center. So many technological aspects are coming as a regulator. And as far as legislation is concerned, we are standard setter. We have set so many standards, and recently on 1st of July, this institute has come out with a first time in the world. This institute has come out with a forensic accounting and investigation standards. And these standards has been called by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. They want to inculcate, because these standards we have made applicable to our members. The ministry in the advanced stage, how it can be implemented across the world. We have come out with the social audit standards. This institute has been interested by the SEBI as a Section 8 company, as a SRO, self-regulated organization, as far as social stock exchange is concerned. And we are impaneling social auditor. And 16 social audit standard on 16 thematic area has been established by this institute. So the way standards are happening, the way technological advancements are happening, we have come out with the UDN. Now UDN was started for the whole objective of to prohibit the impersonation of the chartered accountant signature. Now we have the data. There are 763 districts in this country and 19,000 pin codes. Now we have the data, which pin code, which district, what kind of services are provided by our chartered accountant. By this data, we have gone to the government. When you are framing the policy of this country, which district is doing good, which district is not doing much good, you can take this data, economical activity by the chartered accountants are there or not. If the chartered accountant activity is there, you can frame the policy of that district through your legislation. And the last but not the least, if you see हमारे parents or mother and father, when the child is small, mother takes in the lap. What is the objective? Objective is कि तुम मेरे साथ, you see what I am doing and you just see along with me whatever I want to do. That is the whole idea of mother. But the same child is given to the father. He also can take in the lap, but he takes the child on the shoulder. What is the science? The science is the father, you just see what I could not see in my lifetime. That is the vision of the father. So this institute is playing a dual role, hand-holding and the vision. The vision has been set by forefather. We as a leader has to convert this vision in value. And that is the role of the leadership, yearly leadership, and that is the role our forefather has set for all of us. I wish all of you best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to take this moment and request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Shashi Panja, Honorable Minister in Charge, Government of West Bengal, to kindly address our audience.
Namaskar, good morning. Of course, thank you for this opportunity to be here. Thank you for your kind invitation. So the Association of Corporate Advisors and Executives and your very important annual meeting. I thank the President of ACAE, CAPD Rungtaji, on the dais, and I think that was a very important address which CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwalji, who's the Vice President of ICAI, being the guest of honor. He spoke extensively on various aspects. On the dais is the General Secretary, CA Neeraj Kumar Harodiaji, he's the General Secretary of SAAE. CA Jitendra Lohiaji, the Chairman of this annual conference, Chairman of the committee. Esteemed members in front of me, past presidents, esteemed members of the core committee, the souvenir committee, the exhibition committee, and a wonderful slogan which you have adopted of resolution, creation and achievement. I think before I entered inside here, I went through the exhibition. And I must commend for this wonderful documentation that you have. It was truly a learning. I think definitely you are aware of most of your legacy, but I think I was truly enlightened today, and it is truly a legacy to cherish, to be proud of. I really feel very proud of the institute. I really feel proud of SAAE also, and in capacity being the minister of this department, I have been slowly, gradually being introduced into your world too, which is, I find, is also very equally exciting. I understand there are almost going to be 500 delegates, as is written in the invitation that I had got, and this would incorporate, of course, the corporate executives, the chartered accountants, the company secretaries, advocates, businessmen, industrialists, and of course, the Economic Times has extended its valuable support to the conference. This, I think, is also very important. So these are the primary, I would say, the stakeholders who will enrich the conference, and I'm happy that it is happening in Kolkata, West Bengal. So as a first message, I think you are standing on the shoulders of a giant. Actually, your legacy, the history that I saw outside, you are not standing on the ground, you are actually on the shoulders of the giant, those people who have laid the foundations, people who have been here, who have associated with you, and I feel proud I'm going to be one of them also. These are stepping stones which we never forget. I understand today, if you really think, and I'm coming straight to the topic for which I think you are going to discuss also, because the session next is also on the future as it emerges, and the future of industry, obviously the future of work in emerging technologies. So this is very important, and I would say in my capacity, and also the industrialists and businessmen and those looking for investment are obviously looking for very good corporate advisors, very able chartered accountants, and very able company secretaries too. If you really look back, I thought, I can share that we have had industries in the past, before independence and after independence too. huge, big names. I just don't want to name them, but they're very big names. There is also a factor where we feel that why some of them really stopped functioning. And that would be because they could not sustain. They could not sustain because that dimension, or that, I would say, changing with the times probably did not take place, and they existed and ceased to exist when that period of gestation of life was over. I feel as corporate advisors are so important to any industrial investment, because you will be advising, so very important, about corporate finance, investment banking, equity participation, of mergers, acquisitions, debt advisory policy, and many such more very important things. And this is the change which probably did not happen that time, for which such big names are now lost. But the names are there, but probably the functions are not there. But we are looking, I mean, there was mentioned that India is going to look to the future. We all look to the future. Even West Bengal looks in it. And when we say invest and engage in West Bengal, I think this is very important, that the proper advice should reach out to the investor. So these are complex decisions, I feel, about corporate finance or investment banking, for which one has to really realize or rely on experienced advisors to guide through this process. So as highly skilled professionals, corporate advisors, or even RIAs that you have a statutory guidelines, I understand, for the registered investment advisors to provide in-depth market analysis. It's just because of that, the cost benefit analysis, it became too costly or too expensive. So where is that kind of that gap filling, the cost benefit analysis? Now you tune in such a fashion, or it makes it so very amicable for the investor to comply with it. So I think in this day, when you mentioned about artificial intelligence, yeah, this is coming up as an important thing. Also semiconductors, would you see, and many such important new compulsion projects, for that matter. These also, and very many such new ideas which are key to industrial growth, and that key the corporate advisors would open, I feel. And when you propose future financial and strategic solutions on, say, mergers, acquisitions, debt, as I said, strategy, market research, participation of the equity, and exit of the equity as and when required, and IBC was being mentioned, the stressed asset resolution advisory services, etc. It was in January 2013, I understand, when SEBI first introduced these RIA guidelines. But do we forget our chartered accountants? We don't. Do we forget our company secretaries? No. Everybody is very important. In fact, for that matter, even lawyers, corporate lawyers are so very important. So corporate lawyers also work with the investment bankers, playing a significant role to offering business advice. Intense knowledge about tax laws, company laws, laws and banking laws, security laws, intellectual property rights, so many issues. So it's a huge, big family that converges together when you have a annual conference like this. And what to expect and what not to expect from a financial advisor. The financial advisor on his end doesn't know how much his client is going to listen to him. So this is, I think, very interesting, and sometimes, in fact, clients cannot even say that what they actually expect. So that is where the corporate advisor, the chartered accountants, actually read into the mind and must understand what the client really wants. Chartered accountants, as he was mentioning, I have actually been inducted into your family. So I am part of you, I feel, and chartered accountants also play a very important part in nation building, helping with the financial and economy related actions to boost the country's growth. Insights into, as I said, financial planning or advice on financial planning, tax compliance, investment strategies, these are all very important and very costly decisions. So these costly decisions should not lead to costly mistakes, and that is very important, that sound decisions are taken, advised to the businessman, to the investor. Company secretaries also is a very important managerial administrative part of the company, also one of the legal representatives, performing various regulatory programs and functions, and audits and business reports, everything, filing annual returns. You all are aware of it. The only idea of me trying to overemphasize on this is that each one of you, each one of these stakeholders are very important. But dimension which has been added, for which companies will now sustain because of the ideas. Because industry looks for logistics, industry definitely looks for a cost benefit analysis and guidelines to be looked at. You were talking about IBC, and that's why IBC 2.0 will evolve, because look at the tremendous haircuts which have to be. I mean, the person, ultimately the creditor, what does he get? He is having to lose a lot. So huge haircuts, and sometimes there was a time when the government was into these PSUs the government was the owner and has had to undergo such haircuts, because you are losing out on your land, you're losing out on your investment, you're losing out on the loans, everything. So I think government should not be in business. You should be in business. Government will create the ambience for business, will create the climate for business. And I think those who are in Calcutta or in Bengal, and those who have come out, were in Bengal before and have maybe left Bengal, when you come back, I think you realize that that difference has taken place here. And we truly applaud the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, because of the environment that she has created, the boost which has been given to infrastructure, roads, highways, logistics, last mile connectivity. And we are also blessed as a state because of our location, the strategic location that we carry, a gateway to Northeast India, gateway to Southeast Asia and beyond, huge maritime coastal border that we have, be it the tourism in the North Bengal or in South Bengal Sundarbans. We all have it. We also have our reserves. We have a huge major mineral reserve like coal now in the form of Diocha Panchme, which Didi is really driving it ahead. Once the extraction starts, it's the largest in Asia. So just look at I know you will be talking about carbon footprint. That is a challenge. But the demand is still there. I mean, we all know it, that the demand for coal is there. And also the industrial economic corridors that Didi is coming out with the policy in which these economic corridors is something which the investor looks for. So when you look at the prospects which are there in any state, be it our state or anyone beyond, so uninterrupted electricity, uninterrupted water supply, and of course uninterrupted labor, cost-effective labor, human resources, all comes into, I think whenever you draw out your cost-benefit analysis for the investor, for the company, which is already here, wants to expand further, or kind of a new project. As I said, compulsion projects, people are looking to the east, and definitely they are looking at West Bengal. So we also look forward. My request from our end on behalf of the government is to the corporate advisors, to the chartered accountants, to the company secretaries, that also draw out such plans which incentivize the investor to come here, also excites them to come and invest in Bengal. I think we will look forward to your presence too as it goes out in the Global Business Summit, which happens in November this year. And as I said, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, the rapid changes which have taken place within this city, the capital of the state, and also beyond. And in fact, even land identification, unused land, people who have taken land and have not used it, everything has been looked at, because being an agricultural dominated state, every inch, every parcel of land is important to us, that it is utilized properly. No end. We have ended strikes. There is an end to that military trade unionism, which is all done away with. So we look forward also to wonderful ideas from your end, and I think you can take this forward. Corporate advisors, chartered accountants, and all the stakeholders of this wonderful conference. Have a good conference, wish you well, and I truly congratulate and thank you also that it has been held in Bengal, in Kolkata. Have a good morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's our honor. Now, may I please request CA Neeraj Hirodia, General Secretary, ACAE, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sankalp, Srijan or Siddhi, it has been an absolute honor to be able to witness this mega event alongside such eminent personalities. Delegate, we are truly lucky that we live in a city of joy, a city which is blessed by Ma Dakshineshwari Kali, graced by Ma Ganga. So I would like to thank to Almighty for showering blessings on all of us and extended their unconditional blessing for this success of event. Friends, today we celebrate the 63rd year of the foundation of our ACAE. We cannot miss to applaud the contribution of our founders, the past president and members who have created a brand image and legacy. The effect of this is that today we have 1500 plus members, and the success of this conference where we have 500 plus delegates and 150 plus sponsors associated with us as on date. We are determined to carry this legacy forward. It's our immense pleasure to have Ma'am, Honorable Minister in charge, Government of West Bengal. The way Bengal is moving under your leadership, under your guidance, the industry is progressing, it is commendable. And we, as a part of this industry, we are optimistic that Bengal, which is one of the largest contributor in India's GDP, will break all barriers to attain remarkable position. Many of us might not know, but Dr. Sasi has a very calm and silent personality which adds charm to her stature. Ma'am, we are highly obliged to you for taking out time from your busy schedule and grace with this presence. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to our very own beloved Honorable Vice President ICAI, CA Ranjit Bhaiya. भैया, जब से आप वीपी बने हैं और दिल्ली में अधिक रहने लगे हैं, आपको आपके ठहाकों की गूंज कलकत्ता के कॉरिडोर में थोड़ा कम सुनाई देती है. But we know it's for betterment of CA fraternity and ICI and the country as a whole. You are the role model for the young aspirants member of Kolkata Eastern Region fraternity. You have responsibility of the largest accounting professional body of chartered accountants in the world with 4 lakh CA plus 10 lakh CA student. Sir, the way you carry their hopes, aspiration reflects in your dynamic personality. India is on its path to achieve USD 5 trillion economy, and it goes without saying that ICI has a major role to play in this. So thank you once again to accept our invitation as guest of honor. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our speakers who are going to enlighten the delegates with their enriching virtues. Our sponsors, without whom no event can shape, the media, our past president, executive committee members, subcommittee member, and most importantly, the delegates who are going to attend this session today. Hope you all have an amazing and enriching experience today. संकल्प सृजन सिद्धि के मंत्र को सार्थक करता मंत्र जो सभी के लिए हो. सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःख भाग्भवेत्. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now may I please request our past presidents and executive committee members to join our dignitaries on stage for a group photo, please. Requesting our past presidents and executive committee members to kindly join our dignitaries on stage for a group photograph.
Can we also request the regional council members and the central council members sitting on the front row to kindly join us for the photographs? Please.
Thankful to our dignitaries. And now we are about to start the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to be seated because it's time for the session. The topic of the session is Future of Work, Emerging Technologies. But before we start the session, let me remind you all, please don't forget to visit the Metaverse section to get an immersive experience of artificial intelligence. Not just that, all of you must have already visited the ACAE reminiscence part, the one that's there in the lobby. It's beautiful. The legacy is illuminated there. And there's another section, the selfie zone. I request everybody to visit that as well because that is powered by Photo Diary. And ladies and gentlemen, there's very important announcement. The moment we start the next session, a quiz is going to open. Yes, and how do you participate? First, let me tell you, everybody, all the delegates can participate in that quiz. And the quiz will start the moment the session starts and it will end the moment the session ends. So there are different quizzes during different sessions through the day. And how do you participate? You all are there in one WhatsApp group. You'll receive a link there. So you just need to click on the link and participate. And every session will experience a different quiz. And we'll have winners for every quiz session as well. And the winners will be awarded at the end of the day. At the end of the event, there will be gifts for the winners from our gift sponsor, Rosada. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to move forward towards the first session of the day, Future of Work, Emerging Technologies. Requesting CA Vasudev Agarwal, CA Arun Agarwal and CA Anup Kumar Banka to kindly come near the dais. Requesting CA Vasudev Agarwal, CA Arun Agarwal and CA Anup Kumar Banka to come near the dais, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the session, Future of Work, Emerging Technologies. May I request our honorable speaker, CA Sachin Chatlange from Capgemini, India, to kindly come upon the dais, and requesting CA R.R. Modi, co-chairman, Annual Conference Committee, to kindly accompany him. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very informative session, hence requesting everyone to be attentive, please. May I request all of you to kindly put your hands together for our speaker, CA Sachin Chatlange. Welcome, sir, and requesting CA R.R. Modi, co-chairman, Annual Conference Committee, to kindly accompany him. Please, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to felicitate CA Sachin Chatlange, and for the felicitation, may I please request CA Vasudev Agarwal, CA Arun Agarwal and CA Anup Kumar Banka to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chatlange is a chartered accountant and IIMC alumni. Currently, He heads the finance transformation function as part of the Capgemini Finance, wherein he handles transformation and data analytics for India and group entities. So we are honored to have you amongst us here today as our guest speaker. And requesting everyone to be seated, please. Our esteemed members are requested to kindly be seated, please.
Thank you.
Can we have a big round of applause for CS Sachin Chitlange, please? So requesting you to move forward with your session,
I
please.
just need to set up my laptop. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. We'll use this. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi. Okay, I'm in great crowd, great start of the conference. And what a great topic to start with, emerging trends in finance. And I was asked to speak on technology, always a difficult topic with chartered accountants. Also, I think the important rule of a conference is know your audience. So I was talking to Sanjeev and few other friends of mine, you know, what kind of, should I go into too much technical? So I decided to change my presentation at the last moment a little bit to ensure that we talk in a very functional and a language which all of us understand, which is a very layman's language of understanding technology. Yeah. So let's start with a small. Cricket is. I'm sure. I said I changed my presentation to adopt to Bengal. I'm sure everybody knows cricket. You see the heading of the topic, winds of change. Can anyone tell what does this picture depict? Any wild guesses? Sorry? Test match to one day, no. In the context of the topic, winds of change. Yeah, somebody said sponsor, right? Yeah, excellent observation. So you see the sponsors. We started with Wills, which is a lifestyle industry. Then we went to Sahara, which is real estate. In between there was Hero as well, if you guys remember well. Then Oppo, which is telecom, or Star, which is broadcasting rights, and now Byju's, which is edutech industry. Yeah. So you see the transformation which is happening in industry. I mean, this is one of the best examples which I could think of. The Indian team jersey sponsorship is almost 15,000 crores. So you see the transformation which is happening in industry. And I want to ask you, take a pause, why this transformation is happening. Yeah, there was Y2K. Let's try to understand the basic. ये technology में, मतलब what is happening, that so much attraction towards technology. I mean, that is what all of us need to understand. कि what is happening. If you see the market, the companies with highest market capitalization, today I'm talking about, not about India, but about worldwide. You have Alphabet, you have Google, sorry, Alphabet is Google, Alphabet, then you have Amazon, Microsoft. You don't have ExxonMobil or BP and all of those companies which were there in 2 decades back. So it is all Tesla, so it is all driven by technology-led companies. And that is another indication of transformation which is happening. So let us spend 5 minutes to understand, what is that is changing and why this change, why technology is so important, right? So what are the shifts which are happening in business landscape? And as I said, I'm not going to make it technical. Let's understand the language which you and me see daily. So this is, by the way, I have not created this. This is one of the Gartner research article which was published. So demand grows more personal. What we mean here is, I mean, if you're buying something from Amazon, I'm sure everybody uses Amazon. If you're buying something from Amazon, let's say I want to buy a mobile phone, yeah? I search for a mobile phone, I didn't buy it. Next time when I come to Amazon, Amazon is automatically giving me different options of mobile phones. And why it is doing that? It is making personalized. Yeah, that is what demand grows. Always customer is at the center of any business, right? So Amazon is giving me a personalized look to what I searched earlier. And that is where the business is changing. The customer needs are changing. Customer behavior is changing. They want more personalized offerings. Even if you go to tourism, travel companies, they are making a lot of things personalized for you. Yeah? So that is one of the key digital shifts that are happening, which is driving technology. The second one is we have a lot of data. Products become information-rich services. The best example of this is General Electric, right? Or what GE used to do is manufacture aircraft engines. They were traditionally manufacturing aircraft engines, but today they offer a lot of information along with the engine. So they are using Internet of Things. I am sure you know what is Internet of Things, like 5G, 4G, which is coming in. Your warehouses are connected, and that's how Amazon is also, able to deliver real time for Prime members, same day delivery, next day delivery. So what is GE doing? GE is also monitoring the engines remotely using internet and providing, let's say to a Indigo, that your pilot is not using the fuel efficiently, the accelerator is hard pressed and so on. So they are also giving information along with the products they are selling. And that's how the technology is emerging. I think that's how Uber and all have emerged, right? Which has replaced the traditional cab or taxi. And that's why technology is becoming more, and that's another digital shift we see. Data reliance deepens. I think we know data is everywhere. Huh? Earlier also data was there, but the way data is used, and we are going to talk more about data analytics shortly. But I'm sure you will not have SIM cards in a couple of years to come. I think WhatsApp or some other calling platforms will replace SIM cards. Unless you need OTP, you continue to have OTP on SIM card, it will continue. But there are a lot of other things which are happening, like people mine the telephone conversations to give sales leads and so on. So I think another shift which we see is a lot of reliance on data, data-based decision making. Sometimes data can be confusing also to make decisions. Too much of data also causes a problem, right? That's where our services as chartered accountants can come in, how to read the data and how to understand the impact of data. Work adapts to machine. How many of you know robotics, RPA, robotics process automation? You can raise your hands. Yeah, I see very few hands raised up, but okay, I think that's one of the, I think it's an old thing now, but see, I'm also talking a bit of technology in between when we are understanding the digital shifts which are happening. So RPA is everywhere. I think today raising accounts payable invoice, I think a lot of companies are not doing any more manually. The invoices are scanned, automatically entered in a ERP, whether SAP or Oracle, and that is all done using RPA. So STEM talent which we talk, I think our chartered accountants are being equipped. So I'm also on the body of the CMIV, and we are introducing programs related to technology in the CFO conferences and so on. So I'm sure it is going to end the low-cost labor era of mundane work which is done of data entry and so on, which is surely done by a lot of robotics, process automation or AI and so on. So that is what work adapts to machines broader means. Internal and external boundaries blur. I mean, this is the era, and I'm sure all of you use LinkedIn. I'm sure most of you use LinkedIn. LinkedIn is one of the best example where, earlier I remember if I had to apply for a job, for example, we used to go to a consultant, बहुत popular था ABC consultants, if you all remember. एक बायोडेटा बनाओ, उसके साथ मीटिंग करो, then discussion होगा, फिर वो स्कैन करेगा, फिर वो क्लाइंट को भेजेगा. Today LinkedIn has brought the employer, employee, the prospect, everybody on the same platform. And that is what it means, internal and external boundaries blur. And you can take so many websites. Policy Bazaar is another website where everybody is on a website bargaining for a policy and buying the policy. So that is another shift which is happening digitally where, and even when I am working in finance department, today I can no more survive by only working with my department. I think I need to go beyond, talk to HR, talk to procurement, not that we were not talking earlier, but I think the level of discussions or the level of coordination which happens is now more than that. And today, I think even the banks, for example, they have to depend on so many fintech companies to collaborate if they have to survive. So that is what internal and external boundaries blur means. I mean, you have to go beyond your own to collaborate. And finally, sustainability, ESG, I don't need to explain, but this is another shift which we see towards digital identity, smart cards, Aadhaar-linked UPI, which is a sustainable way of doing KYC and so on. ESG is another thing which is emerging, especially the G part of it, the governance part of it, which is more applicable to chartered accountants, reducing journal entries or frauds and so on. So to summarize, I think it's very important. We always felt there was ERP, right? But earlier, when we implemented technology, it is for a finance department or HR department to automate their own functions. But today, technology is driving business. And why it is driving? I think these are few shifts which we see. Yeah. So are we together on this one? Yeah. Okay. Let's understand a very important topic on storytelling and data analytics in finance. So I had few slides on technology, on what is blockchain and so on and all, but I was sitting in the front row and I was working on my mobile deleting those slides. I found that it will be too technical if I go and talk about too much about technology. So I moved straight to a topic of interest to a lot of you, and I'm going to explain in a very layman's language on storytelling and data. So let's understand, data was there always, right? Do you agree with me? I mean, we are chartered accountants, right? We have been always auditing. So much data. Pehle chopda hota tha, right? We used to do tick mark, jaake client ke idhar. So always data was there. What is so much that has changed? I think the perspective of looking at data with storytelling. Yeah, and stories were always there. Mr. Ranjit Agarwal was saying, your mom is making you sleep on the lap. She used to tell us stories, right? कोई डरावने stories भी बोलता था तो सो जाता था फटाक जल्दी से. So stories were always there. I think the usage of data from business perspective and telling the story from business perspective is what is driving a lot of attention to data analytics. Yeah, and we are going to understand in a very pictorial way on what is data analytics, right? So let me again ask you a question. Do you remember this picture? This is a picture of movie, right? Mission Mangal, right? Yes, Mars. Right. I'm sure most of you have watched this movie, right? Okay. So what is the situation in the movie? Can anyone tell? Do we have a mic to give in the public? Yeah. Okay. What is the situation in the movie? limited resources. Okay, excellent. I mean, yeah, one of the problem. Anything else? So what happened in the movie at this stage and what are they staring at? Trying to concise the cost, correct? So can we say that they were faced with a problem? They failed in the Chandrayaan mission and then they were put in a shit department of doing a Mars mission at a very low cost, right? So they were facing a big problem, right? Are we aligned? Are we aligned? Yes. So I think for me everything starts with a problem or an idea. Yeah. So COVID was a problem, right? So for me any analytics starts with a problem. And I never say fall in love with the solution, but fall in love with the problem. Yeah. So Mission Mangal, they had a big problem in hand of how to go to Mars in a budget which was there. Same is the case with analytics. COVID brought us multiple problems, and how I lead the data analytics function being a chartered accountant as part of my finance organization. I'm not part of Capgemini business organization where I'm selling services to client, but I had the finance analytics team within the finance organization reporting to my CFO in France. So we had a very interesting story. So when COVID came, business panicked. What will happen? Will I able to collect money from my customers? How will I offer release in the market? Why should I employ people now? Can I honor my offers? So we just got an idea. We said 2008 maybe JP Morgan crisis and subprime crisis had happened. Let's take all that data. It's a similar situation. It's not the same situation. Let's take all that data and see what happened that time. How much time it took to win a new deal from customer that time in 2008. How much cash discount we had to give to customers to recover money in the subprime crisis. What happened to business? How did it recover and so on. So we took all that data and went to business. Business was so happy to see, the way we progressed on the deal. It took 3 more months to materialize the deal because the decision making was slow. It did not give them solution, but it gave them how to resolve the problem. So always, when I talk on analytics, I advise that don't look at solution, but fall in love with the problem. Only 1% of the startups in India become unicorns. That is because they fall in love with the problem. Other 99% are always working on solution. Yeah? Okay, what does this picture depict in the movie? Yeah. Job roles. Please don't be shy. You can. There's no problem. We are all same community, so silly answer is also fine. But let's try to make it engaging. The process. Yeah. Somebody said teamwork, right? So if you remember the movie, was the team equipped to work with Akshay Kumar and Vidya Balan? Okay. Then what happened? How did they make? Something happened, right, in the movie which made them focus. एक बंदा तो double shift काम करने लग गया था, 2 टिफिन लेके आता था, right? Yeah, so Akshay and Vidya reminded them of their dreams, why they become scientists, right? Yeah, do you remember, all of you? Yes. So again, data analytics is also exactly similar. It is not about team, but it is about right team. Everybody knows Excel, everybody knows dashboarding, you'll get a lot of people. But mindset is something which is the most important thing when you are solving a business problem or doing any analytics. And in this movie, that is what happened. Their mindset changed. And they were reminded about why they were scientists. And data analytics is exactly same field. Nobody can teach you how to change a mindset. It's on the job. Somebody needs to understand how business works. Yeah, and what is the problem of business? And what insights I would give to business that will solve the problem. And that is why I always say it is not about skill set. Excel chalana sabko aata hai, advanced formulas you can learn. But if you don't know how to apply and solve the business problem, and if you are not going to have that mindset, then you're not going to solve that problem. So right team is very important about having the journey of data to actions. Yeah? And how to do that, we can cover a bit of it in some of the slides. Then I think the next is understand. I think when you're solving a problem, understand if it is actually a problem. Do a smell test, right? हम लोग हमेशा, we go to any client, we try to find out, is it really a problem? What do I need to do to solve it? So understand, talk to your peers, talk to your friends in the industry. तूने ऐसा किया क्या? And our chartered accountants normally do that. So that is what is the understand phase. So problem मिला तो ऐसा नहीं है फटाक से चलो जाके solve करो. You need to understand, really understand, and do a smell test or smoke test. What is it? And then you have to also demonstrate. So I'll go a little fast considering the time. So you also need to demonstrate. We normally are very shy to demonstrate. So here I think Vidya Balan was पूरी आके उसने बता दिया कि boss, we can go to Mars in this. So we should never be shy on when we are solving any problem. Because unless you give a chance to present, you are not going to be successful. You may fail, but you need to fail fast and fail cheap. What do we mean by fail fast and fail cheap? You need to fail at a lower cost, and you need to fail fast, because then you learn from your failures, and you get up to your speed again. Yeah, and that's why demonstration is very important. Who is your sponsor? For example, I work for my CEO. The problem was attrition. Yeah, after COVID, there was mad rush in IT industry, and we had attrition. So that was a problem. But unless I come and present to my CEO and demonstrate how to prevent attrition using analytics, it's not going to solve, right? I'm not giving myself chance. So demonstrate. Then engage with stakeholders. I think what these guys did was engage with all the scientists on how to do it. There was Kulbhushan Kharbanda, who was always negative. He was favoring NASA and so on. But even that criticism helps you to build and improve. So engage with your friends, peers, after you have demonstrated that how can we improvise? How can we, because you cannot solve the problem in the first draft of analytics which you will prepare. Why a particular item on Amazon, let's say Amazon as a owner, Jeff Bezos, why there is a lot of returns on a particular item. This is a problem statement. But you will prepare a lot of analytics, back and forth, trial and error, engage with your vendors, what is going wrong, engage with your supply chain guys, what is going wrong. And then you will come out with a neat analytics of action-oriented data. Yeah, I think the most important thing is, are we, after engaging with stakeholders, whatever analytics you prepare, is it action-oriented? Is it providing insights to take action and solve the problem? If the answer is no, then it's a fancy report. I mean, nobody is going to act on it or use it in longer run. Yeah, so demonstrate, engage with stakeholders, and then obviously there is a journey of standardizing and socializing. Right? And socializing is very important here. You cannot socialize within your finance department, right? You cannot publish a report on email every Friday. But socializing means going top down as well as bottom up. So when I say top down, you socialize the report. For example, I am working for my group CFO. I need to socialize with all the business unit CFOs. This is how you can use these analytics to prevent so and so thing. Yeah. So socializing becomes very important, which again we do not do. The project is over and we hand over the report. So socialize top down as well as bottom up. People who will take action as well as people who will bless with their sponsorship to take action. Right? That's what a journey of data to actions means. This is what is business analytics. If somebody talks about data science, somebody comes and talks to tell bullshit. This is what is my journey of data to action. Falling in love with the problem and then having a right mindset to prepare, whether it is in Excel. Then the tool is secondary, right? If you know what has to be done, you can use any tool to drive actions. Let's also understand, we'll talk a lot about storytelling, right? Have you heard? Nowadays people talk about storytelling a lot. कि बस data तो बन गया, but story तो बताना चाहिए उसका. Now why this has become so important? We finance guys, we are very credible. We come with logic. अरे company का CFO बोल रहा है, तो yeah, people pay attention. We talk about numbers, so we are very logical. But we miss a very important thing in storytelling. Let's see a small video of our Honorable Prime Minister and on storytelling. Yeah.
देश में 1.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा कारों की बिक्री हुई है। 1.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा, और मैं महंगी कारों की बात करता हूं। 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा भारतीय बिजनेस के काम से या घूमने के लिए विदेश गए हैं। आंकड़ा याद रखिए, इतनी गाड़ियां खरीदी हैं और इतने लोग विदेश, लेकिन स्थिति ये है कि 130 करोड़ से ज्यादा के हमारे देश में सिर्फ 1.5 करोड़ लोग ही इनकम टैक्स देते हैं। इसमें से भी प्रति वर्ष, ये आंकड़े सुनिए आपको चौंक जाएंगे, प्रति वर्ष 50 लाख रुपए से ज्यादा आय घोषित करने वालों की संख्या सिर्फ 3 लाख है। आप में से कोई विश्वास नहीं करेगा, अगर मैं वोटिंग करवाऊं तो 100% वोटिंग कहेगा ये सही नहीं है। आपको एक आंकड़ा और देना चाहता हूं।
Okay, I'll stop here. I think there's a 1-minute video more, but I think so what did you observe? I think he's a very credible guy. Prime Minister he comes with a lot of credibility. Do you think he's talking logic, lot of numbers, and he's challenging you, right? Aap voting kar lo, right? So he's talking with logic. But you were engaged, right? Weren't you? I think none of us took their eyes off the screen. I didn't see anybody taking their phone also. Why were you engaged? But that is logic, right? He's emphasizing on numbers. But everybody doesn't like numbers here. Sometimes a CFO comes, talks about numbers, it's very boring. But alarming truths, facts, okay? Yeah, the way he's presenting, excellent point. But we call it an emotional connect, yeah? I think what we as finance guys or chartered accountants are not taught, and I think no book can teach all this, is emotional connect. I think you always need to be in the space of your sponsor for whom you're doing the analytics. So you prepare numbers, you prepare a lot of dashboards. But unless you talk in the language or action oriented and connect emotionally with your stakeholder, they're not going to listen to you, or it's not going to solve the problem. So it's very important, and I follow this. This is my slide, but you know, ethos, pathos, and logos. Appeal by logic, appeal by emotion, and appeal by ethics. Ethics is basically credibility. Logic is, you know, finance guys are very logical, always numbers. We are very credible. CFO of the company, chartered accountant, guy comes with a big degree, and so on. So, but what we lack is emotional connect. And that is where I think the way you present, and again, as I said, this cannot be taught, but I can inform you about a book. There are various stories in our life which we have as grown up. If you reflect on your past, stories can be tragedy stories. Stories can be transition when you shifted from one job to other. Stories can be related to your triumphs or wins. Yeah, stories can be related to triumphs of 1983 World Cup. You can make that as a story. Yeah, so or your own personal triumphs. But you need to get those stories connected to your work. They can be work-related stories or personal stories. And that is what I think is what we are talking about storytelling. Ethos, pathos, and logos, and that's very important when we connect your analytics with storytelling. Yeah? So that is what is data analytics and storytelling all about. And as I said, I promised I will not go into technical on what is a data science, what is Python, and so on. I leave that for experts. But what is the opportunities or challenges for our profession? Government is doing a lot on data analytics. I can take n number of examples. CAMs, if you know CAMs, account aggregators, it's all data. They take data from mutual funds, give it to personal advisors, they take data from banks, they give it for KYC and so on. So there's a lot of data CAMs is handling. Income tax, GST is another example, right? I'm sure both the departments share data with each other. Smartly, they've hired Infosys. I worked with Infosys, and I worked when they were doing this income tax 26 years. They have smartly hired Infosys for both GST and direct tax. PAN number is the common key. You cannot believe what all data they match. In fact, we had a personal story. Some of the good performance we distributed iPhones in our company. Yeah. So Telangana mein GST audit hua. So the GST auditor said, okay, you have taken input credit on this gifts given to employees. He passed on that information to direct tax department as SSC for our SSC. We got a notice on perquisite tax. Yeah. So that is how government, can you imagine this? And that's after that we have built a risk management system in our company on where are we failing on direct tax and indirect tax. Are we doing right on the GST side of what we are disclosing? And are we declaring right in our 3CB, in our TDS? Are we directing all of that right? So that is a big opportunity for a profession. Yeah, from AIS, from perquisite on how to make direct, indirect tax talk to each other. There's a lot of data available. If you see, even capital gains statement is available from CAMS, right? Productivity improvements. I think a lot of data in a lot of companies is available in hybrid work culture. In our company, for example, who are coming to office or not coming to office, there are ghost employees, people, moonlighting is another issue which is there in a lot of companies. People joining, but they're not able to build to client on day one because laptop nahi milta hai kisi ko, equipments, what is there is not. So you can give all these services using data analytics, right, on productivity improvements. I'm just taking few examples to correlate, but I'm sure each of you have for your clients, for your industry, such kind of things which you can offer using data analytics. Benchmarking audits. I'm sure all the big four are doing this on beautiful dashboard, but a simplest example is like we sell our services to clients, right, at a particular bill rate. Comparing those with Accenture or Infosys is a benchmarking audit, which a chartered accountant can do for me, right? So benchmarking audit, because you serve similar clients in the same industry. So you can always develop this kind of service of benchmarking audit. Obviously, you have to take care of data privacy and so on. Data compliance misuse is another field. Whereas info obesity, what does info obesity mean? Obesity we all know. There is a lot of data everywhere. People don't know, मैं करूँ क्या इतना data का? So I think that is where our services can come in. How to channelize the data, how to channelize the information, and make decision using right information, and rest all can be crap. Predictive. And like create invoices in ERP. You don't have to go and punch the invoices anymore. You save it in the folder, the project manager or business can save it in the folder. the robot can pick it up and create the invoices. Or you create master data, creating suppliers, customers, project codes or cost centers. All of that again, So we had a very interesting use case where we blacklisted vendors based on, people who don't upload GST invoices on GST portal. This was initial, now it is streamlined. But we used to take, the robot used to take the data from vendor portal and also what invoices were created in our system match and say that these vendors are not uploaded the invoices on government portal and you cannot take input credit. We'll send 3 auto reminders. The bot will also send 3 auto reminders to them. And after that, if still is not uploaded, we'll blacklist the vendors and not pay the vendor. Yeah, obviously, ultimately we'll pay him, but we'll blacklist the vendor. So these are some of the case studies. Period close again, month close में हम लोग क्या करते हैं? इसको remind करते हैं कि भाई journal entry कर दे. उसको बोलेंगे कि भाई provision ले ले. All of that the robot can send emails or do provisions automatically based on a fixed rule, recurring expenses and so on. Right? I can show you a small video. This is for creation of customer invoices, yeah. So the bot is going automatically picking up the information. Okay, I am not doing anything. Huh? Okay, so I'll stop here, but yeah, so. So very important when you are talking to your clients, where not to use also. Yeah, you should as consultant know where not to use. So if there is a standard 3-way matching process of matching customer purchase order, vendor purchase order to invoice to goods receipt, then you don't need to use robotics for that. You should use robotics only for mundane processes which you can automate, right? Very simple, non-complex project, right? Where it's a feed, data entry feed which is happening every day and you want to automate it, which is what we spoke about, customer invoicing or vendor entering accounts payable invoices. What are the opportunities for profession? Audit the bots. I think, okay, bots, every time we get this question, what, if bots do what we will do. But I think we are always superior than, because we are creating the bots, right? Somebody human is creating the code. So I think this will be a new opportunities which always Big Four are already offering. They're creating a command center where you want to audit the bots. There are changes which happen, right? Like e-way bill came in. I need to adjust my bots to match the GST credit. I need IRN also, right? In addition to what they have uploaded, is there an IRN invoice? So I need to change the bot to read the IRN invoice now. Yeah? So audit the bots, change to the law is what the profession, as professionals we can offer the services. Access rights of the bots, very important, right? We said data compliance and misuse. So is the bot having only access what it needs to do, or it has more than that access? Is there conflict of responsibility? Somebody is doing invoice as well as payment. The bot is also doing the payment, right? So these kind of things you can on RPA services. Yeah. Now there is another technology called chatbots. How many of you know chatbots? Yeah. Today, if you go and chat on a bank website, yeah, there's no person who is answering it. And I'm going to show you live demonstration of our bot in our company. Yeah, so we call it, Yeah, so this is Microsoft Teams. I'm sure everybody uses this. So we call our bot as Ask Adam. So I just pinged him, hi Adam, it is answering automatically. Now, there is also a way you implement chatbots. Yeah? There are a lot of people in a lot of companies who implement 10 chatbots. Mera HR ka alag, finance ka alag, procurement ka alag. Because we are not here to compete with each other. And that's where that internal and external boundaries blur. I have 2 lakh people in my organization. अगर वो 10 bot को ping करेगा HR के लिए अलग bot, finance के लिए अलग bot, मेरा expense, then he is going to have a bad experience. That is where I think very important is we have only one chatbot where you can see all the queries, right? So I can go and just click view hot topics. I'll get all the things, whether it's software related, hardware related, network related. My Connect is our HR tool. So if I need my employee data, my training data, L&D, learning and development. So let's say I want to, reset my password, or Concur is our expense tool. So let's say I want to do something on Concur, or want to check my expense queries. Okay, looks like it doesn't work on Saturday. Okay, anyway, so it replies automatically. Do you want to see your approved expenses? What do you want to do? Amex, report expense issue. So it is directly connecting to my system, or it is answering me policy related queries. Very simple, right? So this is what I think every company is doing. A lot of banks, and if I can go further down and see claim expenses, it will show me all the list of expenses which I need to approve and so on. Due to data privacy, I cannot go because we are on the live system. But this is what it is, and why this is so useful. Again, because you drink chai ke tapri pe jo conversation hota hai, that is faster, right? And that's what this chatbot does. I think it is interacting you. Why WhatsApp is so successful? Because it is interacting it makes you so intimate, and that's how. But when you're implementing this, the employee experience is important, and that's where our profession comes in from the point of view of adding value. Where we have used it, master data queries, for example, customer was created properly, supplier was created, what is the project status? We have Alexa enabled meeting rooms. So for example, in this room we can have, hey Alexa, start the lights, start the video conference. Expense report status we just saw. We also use it for SEZ employee. So 2 lakh people, we have some SEZ, some STPIs. So whether the employee is sitting in the right location and so on. The bot can query the employee and say that you are sitting in the wrong location and so on. Yeah. Now, what are the opportunities for profession again? I think employee experience audit, customer experience audit. If you're for banks, for example, if I'm going and asking how to open a savings account, and if the bot is not answering properly, it's a bad experience for a customer. I'll go to some other bank, right? So, as a profession, we have opportunity to audit the experience of the employees, the customer. We can offer those services. Automate the help desk. Obviously, when we automated the expense queries, we automated our help desk. That saved a lot of cost for the profession, right? For the company. We don't need to have 5 guys sitting and answering on phone the queries, right? Close calendar, month close. As I said, the bot can reply. The journal entries were posted. What happened to the supplier creation? What happened to provisions, accruals, and so on. And then time and expenses, you can send overdue reminders. Sachin, तुमने तुम्हारा time entry भरा नहीं, भर दो time पे. Revenue accrual is impacted. So all of those can be done using these kind of. So you can offer these kind of services to your clients. Obviously, you will get technology partners, but what is important is the mindset and use case which you can offer. As chartered accountants, you can think and offer these kind of services. Okay, let's see what happened during COVID. Can I take 5-10 minutes more? 5-10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes I'll take. Yeah. So we had multiple problems during COVID, right? CFO was worried about revenue. HR was worried, are my 2 lakh people safe? Where are they? And so on. Business was worried whether client will pay on time and so on. So everybody had this kind of problem, right? What everybody did, I think we used technology. Sorry, I'm going. So, कभी-कभी technology misbehave करता है. Okay, so we introduced chatbot.
CA Sachin Chetlange ji. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Moving on towards our next session. The topic of this session is Jurisprudence, Litigation under Taxation. May I have the honor of calling upon stage our honorable speaker, CA Ajay from AZB and Partners. And I may please request CA Kumar Gupta, Vice President ACE, to kindly accompany him. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of the next session is jurisprudence, litigation under taxation. And we would like to felicitate CA Acae Behel. And for the felicitation, I'll be requesting CA RS Jhawar to be ready, please. And Mr. Jhawar ke saath, may I request CA Mohit Bhuteria, CA Anup Kumar Loharuka to kindly be ready for the felicitation. Hence requesting CA Tarun Kumar Gupta to kindly accompany CA Acae Behel, our honorable speaker, to stage. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting a big round of applause, please. Now may I please request CA RS Jhawar, CA Mohit Bhuteria, CA Anup Kumar Loharuka to kindly come up on stage for the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Acae Behel is the co-founder and managing partner of AZB and Partners, Advocates and Solicitors. Mr. Behel is also a qualified chartered accountant. He has over 35 years of experience and advises corporates, domestic and international, and their promoters in a wide area of advisory, transactional, litigation and compliance needs. He has served and currently serves as an expert member on various committees, including the Ishwar Committee on Reform of Direct Taxes, the Company Law Committee for Amending and Decriminalizing the Law, the Expert Committee for Drafting Legal Framework for Allowing VCC Structure in the IFCs, SCs, and many more. Sir, it's an honor to have you amongst us here today. Thank you for gracing this conference for all of us. And now, may I please request you to kindly step forward and start the session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly put their hands together for CA Acae Behel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends, my colleagues on the dais, the organizers of this conference who have done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, and particularly to be with my original fraternity, the fraternity of chartered accountants, which I have learned a lot from, which I owe a lot to, and which helps me. As I was telling Ranjit this morning, there's hardly a week where the training that I got as a chartered accountant is not helpful or used by me in the context of my corporate practice and the other areas that I serve, taxation, and it is a marvelous discipline. The topic today, I was just listening to the first topic, not as exciting as that, but there is one theme at least which is completely common, which is creativity. I think the whole tax practice, tax legislation, the jurisprudence of tax is all the result of creativity of people who are in this room, and I may say with great respect to people who are in the tax department, they're also responsible because they create these issues, they think about these issues, and they're very competent people in that department who actually end up creating all this jurisprudence and which we then develop over the years. The fact is that I don't think any jurisprudence has developed as much and continues to develop as much as tax jurisprudence. And there is a reason for it, which I'll come to. But on a lighter note, I recall many years ago there was a tax officer who has started taking very, very aggressive positions in the area, particularly of international tax, and notices were going up and down, and everything was being reconsidered. And a group of professionals got together to go and meet the chairman of the CBDT to complain about him. And a very senior professional who is no more called me and he said, Ki Ajay, he used to call me, beta, but aap to nahi ja rahe? I said, nahi sir, main to nahi ja raha, I'm not in town. He says, bhaiya inko kuch akal do. इस आदमी के तो इनको हर रोज आरती उतारनी चाहिए क्योंकि वो इतना धंधा इनके लिए जनरेट कर रहा है और ऊपर से जाके उसके लिए कंप्लेन कर रहे हैं, इनको थोड़ा सा समझाओ. So the fact is that we talk about all of this, but this business is this creation of revenue for all of us, and the creativity is a joint effort that we get from ourselves and the tax department. Now, tax legislation and tax jurisprudence is certainly the most dynamic, and there are a whole lot of reasons for that. But before I get into that, I'd like to address some of the principles which we are used to being asked about when there is so much adversarial litigation. People ask the question that where does the rule of law fit into all of this? Is there any rule of law in the context of taxation? Is there any natural justice, fair play, equity in the context of tax and tax jurisprudence and tax legislation? Or is it that because it's tax, it's open season, everything is possible? The answer lies in actually looking at these propositions in two different ways. The first is when you test this proposition in the context of the enforceability of a tax statute in a role, because every tax provision, every tax introduction, change has to pass the test of constitutional validity. But in the context of enforceability and validity, harshness, equity has no role to play. The fact that the tax rate may seem very high to us, the fact that the penalty may seem very extortionate, the fact that you have a deemed dividend provision where a prohibited payment for a single day can create a huge tax liability is not something that can impact the validity of the section. So in that context alone, we can agree that tax and equity are strangers. But when that same principle is applied in the context of tax administration, all of these principles come to play: natural justice, fair play, rule of law. Just going back to the first point on passing constitutional muster, there the courts have stepped in. I have to say it's been very few cases where courts have struck down tax legislation as unconstitutional if you watch it over the years, but there have been cases. You might recall there is a provision in the Income Tax Act that the tribunal cannot grant a stay beyond 365 days, even though the delay in the disposal of the appeal is not on account of the assessee. That provision was struck down by the Delhi High Court in the case of Pepsi, which was argued by one of our partners, where the court said that it is clearly discriminatory, arbitrary, because you are creating a class of people who have actually participated in trying to get their matters concluded, but the matter has not been concluded for no fault of theirs. So that particular section was struck down. Some years ago, a matter that I was directly involved with is a star matter, where you might remember there used to be a settlement commission, which is still there, but it had much wider powers. We had filed an application, it's public knowledge, and there was an amendment in the tax law which suddenly provided for the abatement of all matters pending before the settlement commission. So what that new amendment was, that if application is pending on 1st June 2007 and it's not disposed of by 31st of March 2008, it will abate all the confidential information that you have gathered, will end up going to the tax department, and you start the journey with having disclosed everything you gave to the settlement commission purely for the settlement, now being with the revenue officer. We challenged that before the Bombay High Court. We demonstrated that the choice of the date was completely arbitrary. The statistics of the settlement commission disposal demonstrated that there was no way that they could dispose of the pending cases by 31st March. It was a completely arbitrary date. The court was absolutely convinced that this is a section which is unconstitutional, but they chose to actually find a way to maintain the constitutional validity and read it down. So what they said was that we will interpret the section to mean that only those applications which have not been disposed of, where the applicant has delayed the taking up of the matter by the settlement commission, will abate. Therefore, if somebody has participated, shown no resistance in terms of disposal, those matters will not abate. And so they delivered what was we expected from our point of view, because we had been wanting the matter to be disposed of, but they upheld the constitutional validity of the provision, and that decision was then upheld by the Supreme Court. The other very inviolable test is Article 20 of the Constitution, which basically says that you cannot be held guilty criminally for an action if that action was not subject to these criminal sanctions when it was committed. In other words, you cannot be criminally held liable for something which was not an offense when it was committed. And that is why the certain provisions of the Benami Act have been struck down, and I suspect that some problems will arise in the Black Money Act as well, insofar as those particular provisions are concerned. So the courts have stepped in wherever they believe that something which is not constitutional has to be ensured that it must pass the test. So at the time of when you're looking at validity, this is the only consideration. Harshness and so on and so forth is not a relevant consideration. Now, when you come to the actual administration of tax law, clearly all these rules of fair play, natural justice, rule of law apply in full force. So in the context of rule of law, as you know, we have Article 265, which says no money can be retained without the authority of law. I don't know if you recall, but there were judgments where the question arose that if an assessment was barred by limitation, does the tax that has been paid by the taxpayer have to be refunded in full to the tax department? And in fact, I was just in the early days of my tax practice, and I recall there were multiple decisions, including the Madhya Pradesh High Court, which said the entire tax must be refunded. In fact, they amended the case tax law because of that. But the Supreme Court subsequently in Shelley Brothers said that no, if the extent that people are paying their own taxes, they have an obligation to, and they're required by law. So the tax that you voluntarily pay is already collected by authority of law, and that should not be refunded, but any excess tax that you have paid in your return has to be refunded to you. And then that principle was applied in Sandvik, etc. So natural justice, fair play, absolutely necessary insofar as administration is concerned. Basic principles: right to be heard, right not to be condemned without an opportunity to place your side of the position, is fundamental to tax law. In fact, there's a recent decision of the Allahabad High Court where very interesting thing happened. Somebody, the portal threw up a suggestion that this person has deposited 13 crores in his bank account. And the department sent him a notice, and this poor chap kept writing back saying that I don't have 13 crores, I have not deposited 13 crores in my bank account. He was given 1 day to respond. The response was rejected, and a demand of 16 crores was created against him. And the Allahabad High Court was so incensed that not only did they strike the entire assessment down, they actually awarded costs against the tax department for 50 lakhs, which was required to be paid to the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. There are other judgments, a very recent one of Justice Manmohan, where they've said that even where the opportunity says may, that actually means shall. So this is a misconception, but what happens is, because there is so much adversarial litigation, that clients always ask us the question that is there really no longer rule of law for tax? But the fact is, as I said, that the rule of law in the context of applies right across, but clearly insofar as the administration of tax is concerned, it's a very, very important consideration. In fact, as you know, very unusual actually, but principles have been laid down that if you have satisfied all the requirements to get a deduction, but you haven't claimed it, the tax department is actually obliged to give it to you even though you haven't asked for it. So fair play, critical; natural justice, critical. Similarly, in the context of raids, statements that are recorded during the course of a raid, as you know, you have no right to get them during the investigation process when the report is being prepared. But the CBTT has recognized and issued a circular that before a statement is used against you in the assessment proceedings, you must have the ability to see that statement, respond, and even exercise the right of cross-examination. So that is insofar as the legal principles are concerned. I'll just come back to why I said that tax jurisprudence is so enormous, so developing, and there's a reason for it. And the reason is that tax legislation is the most dynamic legislation that you have today. And there are several reasons why that is happening. A, you have yearly amendments to the tax law. Those are used to plug loopholes, plug ambiguities. They're used to expand the tax base. They are used to give fiscal incentives. They are used to respond to leakages of income, which they believe now have started happening because of related party transactions. So that's how your transfer pricing provisions came in. equalization levy came in. So there is a host of reasons why this happens periodically. But because that happens periodically, obviously, you end up with new laws, new sections. And all these interpretations come into play over here. And you have to then, obviously, a new bunch of interpretations, fresh jurisprudence has to start all over again. Secondly, you have tax law, which is at the intersection of a huge number of other statutes. In fact, I remember my senior, when I was starting my tax practice, used to always tell me that you don't want to even think about serious tax practice unless you know several other laws. Transfer of property. In those days, I mean, now, of course, we have so many other laws. Transfer of Property Act, Sale of Goods Act, Partnership Act, Hindu Undivided Family in those days, Hindu law, because the law is so intertwined, and therefore you must know that law. And what happens, and I will give you some examples, as a result, the jurisprudence that develops in those laws has also got a relevance for jurisprudence that develops with tax laws. So you have to not just watch what's going on in tax law, you have to also watch what goes on in other statutes. Then we have a very interesting trend, which I think again generates business for all of us, so we could hardly be complaining about that. But you have judicial pronouncements which are emerging out of areas that we think have been dealt with by the courts, but there has been some small observation in the court about artificial devices, form versus substance. And those particular phrases, those particular observations are then subject to judicial pronouncements, which themselves are fashioned by how different practices are conceived and considered over a period of time. So as you might see, there has been a blurring of the distinction between tax avoidance and tax planning. I mean, by and large, there's that earlier thing, legitimate tax planning is fine. Today, the broad trend is demonstrate to us some bona fides as to why you entered into this transaction. There must be some commercial substance to this transaction. So that's another reason why all of these new ideas, new challenges keep emerging. And finally, what my learned friend was talking about, technology. Tax is also at the edge of technology, because you have suddenly new business models. You have models where the virtual world is dominating, the physical world is not so relevant. You have new business structures, you have cloud-based services, you have suddenly you're downloading something from the internet which is hosted on a server somewhere else in the world, and that is being used by you here. Person has no place of business, no people in India, and that throws up its own challenges as well. So this is the whole complex structure because of which tax legislation has become so dynamic, and the whole process of intermingling with other particular laws has become very, very important. Now I'll give some specific examples of this to basically explain the context in which I made these statements. The first is when I talked about this whole issue of observations by courts, judicial pronouncements, which over a period of time respond to how the world responds, India, other parts of the world, to an intolerance, for example, for tax reduction. And today the whole world is trying to collect more taxes, fight about the generating countries versus the countries which are where the money is eventually going. So if you take the Azadi Bachao decision, most of us would have thought that at that point of time, after this decision came, treaty shopping, anti-treaty shopping, all of this, that unless was sort of blessed, you could go and choose a treaty of your choice unless there was a limitation of benefits in that treaty or there was a substance requirement in that treaty. I mean, if you actually read Azadi Bachao, you will get that sense of confidence that now Justice Sri Krishna has settled this. He said, he debunked what Chennappa Reddy said in McDowell. He said that's not the major ruling. And somewhere they left this whole thing issue as long as it's not artificial. Now you approve a structure where there was no discussion on artificiality, no rationale given as to why that company went to Mauritius, because this was a challenge to the board circular which said as long as you have a TRC, you are entitled to that benefit. So on the face of it, it suggested everything is fine. But as we all know, that litigation has been continuing over a period of time where more and more people, courts, quasi-judicial tribunals have started asking the question that why? Why did you go there? Was there a reason? Therefore, the question that has started arising, and some of those observations do leave it open, that as long as it's not a device, as long as the fundamental objective of that was not to save tax, you can look at it. So on the one hand, you approve something, but on the other hand, you leave this open. Similarly, if you take Vodafone. Now, Vodafone blessed a particular holding structure. And there was volume said about, why holding structures are legitimate, worldwide they are used, etc. But then somewhere in the middle, they said, as long as it's not artificial, as long as it's not a device solely motivated by saving taxes, you leave that open. So that opens up another can of worms, that what is and when is it a device? And as a result, you have almost, as you have been seeing, judicial GAR coming into play before GAR has actually become applicable. So I think this is another aspect that develops jurisprudence. We may not like it. We may not, let me put it this way, clients may not like it. I don't think any of us ought to be complaining because of the business it generates, as I said, but it creates that level of uncertainty. It creates that level of doubt, which also at the same time creates, as I said, this constant flow of jurisprudence. Then, as I said, tax laws intersect enormously with other laws, typically intellectual property. Now, for example, the whole dispute about software, prepacked software sold with a computer, prepacked software sold to an end user, that entire judgment, if you see, of Justice Rohington Nariman, and we are very fortunate that it was before a very erudite judge like him, almost the majority of that judgment is based on interpretation of the Copyright Act and how the Copyright Act distinguishes between sale of a copyrighted material versus the use of copyright. And that analysis had ended up effectively determining whether or not the payment should be in the nature of royalty or not under the income tax. So another classic case of interplay between these different statutes. The other one, which we all watch, live matches. We see this, but we may not know the underlying controversy behind the taxability of the right to get to broadcast a live event. Now, as you know, there is in the Copyright Act, there is the definition of copyright, and there is a concept of broadcast reproduction right under our Section 37. And we were a part of this whole process of development of the sports business when ESPN launched, so we started looking at it very early, largely from an enforcement point of view, because when cable operators were infringing our signal, we didn't own the copyright. The question was, how do you go after them? And the law had brought in this new protection of broadcast reproduction right. Now, where that is intersected with tax is that if it is not a copyright, then it is not taxable as royalty. Under the treaty specifically, and also under the tax law, there are judgments. So the question that arises is a broadcast reproduction right granted under Section 37 a copyright or not a copyright? And the entire huge amount of tax impact is actually determined by the distinction made insofar as these two rights are concerned, but under the Copyright Act. So obviously, again, as a professional, until and unless you have that visibility of those statutes and you're following the jurisdiction that is developing around these aspects, which is not in tax law. The classic judgment on broadcast reproduction right is actually a Delhi High Court judgment of Justice Mudgal, who was fortunately, again, very good lawyer to look at this because he's very fond of cricket. So he understood and he wrote a judgment where he was almost, he was so excited to write that judgment, as he told me later, because it involved cricket. So he understood the whole concept of what live is and what a copyright is, made that distinction, and that distinction is actually helping us in tax matters. And the implications you can understand are huge because these rights are so enormously expensive, especially international rights, that if you had a tax liability attached with it, the cost of that right, if you have to gross up or you have to pay it net of tax, is just a humongous added on portion. Another cross section is the Foster's ruling. Very, very simple actually. because every trademark almost internationally is also used in multiple territories. And when it went to the Advanced Ruling Authority, they sort of talked about the concept of territorial goodwill, which actually means that almost every brand that is visible in any territory has some limited amount of territorial creation, which is a fact, but also has a territorial residency. In the hands of a non-resident, as you know, the assets which are taxable are if the situs of the asset is in India. Of course, this is not to do with shares, which was, of course, the amendment happened for after Vodafone, but there's no amendment in the intellectual property area. So the question was, Foster's international brand, but used in India, when it's sold, where should it be taxed and whether India should have the ability to tax it? Now that entire ruling is basically based on the examination of what is the situs of an intellectual property like a trademark. It has nothing to do with income tax. It's all about where does that asset reside? Should it reside in every country where it is being used under a license arrangement? Should it reside where the owner lies? And ultimately, of course, the court has held that the natural residency should be where the owner is, because the owner is controlling the mark, the changes, what should be used, all the decisions are being made there. So another judgment which has completely based on its own, and you have to follow that jurisprudence of other laws, and that's what's the excitement about tax compared to any other statute. I don't think any other statute throws up so much jurisprudence constantly as tax law does. And then you have this new emerging trends that we talked about, which you showed us on stage. As I said, the new world, where there are no physical boundaries, where something is happening 24/7, a feed is coming from outside India, constantly 24/7, there are no boundaries, there are the old traditional rules of transfer of property, sale of goods act, when did the property pass, have suddenly got blurred. And the same person who, as I said, has no presence in India is generating income from India. And even though you have now introduced the concept of this economic substance in India, until treaties are amended, if a person is sitting outside the India, and unless you apply GAR, which is very difficult because these models are not created to avoid tax. These are genuinely the model. A person is sitting, music is housed in a server outside India and Apple. You're downloading the music, you're receiving the music. The person has no place of business in India. So until you amend the treaty, to my mind, there is a huge challenge as to how you will ever collect revenue from any of these operations, which is why the government introduced, as you know, in certain areas, the concept of equalization levy. So tax, again, intersection with new businesses. Take, for example, streaming services of movies. None of these were considered many years ago. In fact, they have been so dramatic that they have made traditional media companies actually go out of business or redo their model, because the whole concept of where the market is going is completely changed. So that's another area where, as I said, tax constantly plays this role. So what does it tell us in terms of, as we look at tax practice, as we look at tax litigation, as we look at tax jurisprudence, what does this tell us for the future? One, tax practice, tax litigation has to be taken with a very holistic view. It can't be a tunnel-based view, and I'll give you actual examples of what I'm referring to. It is important to check with the client as to whether the practice and the positions they are taking in tax are consistent with the position they are taking in their other matters. I mean, we have actually seen cases where on the one hand we are saying we have a broadcast reproduction right, which is not copyright, and a huge exposure exists if it was copyright, and the same organization is taking action as if this was copyright. So two differing situations in the same company. Now, fortunately, we picked it up and those had to be withdrawn, but you can imagine, I mean, this tax department is very, very, very smart, the people there are engineers, doctors, chartered accountants. They are smart. They ask about all of these questions. So imagine if you've taken a position here and you find out in the High Court you got 50 orders where you've taken that this is a copyright. So ask the question that what are the positions that you're taking? Similarly, I've seen for service tax, position is one thing. Income tax, the position is absolutely the opposite. Income tax, the person is saying, I don't touch the product. For service tax, they've said the product comes to us, we redistribute it. There are cases where to create a jurisdiction in a particular state, the legal departments have taken a position that we carry on business in that state to enforce a civil right, where the tax people are constantly taking the position that we have no place of business in India or in that particular territory. So that's very important to watch for. And we've been saying this for years, that the tax departments and legal departments in companies should work far more closely together than they do today. It's still not happening, and I think that we should really make an effort to see that more and more of this merger is happening because of all the aspects that I brought to your attention. The second is that while obviously there is a huge opportunity here for all the reasons that I talked about in terms of the continuing the pipeline of tax litigation, also a word of caution. I think many of us forget that there is no privilege given to information and advice that we give except to a very small bunch of professionals, which happens to be the legal community, fortunately. And therefore, whatever you provide to your client is not privileged, is not protected, and the tax department can ask for it. So one dimension is that the tax department can ask for it. The other dimension, which is picking up a huge amount of traction, is that they are actually questioning whether the professional can also be dragged into this dispute, either because they are saying your independence is compromised, and that's happening in transfer pricing studies and valuations where they're saying client gave you data X, you actually made suggestions and changes because of which the client could take a lower markup. And therefore your independence has been compromised and you should also be ensnared in this particular issue. Similarly, you have changed the parameters of what the client came to you about to manipulate the valuation. Thirdly, structures. I've seen, it's scary. You see structures that, we were giving from the various professions. If you do this, this is the tax you pay. But if you did this work around, this is the tax that you would have to pay. This is a huge reduction in tax. Highly dangerous. I don't know if many of you are aware, but in the Vodafone case, notices were, so it's not, I'm not talking theory. I've actually got cases where it's going on. But this, even at the time of Vodafone, every banker, every accounting firm, every consultant was asked by the tax department to give all the exchanges that they had with Vodafone. So this is a trend which we have to be very watchful of. So I'll end on this note, as I said, of a very, this positive aspect about the growth of the profession, but with a little word of caution that there is somebody watching over us now, and they are getting more and more invasive, and we as professionals need to step back. And frankly, even sometimes a case for opinion that comes has to actually be sent back to the client, that don't involve the professional in actually sort of almost creating something which will tomorrow be treated as a device or which will have a sense of artificiality. That is certainly going to create risks for the profession as we go along, for all the professions. And even though we are privileged in these matters, but we are ourselves exercising extreme caution in that particular area. So I'll close on this note that we are fortunate that we are, many of us here are, I'm sure, in the practice of tax, that it's a very area where the pipeline is going to be huge. The challenges of rising to the occasion and equipping ourselves to be multidimensional are one challenge which we must keep upgrading our own skills about, which I'm sure is, that's more internal to ourselves. But the caution, as I said, please don't take it lightly. This is a reality, and this is a reality which is here to stay. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer. We've got a few more minutes if there's any question. You need a mic?
Sir, you referred about cross-examination in your deliberation.
Sorry, sir?
You referred about cross-examination
Yes.
in your deliberation. I would like to share my practical experience so far as cross-examination is concerned in our tax practice. Whenever the department tries to use witness against the SSC, and the SSC refers for cross-examination of the witness, then department never grants the cross-examination of the witness, and instead passes the assessment order accordingly without allowing the opportunity to the SSC to cross-examine. And even they do not refer it to in the assessment order that the SSC requested for cross-examination. Why it happens, I don't know. And we are forced to go to appeal and tribunal. In my recent experience, you might be aware, and many of us who are here, they also might be aware that raids took place on some finance brokers in the recent past about Hawala transactions. In course of raid by the Income Tax Department, the books were seized from the Hawala brokers, and in those books, the names of various SSC individuals were written, saying Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C, by pencils. And some amount, some figures were written, 10, 20, 30. And accordingly, the department, investigation wing of the department, mentioned the assessing officers that you start tracing those persons. And notices were issued on the force of investigation wing to those persons. Say Mr. X and Mr. X Agarwal. Mr. X Agarwal, there are very many persons like Mr. X Agarwal. In spite of that, the notices were issued. We don't know how they got the address and how they got the pen. Notices were issued under section 148, 1A, and asking the assessees to explain. When we explained the issues, and we referred that we didn't have any case transactions with the persons mentioned in the list given by the broker. And in the deposition also of the broker was given. And there also the name of the assessees were not written. We requested for cross-examination. There was no cross-examination given to us, and in spite of that, the order under section 148, 1D was passed. I would like to have your views on the issue.
Passed without jurisdiction, if an order has been passed in breach of principles of natural justice, I mean, obviously we'll have to look at the facts of the case, but I have no doubt that if you went to the court, one is your regular appeal remedy, the second is if you went to the court and demonstrated that all of these features show that there has been a complete absence of application of mind, there has been arbitrariness, I have no reason to believe that the court will not intervene.
Some of the assessees have gone into writ before the Calcutta High Court, and the Calcutta High Court has stayed the matter in those cases.
I can't hear you.
Some of the assessees have gone into Calcutta High Court by filing a writ in those matters, and the court has stayed the matter and discussed the principles, and that the natural justice has been violated, the court mentioned.
So, sir, again, as I said, I can't comment on specific facts, but if you look at we have got many reassessments. We've just got a reassessment set aside in Bombay, in fact, last Saturday. But by and large, wherever we are seeing that there's arbitrariness or there is a complete lack of opportunity being given to taxpayers, as you said, right of cross-examination not being given. In the old days, if you remember, we used to put in affidavits. And that is a very good practice because the law on affidavit developed that if you filed an affidavit, the tax department cannot reject it without cross-examining you. So often we used to file an affidavit, especially when it came to Section 68, when you had to give information, you put this on record. And in many cases where they chose not to cross-examine but reject the affidavit, the court said you can't reject the affidavit because you haven't cross-examined the person. So in reverse, if they are relying on something, then you have to have that right. If they are relying on it, you have to have the right to cross-examine if it is being adversely used against you. That is a very fundamental principle. You can't be condemned without an opportunity to be heard. There's one more aspect that I should alert all of you to. I don't alarm you. But as you know, under PMLA currently, tax matters are not a scheduled offense. However, criminal conspiracy is a scheduled offense, 120B. And what is happening now is that there is a trend, there is already a judgment. There are two judgments actually. One is Mr. Shiv Kumar, the gentleman, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Deputy Minister, Chief Minister of Karnataka. In his case, the entire predicate offense is actually tax violation. But they have linked in conspiracy because there were more than one person involved in how this particular matter happened. And the case is today proceeding on the basis that conspiracy is a standalone offense. And therefore, if there is conspiracy, that constitutes the predicate offense, scheduled offense for PMLA, even if the tax offense is not a scheduled offense. And I'll summarize this so that everybody gets a little picture here. The second is this Tahir Mehmed's case in Delhi. He was responsible for inciting these riots in Delhi, and there were some allegations about hiring people to beat up people, etc. But PMLA has been invoked on the basis of the GST. He made payments in cash for which he generated invoices. And GST obviously was avoided on those invoices. And they have treated that as the conspiracy and created a PMLA offense on the basis of the conspiracy. Now, what this means in practical terms is that if somebody files a false return in which he conceals or she conceals income of 5 crores, that by itself is not a predicate offense because there is only one person involved. But if you have found that you have procured a bill from somebody and that person has agreed that that bill was fake, there's more than one person involved, even if it is 5 lakhs, potentially it is a conspiracy. And if it's a conspiracy, even though it's a tax matter which is outside predicate offenses, it is dragged into PMLA. So I think this is another space that that we need to watch closely. We have been working hard. I mean, unfortunately, the judgments that have been used are actually haven't argued a number of points of how PMLA was introduced, but it's something that is going to be important for people who are practicing tax to be watchful of. Thank you.
One question. During your deliberation, one question.
Yeah, we can discuss it at the time. They're saying time.
During your deliberation, you said that there is a circular where it has been provided that the statement on which the department relies while making the addition should be furnished to the SSC before completion of the assessment. Can you give reference to that circular?
Yes, sir, we'll give it to you separately.
Thank you so much, sir. And we can take questions offline. Those will be answered offline as well. All right, now may I request CA Tarun Kumar Gupta, Vice President ACAE, for the vote of thanks.
Tax is the most creative subject, and as we all know, jurisprudence is the knowledge of law. So creativity on one side and the knowledge of law is a very good combination, and as sir said, it is creating opportunities for us as tax professionals. Sir has also mentioned the importance of the interplay of other laws that we need to know in the tax practice, be it the Transfer of Property Act, the PMLA, black money, GST, and other laws. Sir, I would like to compliment you for taking this important subject and raising all the important issues in front of all of us. And with these words, I would like to thank you, sir, and I request all of you to please carry this with a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the panel discussion on the topic India at 2030. Requesting everyone to kindly stay back because this is going to be very interesting and informative. And the moderator of this session would be CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, immediate past president ICAI. With him, we will be having on stage Ms. Ritika Khera, CA Dilip B. Desai, Mr. Manish Panchal, CA Sanjay Banka, and CA Sumit Banani. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us for this panel discussion. And let me tell you, we have arranged a quiz session which starts at the start of every session and it ends with the end of every session. And everybody, all the delegates can participate. There's a WhatsApp group. You will be receiving the link. I guess there were 2 sessions and you have already received the links over WhatsApp. Please click on the link, participate on the quiz, in the quiz, and the winners will get a gift hamper from Rosada at the end of the event. After all the sessions are over, the winners will receive their gifts. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the panel discussion. And I'm sorry that I had to say we'll be taking questions offline because there is time crunch and we have some more sessions coming up, and every speaker has to get their allocated time. So ladies and gentlemen, please pardon my intrusion in that. And this panel discussion will be very informative. Therefore, I'll be requesting everyone to be attentive throughout the session, please. Now, may I please request Ms. Ritika Khera to kindly come up on stage and take her seat. With her, may I please request CA Dilip B. Desai, the moderator of this discussion, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, immediate past president, ICAI, Mr. Manish Panchal, CA Sanjay Banka, and CA Sumit Binani. We would like to felicitate our immediate past president, ICAI, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra. And for the felicitation, may I request CS SM Gupta and CA Mukesh Jhawar to kindly come up on stage. CS SM Gupta and CA Mukesh Jhawar are requested to kindly come up on stage for the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra is a professional with strong academic leaning. CA Dr. Mitra was elected to CA Dr. Devashish Mitra. Ladies and gentlemen, CA Dr. Mitra was elected as the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the year 22-23. Serving his third term in the Council of ICAI, he has been serving the accounting profession for more than 34 years. Dr. Mitra, a senior practicing member, is also a cost accountant, company secretary, holds a master's degree in commerce, law graduate, and a qualified information systems auditor. Ladies and gentlemen, a seasoned strategist and leader to the core, he is the former president of Rotary Club of Calcutta as well, the oldest running Rotary Club in Asia, as well as former national president of the Institute of Internal Auditors India. So you're related to have you amongst us here today. Moving on, now we would like to felicitate Ms. Ritika Khera, and for the felicitation, may I request CA Sanjay Bhattacharya, CA Rashmi Chowcharia, and CA Anita Tosniwal to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Ritika Khera is a professor of economics at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, where she currently holds the Narendra and Chandra Singhi chair. During 2018-20, she was an associate professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. She received her MA and PhD in economics from the Delhi School of Economics and studied at the University of Sussex for her MPhil. Madam, we are elated to have you amongst us here. Moving on, we would like to felicitate CA Dilip B. Desai, and for the felicitation, may I please request CA Sushil Rungta and CA Vikas Kumar Banka to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, CA Dilip B. Desai is the founder and chairman of DHC International and Desai Haribhakti Consulting. Mr. Desai is among the very few professionals in our country whose unique insights on regulatory provisions and accounting principles have often become the law and practice at a later point in time. He is an acclaimed thought leader and visionary in his field for more than 3 decades. Thank you, sir, for gracing this conference for all of us. We are elated to have you. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you. Moving on, now we would like to felicitate Mr. Manish Panchal, and for the felicitation, may I please request CA Sushil Kumar Pransukha and CA Chimpu Agarwal to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Manish Panchal is an Executive Director, Investment Banking Business at Aquarius Capital, a leading merchant banker of India. Mr. Panchal has over 32 years of experience with equal mix of industry and strategy and operation consulting. His area of expertise is strategy development, operationalizing strategy execution, organic and inorganic, M&A, turnaround management and operation excellence by putting people, process, structure, governance in place. Please put your hands together for Mr. Manish Panchal. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we would like to felicitate CA Sanjay Banka. And for the felicitation, may I please request CA Santosh K. Rungta and CA Gopal Kumar Khaitan to kindly come up on stage. Requesting CA Santosh K. Rungta and CA Gopal Kumar Khaitan to kindly come up on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sanjay Banka is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. He is also a member of the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investment London, Indian Council of Arbitration and All India Management Association. He has over 30 years of experience in Indian and global conglomerates in telecom, retail and infrastructure sector. Mr. Banka enjoys strategic as well as operational finance and has exposure in driving business growth, strategic finance, M&A, taxation, audit, etc. Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I request our moderator of this session, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, to kindly proceed for the moderation of this panel discussion. And the topic is India at 2030.
Thank you very much. To my extreme right, Madam Ritika Khera. To my immediate right, a very close friend of mine for more than 20 years, Dilip Desai. And Mr. Manish Panchal. To my left, Sanjay Banka. To his left, and to his left, of course, Sumit Binani, the former chairman of the Eastern Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good afternoon to all of you. I start off with a huge pressure on my mind because P.D. Rungta was telling me that, you see, not in 1 hour, but you have to conclude in 50 minutes time. And you know, with this kind of panel, very difficult to do so. Right, so what we are going to do is, as we go ahead, you know, everybody gets 5 minutes, including myself. 5 minutes time, everybody, and it's a free-wheeling. That's 5 minutes, you can speak on anything, but the main topic is India at 2030, right? 2030. Not profession, not the chartered accountancy profession at 2030. It is India at 2030, so 5 minutes each. And after that, it will be, you know, some controversy. I was telling Madam Ritika today that make it free-wheeling. I was instigating her. You see, she was saying data protection. I said that Justice Sri Krishna was not very happy with the Data Protection Act, so you can speak on it. You know, you see, you need not always be very polite, and she said that I am not. So you see, you can expect a very, you know, you see, fiery lecture from her, but before that, let me tell you, India at 2013. August 23rd, sorry, India at 2023. August 23rd, 2023. I was in Delhi. And there in front of me, I was sitting with the president, with the vice, with some of the council members in Delhi, and in front of me was the screen. And there we could see the lander, Vikram, coming out of the lander, and then Vikram the lander, and from Vikram, the belly of Vikram, you see coming out Pragyan, right, the rover. And then everybody clapping. India, the first country, you see, to have landed Chandrayaan-3 in the lunar South Pole. And mind you, just before that, Russia had failed. Right? Russia with this lunar 225, Russia had failed. And those of us who talk about Russia, don't forget Yuri Gagarin, 1961, he was the first person to orbit the space. So Russia has a huge legacy as long as space is concerned, but they had failed. And India succeeded. And after that, it was all joy all about. And I was taking a lift to the second floor, those of us who have seen the institute, lift to the second floor. And the lift man, बोलता है सर बहुत बहुत बधाई. Lift man who never used to speak to me, बोलता है कि सर बहुत बहुत बधाई. And he extended his hand. India at 2023. In the evening, there was a conference and there was a dinner after that. Somebody asked me, and I was saying that great day today, right? Chandrayaan 3, great success. This man, he said, Debashish, how inclusive is India? You're talking, you are jumping about in joy. How inclusive is India? Very important question. I'm sure at some point of time, the panelists will take that question. He was saying, are we going to have a 5 trillion economy that the Prime Minister is talking about? By 2030, are we going to have it? Are we going to be the third largest economy in the world by 2030? Do you think so? How confident you are? The GDP rate, you are saying 6.7, are we going to stick to that when the inflation is so high? Right? So those were the questions that I asked. And today when I was coming, I was saying that, you see, SBI, State Bank of India, said all its loans, they're going to check those loans for carbon footprints. They're going to have a carbon audit for all its loans. How important is ESG and sustainability going to be in the India at 2030? So very, very important issues which, you see, we need to discuss. And of course, Madam was talking about Data Protection Act. August 11th, 2023, the Data Protection Act got the assent of the President. Justice Sri Krishna, not very happy with the exceptions given in the Act. He was the one who drafted the first draft of the Act way back in 2017. But he is not very happy. Are we going to go ahead? But 5 years of hard labor on this Act. And it's been passed, and it's going to be, the penalty for the breach of data privacy, 250 crores. Huge penal consequences. India at 230 having to battle with the Data Protection Act. How well will it serve us? So these are the questions, and of course today in the morning I saw Modi ji in BRICS. And then I also read that, you see, Delhi is going to be closed down from September 8th to September 10th because G20 summit is going to be there and whole of Delhi is going to close down and Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is going to close down. How big an international leader India is going to be in 2030? How big? These are the predictions. These are the crystal gazing that we have to do. I see my first speaker in the panel. You see the lady to my extreme right. I see professor at IIT, professor of economics at IIT Delhi. From, you see, having experience of having taught in IIM Ahmedabad, you see, person with an excellent profile, Madam Ritika Khera. You see, it's all yours, Madam. 5 minutes. If you don't mind, I'll stick to it. Thank you very much. Whatever suits you. Whatever suits you, Madam. Whatever suits you.
I hope this is on. Yeah, it is on. Okay. So first of all, I want to start by thanking Mr. Rungta and others for inviting me. I'm still very puzzled about why I was invited to a gathering of chartered accountants, because anyone who is familiar with my work and my training will know that I'm researching people and the economy, which is at the extreme other end of the spectrum from most of us who are gathered here. So Mr. Mitra, Dr. Mitra was saying how inclusive is India, and maybe that is the point I should speak to, because that is really the crux of my work. One hope I can express for India at 2030, when you have your annual conference, just in passing, is that the gender ratio on this panel will be inverted. That there will be only one man on the stage and there will be mostly women. In fact, when I was invited, I wrote back to Mr. Rungta and I said, all the eminent speakers that you have listed in your invitation to me, there was not a single man, a single woman in that list. But now I see in the final program they have added Miss Meenakshi Lekhi's name at least. So again, the hope is that by then there will be a complete inversion, not just balance, but a complete inversion. But this is just a joke. Actually, the reason why I felt interested in coming here and talking to you is because I work a lot on inequality. And I am very concerned with the fact that while some of us lead very comfortable lives, actually the bulk of the Indian population is struggling to, make ends meet. And just to give you an example of that, because it's very because I think if I ask all of you, in fact I had circulated a quiz also, if I ask you, do you think of yourself as upper class, middle class or lower class? Perhaps most of you will opt for middle? Yeah? Do you have a car? Do you have a sewage line that is connected to your toilets in your homes? Right. Now, if you look at the country as a whole, there's only 12 or 14% of people who own four-wheel cars. Okay, 14% according to the National Family Health Survey data from 2019 to 2021. Only 23% of urban residents have a sewage line connected to their homes, to the toilets in their homes. Now, if you all have these two basic facilities, you are in the top 14 to 25%, but you still think of yourself as middle class. How does one reconcile those two things? And actually, I can give you many more examples. For instance, according to the National Sample Survey data, only 2% of Indians hold shares in the market. And I'm sure most of you have some investments in the market. And why is this important, right? And this includes me. A lot of my colleagues, when I ask them, they always identify as middle class. But if you use any statistical data and if you put my salary there, I'm in the top 3%. I'm a government employee and most of my colleagues will think of themselves as middle class, and actually we're in the top 3% based only on my salary income. Not adding any other, if I own my own flat and I don't pay rent, then obviously that would move me up even further. And the reason I'm saying this is because actually we all think we are self-made and the role of the government in our success is quite small. But in fact, it is quite big. And just to take this example of a sewage line linked to your toilets, you have to think about how important that is to your well-being on a day-to-day basis. Can you imagine living without decent sewage facilities? This is a service that is provided by the government, and this is just one example. The roads on which you drive your cars, the beautiful parks in a city like Calcutta, street lighting. Many of us may have gone to either government schools or private aided schools, so our education is also facilitated to varying extents by the government. In Delhi, if someone very rich falls sick, their first preference is actually to go to AIIMS, which is a government hospital. The reason why many more people don't go there is because there's only one AIIMS in the country. So there are certain areas of government's contribution to our lives and our economic success, which I think we fail to recognize while we sit in the top 5 or 10%. There must be quite a lot of variation. And this is my hope for 2030, is that this perception will change. And a lot of my friends will say, I have a very good chartered accountant, and that's basically a code word for saying, my chartered accountant helps me to save on my taxes. And I think that actually a good chartered accountant, this is why I was saying, you wait till you hear what I have to say. You might think I'm a bit mad. But I do think that we need to stand up and say that we will pay taxes, because these taxes are enabling our own lives, which is very important, of course, but it is also enabling the lives of other Indians who were not so lucky to be born into good and well-off homes, right? So I was very happy in the morning the Minister for Women and Child Development was here, and actually West Bengal is one of the few states that is taking great initiatives to provide nutritious meals to children who go to Anganwadis, the Integrated Child Development Services Scheme, which is for children under the age of 6. And they are going to provide apparently eggs and even chicken. It became a bit of a controversy because they were talking about giving chicken. Where is that money coming from? So I just hope that in 2030, we will be proud citizens and proud for actually paying our fair share of the taxes, so much of which comes back to us, but also enables the government to run programs of redistribution that will help the country generate more capable people like you and myself, whether it's in the field of law or chartered accountancy or economics or whatever it is. Because right now, a very large chunk of the Indian population does not have access to enough education and good health to flourish the way that we have flourished. And to imagine a country where the remaining 70% will be able to flourish the way we are flourishing is going to take, the country as a whole to a completely different level. So we are underachieving very substantially right now because those who could contribute to the country's growth are not doing as much as we could. Now I can see that I've exceeded my time by far, but I was taking a lead from Dr. Mitra, who also exceeded his time a little bit. There's a counter, there's a timer, countdown timer here. Yeah. If there's an opportunity later, I would like to talk about digital and the personal data protection bill, but I'll let the other speakers have their fair chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see, one lady can make a lot of difference, madam. So you see, fantastic. But when you talk about chartered accountants, I was determined not to talk about the profession today. But now since you have instigated me, the chartered accountants must ensure that you pay taxes. Mind you, today I'm sure you heard the Vice President speak in the morning. We are very serious about our role as a partner in nation building. We are extremely serious. And that tagline was provided to us by none other than APJ Abdul Kalam. So you see, we are very serious about that role. Next, to my left, Mr. Manish Panchal. You see, he has a huge experience. Now, he sent me a list of questions on which, you see, he wanted to speak. When I saw that, I said, you can speak. I said that 5 minutes, sir. You can speak on whatever, but 5 minutes. Right? So, Panchalji. And don't be angry with me. You see, ACA mujhe bola, 5 minutes.
So, very good afternoon to you all. This is Manish, and one disclaimer, this is purely my view, not Equirus Capital view, and I'm sitting on several boards, so none of the board I represent has these views. This is personal view. I think very well set context. I think, ma'am, I wanted to respond why majority of the people here also feel that they are still middle class is because the value system of we Indians is actually very middle class, and it's good. Believe me, I've worked with Reliance, and Mukesh Bhai says this at the chairman's office, that we should live, though of course there's a controversy of Antalya and all, but personally he lives really genuinely a middle class value, personally. I've seen him eating street food even today. Stops the car, picks it up, which is his childhood memories. So that's Madras Cafe, street food. So he genuinely lives, and that's the kind of value he is trying to inculcate to next. I worked with Tatas. Genuinely, believe me, almost all of us, by design, work with middle class values. In consulting space, some of the top companies I worked with as head of Tata Strategic, they used to say, you are entitled, your proposal says that I'm entitled for a business class, but I say, no, I'll go kettle class or, They say, but I said, क्यों खर्चा करने का कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता? I don't want to show off to anyone. So that is what, ma'am, is actually, we've come up from ground up, so our mindset is middle class value. Now coming back to my point of view. So how many of you know what is the aspiration of India at 2030?
Just some number? Mitra Saab said $5 trillion. Is that or $10 trillion? Fantastic. So we have an educated and more sharper audience now. How many of you think we will be able to achieve $10 trillion? Just hands up. Oh, decent number. I think almost around 40-50% believe that we will achieve $10 trillion. Maybe after this panel finishes, that may go up, hopefully. So let me put it this way. When you look at the overall numbers, I won't touch on 10 trillion or 5 trillion, but I would rather touch on the position of India as we move forward. And I'm very firm that we will be number 3 economy in the world by 2030. So how or what? So we all know that 1,000 years back, India was, what was the position of India? Global economy? We were number 1, right? China, 1,000 years back, distance 2. US, 1,000 years back, did not exist. It only came up after 1700. China picked up very well in last 35-40 years and came back to position number 2 significantly. Whereas India still contributes around 3% as against 40% when it was number 1. So we are aspiring, maybe not 40%, but at least be number 3, number 2 over our golden jubilee by 2047 or whatever it is. So how would that happen? Now, if you look at the scenario currently, it's external and internal factors both. So when I say external factors, and it has a mixed reaction or response. So let's look at, say, US, which is the largest economy in the world. What's happening there? Banking crisis, been talked about. It's all in news for last more than a year. We also hear about political crisis, right? The past president being impeachment and stuff going around, and there's a serious polarization in politics also. What's happening? The dominance of US, do you see still it is dominant, or people see it as a dominant country? No, they have a lot of rub-offs with so many countries across the world. And the side effect of that is people are talking of transactions in their own currencies. Dollar dominance also may go off, maybe 7 years down the line. Already, there are other options being talked about and transactions informally, formally happening, including India talking about rupee changes. So that's about US. Do you see US growing at 6%, 5%? At the moment, no, right? Number 2, let's look at, we come down to Europe. We all know crisis of energy post-Ukraine-Russia war. And anyways, Europe has been stagnated primarily because of a lot of demographic challenges in terms of population, age, various other factors. Recently, we've seen also racial challenges. And not only that, they are bringing in a lot of new elements through sustainability as a route. So I don't know how many of you are aware of CBT, carbon border tax, CBT, is also one way to compensate, their losses and basket their own trade and trade barriers, which India is opposed right now. So that's the status of Europe. Do you think Europe is going to grow the way it used to grow? Doubtful. That's also decently large. I'm talking whole Europe, not Germany or France or... Let's come down, look at Middle East. Middle East, part of it was consolidated, but Middle East as a whole has always having different point of view and disputes. But interesting, if you see 2 large power, Iran and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia plays a significant elder brother role. Recently have signed a peace accord, first time in the history. You never know what can happen. Middle East will get a hit because of sustainability, because of oil being substituted by new energy like hydrogen. But having said that, good amount of money is being circulated around the world, and there might be a shift in those aspects. Coming to China, China is no more a sleeping giant. It has already pivoted itself to new technologies, new solutions, and is doing extremely well. even at this large base of, I think, around $19.6 trillion revenues, GDP, they are actually able to, still move in a positive zone. It's still not negative. And even 2% or 3% growth for that is significantly high. So I see that, of course, China will keep growing. There's ups and downs, wo to life hai, lab dhab, heart is going like that. Now, with these kind of external factors, and there are some internal factors, where since I'm getting a timeline, maybe if I get a chance, I'll come back. So India, we talk about a lot of non-linear growth opportunities. We talk about equitable growth, which goes through across all the sections of the businesses, all the sections of the society. And my view is that we'll be able to achieve our vision to be number 3 by 2030. Just one last statement, sir, if you are okay. So why I'm saying that, if you compare our GDP to China, I guess it's somewhere around what we were in what China was in 2006 or 7, we are there today. In terms of our per capita income, we are somewhere around 2006 and 9 ka gap mein. So what China has been able to do in say 15 years, it's just exactly the same we have to replicate. And that is what you're seeing that government is working. I sit on at least 3 government committees or task force or think tank in chemicals, in sustainability, I'm on CI National Task Force. Green hydrogen, I'm closely working with Mr. Gadkari. I have papers published which is part of the National Hydrogen Mission. And personally, I strongly feel that the government is working equitable and focusing on non-linear growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the insights, whatever you have spoken. I'm sure the audience here, they have noted, and the comparison that you made between India and China. Saudi Arabia, you see, has been in the news in recent times for the wrong reasons, since you speak about it. They are creating an upheaval in the soccer, because see, they are purchasing all the soccer players who play in Europe with all the money, the oil money that they have. For example, Cristiano Ronaldo and so many people are all playing in Saudi Arabia now. Right, so see, we have with us now Sanjay Manka, chartered accountant. You see, he is a finance professional, a strategist, and Sanjay ji, the floor is all yours. Good. One question which many of them would like to ask you: where will the Sensex go in 2030? Please.
Sensex is just a small part. So when we came out with public issue recently, our issue was oversubscribed 190 times. A Calcutta-based company, a jewelry company, 190 times. In fact, when we did anchor allocation, there were certain investors who wanted the entire anchor book. And this was the first time in my life where we say problem of plenty. The anchor book was only 120 crore and we received interest up to 900 crore. And when I say 190 times, that means 21,000 crore was as the platter against the issue value of 405 crores. The why I'm raising this point is that the huge interest in India. India is not same. And Calcutta, because we are all from Calcutta, when we are saying India at 2030, we are saying Calcutta at 2030, West Bengal at 2030. There's a huge and immense opportunity. It's only by branding, a proper branding, proper business practices, that's how we can set our brand image and take India to 2030. So let me give you a small framework as to how India has grown currently and which are the key pillars through which we will see India in 2030. In corporate, we call it PESTEL: political, economical, social, ecological, and technology. So we'll see India from these 5 prisms very fast, and then from the same prism, we'll see India in 2030. In fact, in 2050, we are all talking about $10 trillion economy. There are reports which say that by 2050, India's GDP will be $57 trillion. From $3 trillion, while we are talking about $10 trillion, there is a unanimity of $7 to $8 trillion, $57 trillion. So that is what the vision we all have to think. Many of us may not be there in 2050, but I think we are the most fortunate Indians, and we would like to be reborn in this country again to see that pride when the India reaches $57 trillion. So when we say political, we have a very strong political system, stable political system. When we talk about economy, we have a very strong economy. The GDP growth has been among the best in the global order. In the range, I'm just giving range, not the exact number. 67%. The inflation has been well in control. Despite COVID, our inflation is in the range of 4 to 5%. Our FDI, we are amongst the among the top recipients of FDI, $100 billion. So when we talk about the GDP, it is not only the growth of the existing base. This $100 billion will continue to come to us for next 10 years until 2050, which will again create huge employment and will add to the GDP. We are the top in the world in terms of foreign remittance from individuals, from the NRIs. $100 billion, this is never discussed. So when we talk about the brain drain, it's not brain drain, it is a brain leadership. So more than 7 lakh students are studying globally every year, and they are sending $100 billion to India. So this is not repatriable. This will be invested in India, this will be invested in real estate, and that is what will create future growth, future employment. We talk about Forex reserve. Our Forex reserve is in the range of $600 billion approximately. And what is our import-export? Which it was around $500 billion of imports, $350 billion of export, a trade deficit of around $150 billion. It has slightly increased to 600 and 400, $200 billion. That means our import, which is $600 billion, our reserves are $600 billion. We are self-dependent up to 1 year, 8 months to 12 months. We don't depend upon anybody. We are in a very safe zone. So these are the indicators of Indian economy. There are many more figures. And then we'll talk how they will change in 2030. PE. Now S. S is most important because with all these numbers, we have a very strong base. I think our average age of Indians is in the range of 28 or 29 years. We call it demographic dividend. This demographic dividend and hard-working people. So we are a race which we are always hard-working. And most of us, or many of us, we have come from middle-class background. I used to study in a school where I used to pay 36 rupees per year. So most of the chartered accountants are hard-working. When during road shows, I met people in Singapore, in London, and Bombay. Most of them are people who are hard-working. It is this hard-working population, it is the hard-working people who are delivering on Swiggy, Zomato. They are the real Indians. So that demographic dividend is most important for us when we talk about social. And women empowerment, which she said. Women empowerment, the women in participation is very important. So the time is up. So similarly on technology side, on ecological side, the future when we talk about the ethanol blending, the reduction of the import value, the continuous building of the forex reserve. So I see India among the top 3, definitely, and among the world leaders. So thank you very much. I could not add more points. Thank you.
और थोड़ा मायूस हो गए आप वो सेंसस के बारे में नहीं बोले see but don't worry I'm going to come back to it we'll come back to you about that the last of the panelist Dilip Desai I think he requires no introduction in Calcutta having started off and doing so very well and I know Dilip Desai is very stickler for time. So 5 minutes means fast pay, 5 minutes. So see, so this is all yours.
He's putting his own timer because the song is finished.
Good morning. What a pleasure to see so many friends out here on such wonderful morning. Debashish was right, I am very particular about time before I start my speech. So I requested Debashish that I should speak the last because time was a constraint everything would have been spoken, I would have more time to rejoice with my friends. And we had such wonderful deliberations from the speakers, different perspectives we got. So I would just like to supplement, the positive spirit that we have, and also put some realistic, aspects which we need to look at as the target. First, would you tell me where was India before East India Company came to India? Anybody? We are talking about number 3, number 5. What was our rank before East India Company came to India? We were all through number 1. We were the richest country in the world. I was in UK just 10 days back and saw Kohinoor. And we have every Indian today who is a Kohinoor. You see any success anywhere in the world, there is an Indian. So where India is going to be in 2030, I would say India will be on the top of the world in 2030. And when we think of, us as professionals, we need to understand, appreciate that we have a much bigger role. Ritika ji rightly said that, and I was very carefully listening to her when she said that we should not, encourage our clients not to pay tax, but to pay tax. Actually, it is very important that we need to be catalyst of the growth. And today, if you see any industry which is prospering, anybody who has grown too big, at the back, you would see professionals. So that I would see, we as a professional need to have a big journey of mind from today to 2030 to play that right role. We spoke about per capita, we spoke about GDP crossing 5 trillion, 10 trillion, 50 trillion. Then I have only, one supplement, that where are we in terms of per capita GDP? Where are we in terms of per capita income? So we are number 5 in terms of GDP, fine. But in terms of per capita GDP, we are possibly above 125 in ranking. In terms of per capita income, we are near 140 in ranking. And we need to see to it that we really work to improve that rank. If we improve that ranking, then 5 trillion, 10 trillion and 50 trillion are not an issue at all. And we professionals can really be the architect to make that happen. That is one aspect which I would like to say. Another thing is, we are in the city of Calcutta. Calcutta, love is more important than money. So you would be aware that there is a global happiness index. Again, in global happiness index, we are beyond 125. We need to see to it that how the happiness index, along with prosperity index, also improves significantly. We see so many people who were so-called lower middle class, they have come to middle class to upper middle class. From there, they have become rich and super rich, and still they think they are middle class. But when they migrated from lower middle class to that super rich, have they also improved in the happiness, or their happiness has fallen down? How do we work out our ecosystem where with economic prosperity, the happiness also improves? This is an area which, again, where we need to work. As a country, we have been speaking about ease of doing business. Those of you who are in profession, and we have some interesting topics today also, on where the professionals are. Do we have ease of doing business as far as profession is concerned? Or you ask the promoters, do you have ease of doing business? We really need to significantly improve in those areas. And let me say that if we all resolve together, giving up our individualistic thought process and going into a collective thought process, it is possible. As a professional, how we could be accepted, we could be respected, we could be recognized, rather than being isolated for one single flaw by one person and ignoring 10,000 people who have done great things because of which today the economy is prospering. That is where I think we need to work together and make it happen. I started before my time started because it shows time is up. But if I very briefly say that 2030, we certainly see India in a very glorious position. The statistics say that 5 trillion we should be crossing by maybe 2027 itself. And that is what our Prime Minister is also committed. And I would not be surprised if we are looking at 10 trillion in 2030. And if we see some of the numbers in past, again, they are a big indicators of where we are. Just to give you an example, our capital outlay on infrastructure in 2021-22 budget was 2.5 trillion. It took 73 years to reach there. In 2022-23 budget, it was 5 trillion. And in 2023-24, it was 10 trillion. The way in which things are happening, the way in which actions are happening on ground, and as our first speaker today, Ritika ji, very clearly, very categorically told that while we do not recognize too many things, but what government is doing is again extremely important. The on-ground actions of the government which were always there, but if we see in last maybe few years, and I am not speaking about any political party, anybody, government is government, apolitical. Possibly they are commendable, and that's where we see a great hope when we come to 2030 and 2050. This is the Amrit Kal that we all are looking towards. We are very fortunate, I would say, as professionals that we are part of this journey of our nation. And somebody said that we do not know whether we'll live. I would say we all should be alive in 2050 to see 50 trillion economy. Thank you so much.
Dilip Desai, thank you very much. How many of you can raise your hands, think that he's right, that in 2030, the Indian economy will be 10 trillion? So many of you? Well, all of us? All right, very good. All right, very good. So it appears that, you see, we are going to have such a situation. Ritika ji said that we are really not very inclusive, if I have interpreted, right? We are really not inclusive. How many of you would agree with her that we have the growth, we are doing well with the GDP 6% plus, but the growth is not inclusive? How many of you would agree with that, right? So, not many. See, so many of you think that the growth is inclusive? Yeah. Okay, all right. Ritika, taking a point from here. Here you will get only about 1 to 2 minutes because I have to conclude. Why do you feel that we are not inclusive? Why do you feel that we are not inclusive? Right, Mike. You have that.
Why do I think it's not inclusive? I mean, this, you can think of inclusiveness in very different ways. And just in terms of gender, it's very obvious. And this is not unusual, this kind of setup where there are very few women and there are many men. It's very standard. Even in my own institute, it's a terrible situation. But I'm not concerned right now about gender inequality. I'm thinking more of economic inequality. And if you look at the measures of inequality in India, they are very bad. Like, 50% of the wealth in the country is concentrated in the hands of 1 or 2% people. So, as Mr. Desai was saying, I think he's exactly right. What we need to focus on is not 57 trillion, but in per capita terms. If we become 57 trillion economy, but that 57 trillion is in my hands only and you get nothing of it, how would you feel? Yeah, so what matters is right now we are getting a very good share of the growth of the 57 or 3 trillion, it doesn't matter. So in per capita terms, we have to think about it. We are lucky, I would say, that we were born into a house which allowed us to achieve our full potential and be a Kohinoor. Many more Indians could be Kohinoors. And by not investing in our people, in health and education, we will not reap the demographic dividend that Mr. Banga was talking about. To reap, because India is a labor abundant economy. Our strength is our people. But if those people are illiterate, not well educated, they are sick all the time.
Can I just add one point? Just one point, yeah.
1 minute, please. Please, otherwise I cannot complete this session. She's saying 2030 health and education has to be laid stress on. And then India will be more inclusive. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah. On this inclusive, we have this thing, we'll not go ahead. I come back to that Sensex. Many people, they have said that 2030, Sensex should be 1 lakh. How many of you agree to that? Beyond 1 lakh? Beyond 1 lakh? Bankaji, would you agree? They are saying they are very bullish about
No, see, I can only say that, as a listed company, we also want to be multiple X growth. So if I look at multiple X growth, then I'm confident.
So you are agreeing with that, whatever they are feeling, that it will go beyond 1 lakh.
Absolutely.
Even Manishji is saying that beyond 1 lakh.
Absolutely.
Right?
Because the new number of companies which will be raising funds, the new investors, new promoters, they are all spending time. We spend almost 18, 20 hours per day, and that is what will convert into the Sensex.
Right. Dilip, technology, something that we have not touched, but a speaker earlier had said, AI and the technology, you see, it will be omnipresent in 2030. India at 2030, artificial intelligence technology would be omnipresent, right? What would be your comment on that? Do you feel that it will be totally omnipresent? AI, see, everything will be AI based?
So again, we certainly call ourselves as the technological leaders. But again, if you see US or if you see Europe, the use of the technology and AI in the day-to-day actions is something which we are yet to see in India, all said and done. Okay. So by 2030, I would see there will be a huge explosion of technology and AI in our daily work activities, and that would be very helpful, I would think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Manishji, you have done a lot of work on sustainability, carbon footprints. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is also trying to position itself as a leader in the sustainability. Modi ji is now talking about sustainability. He is talking about one earth, one future, one family in G20. How much do you think in 2030 sustainability will be the buzzword in India at 2030?
I would say that sustainability is already a buzzword for last 4 years. Today, not a single board is not talking about sustainability as center of the strategy, because going forward, I see a lot of disruptions happening. I'll give you one simple example which is in public domain, so you'll be able to relate, but I've got 20 such examples by businesses how sustainability will disrupt the business. And I have a public article, you can Google Industry 5.0 is going to be by sustainability. So the simple example is if you look at the powertrain system, the kind of mechanism which is operating in automotive industry.
is completely going to change because of EV. Right now, it is just very small percentage of EV sold in the overall scheme of things. But going forward, if you see the number of EV being sold today is increasing day by day, and it will disrupt. Same way, green hydrogen, which I'm very closely connected with, is going to be a biggest disruptor. And believe me, it is not just we saying it, but we have an added advantage against so many other countries where we may take a kind of a leadership position in that green hydrogen, which is a disruptive energy going forward. And that, as per our National Hydrogen Mission, which is formally announced a few months back, we are expecting a big investment in this space and also good returns long term. So that's how it's going to work out.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming almost to the end of this panel discussion. Fantastic panel. Sorry I could not give them more time. Summing up, everybody, I think, across all the four panelists with me agree that in India at 2030 would be a bright India. It would be an India which is sustainable. Somebody used the word Kohinoor. It would be India which would be shining like a Kohinoor diamond. It would be India which would take its rightful place in the League of Nations. It would be India, I think Ritika ji will agree, which would be more inclusive than what it is today. And it would be an India of which we would be extremely proud to be a citizen of. So that is the India which we all believe which will occur in 2030, and that's the India in which the profession, mainly the profession of chartered accountancy, will exist. And let me tell you, I congratulate ACAE for having organized this and selecting this topic. They could have easily selected profession at the rate 2030, but they did not do that. They selected India at 2030. You see, because all of us, we believe that our future, our destinies as a profession is intertwined with the future of this country. That, you see, if the country has a bright future, the profession has a bright future. We cannot exist in isolation. So, full credit to ACAE for having selected this topic. Full credit. I think we can all clap for ourselves. Full credit. I'm so impressed by, you see, I've been always very proud of being a member of ACAE, and I'm so impressed with, the topic that you have selected. And further, I'm very impressed, before Sumi Binani offers the vote of thanks, with the kind of panelists that you have selected. One, a greater Kohinoor gem than the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now, may I please request CA Sumit Binani, Vice President ACAE, for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand here with immense gratitude as we have reached the conclusion of this very exciting panel discussion, very, very informative. We are privileged to have amongst us a distinguished panel of experts, and the entire ACAE gathering over here have immensely benefited with their presence and the kind of deliberations which we have seen. We thank all of you for coming here and gracing this occasion and being a part of this event. Well, it's a pleasant opportunity for me to offer a formal vote of thanks and also to sum up the discussions. So first and foremost, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Madam Ritika Khera, whose thoughts and insights into the need of economic inclusivity in India has been indeed inspiring. Ma'am, your statistical inputs on India's existing economic inequality and the aspiration of India's economic future has been indeed valuable. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presence once again. On behalf of ACAE, we also thank our esteemed strategic thinker, a merchant banker, Mr. Manish Panchal, for providing his insights on the expected non-linear and equitable growth trajectory which our country is set to achieve in times to come. Thank you very much for sparing your time and coming over here, sir. Furthermore, I would like to extend our appreciation to CA Sanjay Banka. He is of a very strong opinion that with proper branding and governance and ethical business practices, organizations can expect a tremendous growth in the next decade. With his deep financial acumen, fiscal expertise, and research, he expects India's GDP to touch $57 trillion by the end of 2050. Thank you very much for your insights and coming here. And of course, our esteemed consultant and practitioner, who is Mr. Dilip Desai, who has built an envious domestic professional practice. He spoke about the role of professionals as an important catalyst for our country's growth in times to come. He also rightly articulated the need to balance between the happiness and prosperity index. Sir, your presence has added immense value to the discourse, and we are truly appreciative of your time and expertise. Lastly, I think I'm indeed privileged to offer so many votes of thanks in the past to the International Brand Ambassador of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, our very own immediate past president, C.A. Devashish Mitra. I must thank him as a moderator. And Mr. Mitra, your skillful and adept handling of the discussion was exceptional. Your ability to keep the discussion flowing smoothly, ensuring equal participation, and sir, quick to learn and manage the time constraints from the lone lady over here has been remarkable, sir. Your thoughtful selection of questions and your ability to facilitate meaningful exchanges have made this discussion both informative and very engaging. Thank you very much, all of you, for being amongst here, and we look forward to many such discourses in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to our dignitaries. And now requesting our dignitaries and everyone present in the hall to kindly join us for lunch. And the next session will start at 2:15 sharp. We'll be starting the next session at 2:15, and the topic will be, Are We Monkeys with Many Masters? Thank you.
Old age needs a true friend indeed, who is ever ready to hold hands in every need. An assurance that can conquer all worries of loneliness, insecurity, and health. It's time now to open a new chapter of positivity. Let's bring back the hues of joy, compassion, and security back to those lives. Jagrati Dham always feels happy to drench in the colors of cheerfulness with your arrival in our family. We feel overjoyed to welcome you with open arms. in our realm of eternal ecstasy, where you can start your day with yoga session amidst green and moments serene, and experience the lovely sight of your near ones dropping into your doorsteps. Give your closed ones a grand reception at the grand lobby of your new home. Ample light and wind here for everyone to refresh and unwind. Well-planned construction with wide corridors, ensuring hassle-free movement for all, always. The AC lounge has the perfect setting to meet and greet your special guests. Enjoy all your 3 meals with the friendly fellow residents at our spacious dining hall. You can also savor the lovely food at the outdoor dining area, next to the greenery outside. You will love your delightful dish that comes fresh from the organic farming practiced within the premises. Go for a healthy walk at the backside lawn and cherish all your lovely experiences here. We will offer you will be healthy and steady, as our in-house nurses are always ready. Special care for patients' smiles, and every document will be preserved in files. Our spacious lifts will always be at your service to take you places with ease. There will be no lonely evening, as your attendant will always be caring. Enjoy a lovely movie with your co-residents, or to talk to your children who are far inside our well-equipped AV room. There is also a gym of new age to challenge the worries of old age. Find peace in the meditation room and let your spirituality bloom. Jagrati Dham, bringing the happy hues back to your lives. Go for a spa at your leisure and relish those moments of pleasure. A great stock of books in our library will keep your soul busy and merry. Challenge your opponent in the cards room with your card skill at will. Let time fly in company of your fellow residents with some moments high. Memorable get-togethers in the multi-purpose room will let you cherish the lovely essence of community living. Healthy food maintains hygiene, as we keep our kitchens neat and clean. See your prayers getting an answer at your second innings of life over here. Old age can never be a burden when you have a trusted one to hold your hand. Trust us when we promise you a life joyful and calm. Here at your very own Jagrati Dham, a gold age home. For any enquiry and admission, call 8820022022. Email contact@jagratidha.com. old age needs a true friend indeed, who is ever ready to hold hands in every need. An assurance that can conquer all worries of loneliness, insecurity, and health. It's time now to open a new chapter of positivity. Let's bring back the hues of joy, compassion, and security back to those lives. Jagriti Dham always feels happy to drench in the colors of cheerfulness with your arrival in our family. We feel overjoyed to welcome you with open arms in our realm of eternal ecstasy, where you can start your day with yoga session amidst green and moments serene, and experience the lovely sight of your near ones dropping into your doorsteps. Give your closed ones a grand reception at the grand lobby of your new home. Ample light and wind here for everyone to refresh and unwind. Well-planned construction with wide corridors, ensuring hassle-free movement for all, always. The AC lounge has the perfect setting to meet and greet your special guests. Enjoy all your 3 meals with the friendly fellow residents at our spacious dining hall. You can also savor the lovely food at the outdoor dining area, next to the greenery outside. You will love your delightful dish that comes fresh from the organic farming practiced within the premises. Go for a healthy walk at the backside lawn and cherish all your lovely experiences here. We will offer you super conveniences inside your bedroom with a bedside call button in any emergency. Days are sweet as a song from the balcony with greens and glory all along. Rooms are of 2 kinds, normal and special. But an attendant will always be there to give that extra special care. Special rooms have wide and seamless washrooms for the special ones with physical challenges. Every resident will be healthy and steady as our in-house
I can see a very serious discussion is going on, but I'll be requesting everybody to please settle down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. All right, this next session is very interesting because I personally loved the topic. The topic is, are we monkeys with many masters? Repeating, are we monkeys with many masters? Ladies and gentlemen, the speaker of this topic is CA Singh, International Second Vice President, Lions Clubs International. He is an international speaker, and accompanying him would be our immediate past president, ACAE, CA Vivek Agarwal. May I request both the gentlemen to kindly come up on the dais, requesting CA Vivek Agarwal to kindly accompany CA Singh, our international speaker. Now we would like to felicitate Sir. And for the felicitation, may I please request CA Rishi Khator, CA Vivek Neotia, and CA Ankit Loharuka to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. AP Singh is currently serving as the International Second Vice President of Lions Clubs International, world's largest service club organization. He is also a qualified chartered accountant based out of Kolkata, India, who has been practicing since 1984. For the past 20 years, he has been engaged primarily with advising and representing professional accountants in regulatory, legal, and disciplinary matters. So we are honored to have you amongst us here. Thank you so much. Now requesting CA Singh to kindly proceed.
Good afternoon, friends. Lunch, siesta, difficult time, but thank you for being here. First of all, my thanks and my appreciation to the organizers for putting up such a wonderful conference, and for all of you to be able to find time from your busy schedules to participate in such conferences. And also thanks to them for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. Let me start going ahead with the topic that has been assigned to me. Are we monkeys with many masters? For all these years, we were associated with dogs. Watchdog, bloodhound, which kind of a dog? And now we have now found a new association with monkeys. So the organizers of this particular seminar have got some kind of a research that may ultimately be termed as some kind of genetic re-engineering if we were to shift from the dogs, the canine family, to the baboon family and be termed as monkeys. But that's in lighter vein, but the issues are related. When we refer to that word dog, and we go back to that landmark case, which speaks of an auditor being a watchdog and not being a bloodhound. But then that particular judicial pronouncement is ancient today. It's a landmark judgment, that's for sure, but the judgment is ancient. When that judgment was pronounced, the expectations from the auditors was very different from the expectations of the auditors today. The reporting requirements and the disclosure requirements and the role required to be played by the auditors was totally different. The only commonality is the word auditor, but the role of the auditor is totally uncomparable to the role of the auditor in that part of the earlier 20th century when the judgment was delivered, saying that the auditors are watchdogs, to what the auditors are today. I'm not trying to say that we immediately conclude that the auditors today are required to be bloodhounds. I'm not saying that. But what we need to understand is that we cannot compare apples to bananas. They're different. So this role has transformed. There has been an evolution in the role of the auditors over the years. This evolution has taken place because of the development in the industry, because of the entities, the business entities becoming so large, business entities becoming so influential, and business entities becoming so powerful that they could as well be controlling our entire life. In the United States, the 4 biggest entities, if they get together, they could be fighting the government of United States. The government of United States would not like to perhaps take decisions that hits at the economy until and unless those top 4 companies are also in sync with them. The size has really grown to a level which is beyond sometimes human imagination. There are entire small townships which constitute a part of the office buildings of each of those entities. They are simply so large. The next issue which has taken place, or development which has taken place, is the complexity. The complexity of the transactions is totally uncomparable today as what it was earlier. From a simple transaction of just buying and selling, today the way the trade takes place across the countries and the way the laws of the different countries come into play, and there are understandings between the different countries for various exemptions and various courtesies that are extended between one country and the other. Now that has become an extremely complex issue. The language of accountancy has become it's truly become a language by itself. It's not just figures. Today, to be able to understand and comprehend financial statements in its fullest sense, one has to be able to understand the language of financial accountancy. It's not just statements. It's not कि एक वो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट बनाया हुआ है, एक वो बैलेंस शीट बनाई हुई है और उसे देखा और हम उसके फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट समझ जाएंगे. What is the financial statement conveying? Where the entity could lead to? What could be the future, the immediate, the middle, even in the medium term? And what are the projections which are more or less evident? A lot more is available in the information that is a part of the financial statements. The word financial statements has been defined in the standards, and it is definitely much more than the figures which is there. And that additional information which is provided, and it is provided according to the standards which govern the entities for providing that information in terms of the accounting standards, that leads us to this comment that it's a different language altogether. वो भाषा अगर हमको नहीं आती है तो हम वो फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट समझ ही नहीं सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट में जो बॉटम लाइन एक देख रहे हैं आप, जो फिगर्स के लिए, that is not everything what really gives us the entire picture of that organization, maybe even 12 months hence. अभी तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुए हैं. अभी तो यूएस में भी सस्टेनेबिलिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स कंपल्सरीली इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुए हैं. But how far are they? SASB, I think that's the term. SASB is working. Some of the top firms have got research papers where through which they are recommending to their clients to voluntarily make disclosures in terms of the SASB pronouncements. तो SASB के वो standards जब implement होंगे, वहां से लेकर इंडिया में वो standards को implement होने में मुझे कोई बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं दिख रहा है. 10 साल अगर मैं बोलूं तो I think that's too stretched. There may be some amongst here, like Mamta ji is here, who would believe कि ये 5 साल का रास्ता होगा. मुझे लगता है कि हो सकता है 7-8 साल लग जाएं. That's all. लेकिन उससे ज्यादा नहीं. 7-8 साल से हम ज्यादा नहीं चलेंगे. So ये जो standards हैं, And I'm going to come to that कि ये regulators, monkeys, many masters वाली बात में मैं आने वाला हूँ. I'm not going to evade the topic. I'm going to get there. The issue is how many masters we have is a different issue. But is the monkey capable of holding the fruit? Has the monkey learned to hold the fruit? The monkey may have to dance to the tunes of many masters, that's all right. But has the monkey learned to dance? Has the monkey learned to hold the fruit? Does the monkey know how to peel the banana? कि banana सीधा नहीं उल्टा छीला जाता है. Human beings have also learned from the monkeys. Sometimes when we peel the banana, वो सीधा हम छीलते हैं, banana कभी नहीं छीला जाता. वो कभी कड़ा भी होता है, कभी आधा पका होता है. Banana को उल्टा करके peel करिए, immediately छीला जाएगा, because the monkeys always peel it the other way around. We've learned it from the monkeys. But the point is, has the monkey learned the dance? That's very important. क्यों? क्योंकि monkey का जो आज का जो dance है, that's to be on different tunes. उसको अलग अलग ढंग से वो डांस करना है. आज से वो जो टाइम ऑफ द अर्लियर 20th सेंचुरी जब हमने वॉचडॉग की बात की, उस मंकी को सिर्फ एक रिदम पे डांस करना होता था. आज दैट मंकी इज रिक्वायर्ड टू डांस ऑन मल्टीपल रिदम्स. अब मल्टीपल रिदम्स पे वो म्यूजिक एक ही म्यूजिक सिस्टम से निकलना चाहिए कि अलग अलग म्यूजिक सिस्टम से निकलना चाहिए, वो अलग बात है. एंड हम उसके बारे में बात करेंगे. मास्टर्स अलग अलग होने चाहिए कि एक वन विंडो मास्टर होना चाहिए, वो दैट्स अ सेपरेट इशू एंड विल टॉक अबाउट इट. बट दैट मंकी इज रिक्वायर्ड टू बी एबल टू डांस टू डिफरेंट रिदम्स, ये तो आज की रिक्वायरमेंट हो गई है. सो अगर हम वो डॉग से मंकी पे ट्रांजिशन हो रहे हैं, आर वी रेडी, आर वी प्रिपेयर्ड? That kind of preparedness and readiness is there in the profession to be able to dance to those different tunes. That's the question. That is the moot question. मैंने sustainability standards की इसलिए बात की because that is something which is a writing on the wall. How many of us are preparing? How many of us are even reading? How many of us doing even casual reading as to the direction in which that is going? आज हम internal audit तो हमारा हिस्सा है. हम कई एक इंटरनल ऑडिट्स करते भी हैं. और अगर स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिट की भी बात करें तो देयर इज अ रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर एंड एन इंटरनल ऑडिटर, और देयर मे बी नो रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन एन एक्सटर्नल ऑडिटर एंड इंटरनल ऑडिटर. Sometimes many of us don't realize that the way the standards are written and the way the reporting is required, an auditor can have a policy of not relying on the work of the internal auditor. That can be a very well. And all the big firms, they do not rely on the work of the internal auditor. They do not. They do not rely on the work of the internal auditor. Their entire audit procedures are planned and performed with the clear understanding and with the policy in place that they are not relying, although they are reading the report of the internal auditor, they are not relying on the work of the internal auditor. Reading the report of the internal auditor and relying on the work of the internal auditor are entirely two different things. They are entirely two different things. Where I am going to go is the next piece of rhythm. हमारे internal audit के standards तो कब से हैं? हम में से कितने हैं who are very conversant with the internal audit standards? मैं यहाँ presume कर ले रहा हूँ कि auditing standards में हम thorough हैं. But then that's also not a fact. That is also not a fact. How many of us are thorough? वो तो हमारा basic dance है. वो तो basic rhythm है. मैं प्रिज्यूम कर ले रहा हूं कि उस बेसिक रिदम में हम लोग थ्रू हैं. और अगर उस बेसिक रिदम में भी इफ देयर इज अ लैक, देयर इज अ लैप्स और देयर इज अ गैप बिटवीन द एक्सपेक्टेशन फॉर द एक्सपर्टीज दैट वी आर रिक्वायर्ड टू हैव एंड दैट वी एक्चुअली हैव एंड द काइंड ऑफ वर्क दैट वी परफॉर्म इन दैट बेसिक रिदम थ्रू द परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द बेसिक ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, देन द केस इज इवन मोर डिफिकल्ट. How many of us are today, we are talking about frauds. I was talking informally with our friends here because that's becoming a very big issue and I'll definitely touch it. And ये word fraud की definition अलग-अलग जगह अलग-अलग दे दी गई है. I mean, हमारे Companies Act में एक चीज बोलता है, आप CRPC में जाके देख लीजिए, उसकी definition अलग है. And कारों में जिस तरह से वो fraud की बात कर रहे हैं वो अलग है. एंड नफरा ने तो उसमें परसीव्ड या टू बी डिटेक्टेड इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ डिटेक्शन को भी उसमें फ्रॉड में ले लिया है अपने एक नोटिफिकेशन में, तो वो तो अनएंडिंग हो गई है. अकॉर्डिंग टू मी दैट हैज बिकम अनएंडिंग. सो द फ्रॉड की डेफिनेशन बहुत लंबी हो गई है. मैं उस डेफिनेशन में बाद में जाऊंगा. How many of us have studied the forensic standards? What I'm trying to lay down as a ground rule, very important. Masters कितने होंगे? हमारे leaders of the profession यहाँ पे हैं, हमारे members of the council हैं, आप एक important body हो, आप representations करते हो to the government and the government agencies, and some of you through various other chambers and various other organizations, you make the representations and you'll continue to make those representations. I'm not sure whether Debashish Da is here. He will hear this and, but they are fully aware of it. They carry our voice to the government sector and all of that is fine. But the essential part of that is how well are being prepared for that rhythm. How many of us have really read through those forensic standards also? We are the first institute to have approved the forensic standards. We are the leaders across the world. हमारी अगर leadership में एक हमारी maturity display हुई है to the entire world as an accounting profession, as a profession as the practicing professional accountants in India, we have really shown our maturity because we have led the way through the release or through the publication and the approval of the forensic standards. How many of us have read those forensic standards? If the issue of fraud is so very, concerning, is so very disturbing to all of us, there is a certain methodology which is prescribed. Unless we read those standards, we will not even be able to place our case before the government that fraud ka detection is so very different from what an audit is. You see, where I'm trying to lead is very simple. We should be able to demonstrate that a fraud is very different. The detection of fraud is it's a different methodology, it's a different approach, it needs different training, and it needs a very different way of getting into that engagement and completing that engagement as compared to an audit. If we are not clear with that, even the representations that we make to our government authorities will not be strong, will not be detailed, and will not be authoritative. We need to make those authoritative representations to the government. The issue here is that today we have many regulators in India, and that because of the paucity of time, let me now start narrowing down on the topic. This precise, what मेरे को जो organizers से समझ आया कि वो कुछ एक 2-3 important मुद्दे आज discuss करना चाहते हैं कि हमारे multiple regulators हो गए इंडिया में. Believe था कि हमारा सिर्फ एक ही regulator है, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. As the auditors, इस gathering में there may be non-chartered accountants also. There may be members of the other institutes also. There may be members maybe from the legal profession also. So that's okay. There are different institutes. So as far as chartered accountants are concerned, the profession of chartered accountancy would be regulated by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That is the reason for which the act was approved. वो हमारे preamble में है. वो preamble को किसी ने अभी तक disturb नहीं किया है. Please let us be very clear about that. Amongst all the other changes that have been brought in the statutes, that preamble has not been disturbed. That preamble still stays. And what is in the statute is in the statute. That cannot be taken to be deleted or altered, or its meaning cannot be taken to be diluted only because there is a different intent between government officials. The statute continues to have the same preamble. And I think it is the same for the other institutes also. So, वो हमारे regulator हैं, वो हमारे regulator थे, वो हमारे regulate करते थे. वो हमको regulate करते थे, आज हमारे पास multiple regulators आ गए. हमारे पास नफरा आ गया. सबसे ज़्यादा बात होती है नफरा की. And especially what we are seeing in the NAFRA release of reports now almost on every third day basis. और वो 3 दिन भी निकलते हैं तो कई बार तो 2 दिन में आ जाती है नई रिपोर्ट. उसमें से जो हम रिपोर्ट देख रहे हैं. And then SEBI is another regulator. SEBI at one point of time wanted to step into the shoes and regulate the profession as far as the performance of audit, the actual performance of audit is concerned, till certain judicial pronouncements made it very clear that SEBI has no jurisdiction there. SEBI can rule on the professionals only so far as their role in market making and illegal or non-authorized and non-permissible market making, if it's proven, then they can be held to be guilty under the SEBI regime. As far as the performance of the auditing and issues which are there, SEBI may raise issues,
but those issues would have to be considered by a different regulator. Now that has been set, that is established, because that judicial pronouncement has established that much in clarity. SEBI हमारे को अगर कोई chartered accountant हैं जो कि through their conduct is assisting and participating in defeating the purposes of fair play in the market, अगर वो prove होता है तो SEBI will act against that chartered accountant or that auditor. SEBI will not be acting against an auditor per se for non-performance according to the standards. If that is an issue, SEBI will refer the matter to the other regulator, which may be the institute, which may be NAFRA. For public entities, SEBI वाले matter में अब more or less सारे matter NAFRA को ही जाएंगे. There may be some exceptional cases which would go to the institute. So this is SEBI. And RBI एक regulator आ गया, especially with respect to, RBI was always there, but RBI has now also taken upon itself the, वो कहते हैं जी हम appointing authority हैं, तो ये तो हमारी आउटलुक है कि हम किसको अपॉइंट करेंगे नहीं करेंगे. हम किसी से अगर सेटिस्फाइड नहीं है हम उसको अपॉइंट नहीं करेंगे. हम तो किसी और को नहीं कह रहे हैं कि तुम अपॉइंट नहीं कर सकते हो. यू सी माय फ्रेंड्स हु वर टॉकिंग टू मी देयर, आरबीआई का कहना क्या है कि हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं कि वो और किसी भी एंगेजमेंट के लिए और फॉर सम एनी अदर कंपनी दैट ऑडिटर कैन नॉट बी अपॉइंटेड. हम खाली इतना कह रहे हैं कि फॉर द बैंक्स एंड फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस एंड फाइनेंशियल बॉडीज के लिए जहां आरबीआई ने अपॉइंटमेंट करना है हम उसको रोक देंगे. वो रोक रहे हैं, बोलते हैं हम अपॉइंटमेंट अथॉरिटी हैं, हम नहीं करेंगे अगर हम किसी से सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हैं. एंड that is what they are saying. I mean, whether they should say that or not, but they would always continue to maintain that we are the appointing authorities. It is upon us to be able to take a call whom we will appoint, whom we will not. Why would an outsider, why would a group of those RBI to the extent of financial institutions and banks इस चार में आ रहे हैं. So हमारा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन क्या हुआ? हमको ये लगता था, हमारा विश्वास था कि we've got only a single regulator. हमको डिसिप्लिनरी मैटर्स के लिए, अप्रोप्रिएट परफॉर्मेंस के लिए, अप्रोप्रिएट स्टैंडर्ड्स के लिए सिर्फ एक ही रेगुलेटर के सामने जाना है, वो हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट है. हमको अब चार के सामने जाना पड़ता है. इसका स्ट्रीमलाइनिंग होना चाहिए, हमको चार के सामने नहीं जाना चाहिए. दैट्स अ सेपरेट इशू. That's a separate issue. Those representations can always be made to the government. Yet, please understand that even overseas, even in the US and even in the UK, there is more than one regulator. There are certain regulators who will look only at the so-called public listed entities. वो वहाँ पे public interest companies या ऐसे कुछ बोलते हैं, there's a certain technical term, वो सिर्फ उनको ही देखेंगे. SEC के अंडर में अंडर द सॉक्स लॉज पीसीओबी जो इंस्टीट्यूट हुआ, जिसकी ओवरसाइट जो है एसईसी के पास रहती है, वो सिर्फ पब्लिक लिस्टेड एंटिटीज को ही देखती है, वो दूसरों को नहीं देखती है. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि देयर इज नो रेगुलेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ द प्राइवेट वर्क एंड द गवर्नमेंट वर्क बीइंग डन इन दैट कंट्री. देयर इज अ डिफरेंट. Similarly, in the UK, I think the body is called FRC or something. FRC, is that right? FRC. Okay, thank you. FRC. FRC भी सिर्फ पब्लिक बॉडीज को देख रही है. पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट जो बॉडीज हैं, जो इनके ऑडिट्स हैं, सिर्फ उनके मैटर्स को देखती है. नॉन पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट वाले मैटर्स के लिए देयर इज अनदर बॉडी दैट लुक्स इनटू इट. सो दो तो सब जगह हैं. मैं अथॉरिटेटिवली नहीं कह सकता कि दो से ज्यादा हैं कि नहीं हैं, बिकॉज मैंने उस तरह की स्टडी की नहीं है, लेकिन दो तो सब जगह हैं. हमारे यहां दो से ज्यादा हैं, लेकिन दो के साथ साथ the role of SEC is very clear in the United States, although PCAOB is looking at it, but उसका oversight SEC के पास है, and उसके सारे matters की अपील जो है वो directly SEC के पास जाती है. So that way SEC is also there with a complete oversight. So SEC ने कुछ छोड़ नहीं रखा है. SEC is very powerful कि उनके जो members हैं on a rotational basis each year appoint करना with the permission of the treasury and the revenue authorities of the country. That power is resting with the SEC. अब issue क्या है कि वहां पर ये जो regulators आते हैं, उनको पूरा empowerment भी मिलता है government से. हमारे यहाँ भी जो regulators आए हैं, to be very honest, when they were started, I'm not sure what kind of staff also they had. They had skeleton staff. They had absolutely skeleton staff, and they started under very challenging times. Today, SEC and PCOB का दोनों का बजट बना के in the United States is more than $350 million annually. $350 million के आसपास का उनके बजट्स हैं annually to be able to do this complete, oversight. Look at the kind of budgets also which are being provided. So the kind of individuals also who get appointed. मैं नहीं कहता कि हमारे यहाँ जो individuals हैं वो कम capacity के या खराब capacity के appoint हो रहे हैं, but then there is a big gap. There is a much more requirement. So these are issues also which the government will have to see. But the important issue which I want to really hit at is कि हमको अगर लगता है कि if we feel that there are more than one regulators, that may be a different issue, but are we performing our work? Are we doing our work that we are answerable to a regulator who may be any regulator? Under the current regime, there are multiple regulators. Are we ready for that? क्या हमारे स्टैंडर्ड्स के हिसाब से जिस तरह से हमको परफॉर्म करना चाहिए वो हम परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं? आज फ्रॉड्स को लेकर के यहां बात हो रही थी इनफॉर्मली कि जी वो दूसरे अथॉरिटीज हैं, वो रोल ऑफ ऑडिटर समझते ही नहीं है, वो समझना ही नहीं चाहते हैं कि ऑडिटर का एक लिमिटेड रोल है. आई एम गोइंग ऑन रिकॉर्ड टू स्टेट हियर that even before those other authorities came into existence, when our institute was taking up all matters, even disciplinary bodies of the institute did not, in my opinion, 100% want to understand that a lot of information becomes highlighted in hindsight, which was not available to the auditor when that auditor was actually performing those duties, was performing the actual work. And at that time, is it a fact that all that an auditor was required to do under the standards that the auditor had done? If the auditor had done that, then even if there is a fraud which was undetected, does that constitute professional misconduct? SA 240 is very clear, it does not constitute professional misconduct. But that benefit, and this is not a benefit of doubt, that is the right of every auditor to be able to prove कि मैंने ये काम किया, ये मेरे स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, ये मेरे स्टैंडर्ड्स के हिसाब से रिक्वायरमेंट है. इसीलिए आपने अगर मेरे को पहले कहीं भी किसी भी सेमिनार में सुना है, मैं आपको कहता हूं आप इससे ज्यादा नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन 3 काम कर सकते हैं और 3 काम सबसे जरूरी हैं. पहला काम है डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, दूसरा काम है डॉक्यूमेंटेशन एंड तीसरा काम है डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. आप डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इतना स्ट्रांग होना चाहिए. सो बाद में क्या होगा वो बाद की बात है. You should be able to prove through your documentation, only through your documentation, beyond reasonable doubt, that everything that was required to be done under the standards has been done. If we can prove that, then as per the way our standards are written, we have a very strong case to defend that there could not have been a professional misconduct. The regulators are often driven by hindsight. The regulators are also driven by the media. वो एक मीडिया ट्रायल हो रहा होता है एंड रेगुलेटर को मोस्ट रिस्पेक्टफुली स्टेटेड यूं लगता है कि हाउ कैन वी डिफर फ्रॉम इट, इतनी बड़ी गड़बड़ हो गई है और हम कैसे कह सकते हैं कि ऑडिटर ने देखा नहीं. ये तो क्लियर हो रहा है कि फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स आर मटीरियली मिसस्टेटेड. ये आपको क्लियर हो रहा है फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स आर मटीरियली मिसस्टेटेड 5 साल 6 साल बाद ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स, जब कोई स्कैम सामने आ गया. स्कैम सामने आने के बाद में आपने इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू किया. इन्वेस्टिगेशन जिस टीम ने किया और जिस एक्ट के अंडर में किया, द ग्रुप ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स देयर हैड वेरी डिफरेंट पावर्स, एक्सट्रीमली डिफरेंट पावर्स, much extensive powers than the auditors. They had powers of even going to other entities and calling for their documents. They had powers of calling information from various government departments and banks. They had powers for enforcing attendance and recording statements. They have powers sometimes of even arrest. Now, these kind of powers are available with those investigators who have started their work when more or less it's been established that there has been a scam or there has been a drainage of funds or something has gone wrong in a massive way. And उसके भी 2-3 साल बाद जाकर एक रिपोर्ट तैयार होती है जो भी कोर्ट में चैलेंज होती रहती है अगले 10 साल के लिए. और आप कहते हैं कि एज एन ऑडिटर मेरे को, मैं जब अपने स्टैंडर्ड्स के अंडर में काम कर रहा था, आई शुड हैव इसेंशियली डिटेक्टेड दैट फ्रॉड. नो, दैट्स नॉट टेनेबल. So it is not a benefit of doubt. It is something, if we can prove through our documentation that that is the way the regulator should look at. But most respectfully stated, our institute has also not looked at that in many matters. Because वो क्या होता है जब वो अदर साइड में बैठते हैं, जब वो बैठते हैं कि एडजुडिकेशन साइड में बैठते हैं, उनको लगता है कि नहीं, इसमें लग रहा है ये तो बहुत बड़ी चीज छूट गई थी, ये बड़ी चीज कहीं ना कहीं पकड़ में आनी चाहिए थी. Then it becomes a very subjective issue, a highly judgmental issue, whether ये प्रॉपर परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द ऑडिट स्टैंडर्ड से पकड़ में आ सकती थी कि नहीं, क्योंकि ऐसे 240 एकदम क्लियर है कि अगर हमने if an auditor has done all that is required to be done under the standards, then every kind of fraud may not be detected, more so if it is a fraud which has been perpetuated with management collusion. And most of these issues are the ones which come through management collusion. The word management collusion is included in the standards. And it's very clearly stated there. एकदम क्लियरली स्टेटेड है. लेकिन इसका जो हमको बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए, राइटफुल बेनिफिट, आई डोंट से बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट, आई से राइटफुल बेनिफिट, और हमारा जो डिफेंस है ये कोई भी सुनने को तैयार नहीं है. नॉट दैट्स अ सेपरेट इशू, दैट्स वन मोर इशू. ये हमारा एक और दुख है, हमारा एक दर्द है जो हम रोते रहेंगे. जो भी प्रॉब्लम में आते हैं उनके सामने ये इश्यूज आते रहेंगे. बट माई क्वेश्चन हियर इज, आर वी प्रिपेयर्ड टू फेस अ रेगुलेटर? Would our situation be different if we were facing only one? Hypothetically, if we were facing only one regulator, and that regulator was demanding explanation for compliance with the standards 100%, जैसे कि very close to that आज के दिन नफरा डिमांड करना शुरू कर दिया है. तो डिमांड करना तो गलत बात है नहीं. हम रेगुलेटर को ये तो कह नहीं सकते हैं. मेरे को I was having a discussion with somebody just 3 days ago. मैंने कहा सर इनको समझाइए. मैंने क्या समझाऊं? इनको समझाइए इंडिया में ऐसे ऑडिट नहीं होता है. I said इनको जाके क्या समझाऊं कि इंडिया में जो ऑडिट होता है उसमें पूरा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन नहीं होता है, इसमें पूरा डिटेल नहीं देखा जाता. ये समझाना मेरे बस का तो है नहीं. मैं तुमको भी समझाता हूं कि तुम मत ये बात कर देना कहीं पे, ये बात कहीं कर मत देना. You'll dig your grave beyond redemption. The point is, the question is, I am posing it now differently. If the monkey had a single master and if did not have many masters, आज का टॉपिक है are we monkeys with many masters? If the monkey had a single master, multiple masters की बात कर रहा हूं मैं करूंगा आपसे. But if the hypothetical question is, if the monkey had a single master, is the monkey prepared and ready to dance to different rhythms? That's the question. अगर वो preparation नहीं है, तो then the whole issue is कि हमें मल्टीपल मास्टर्स को आंसर क्यों करना है, हमको तो खाली एक ही मास्टर को आंसर करना चाहिए. और फिर मेरा जवाब होगा कि अगर वो एक ही मास्टर उतना ही स्ट्रिक्ट है जितना आज के दिन स्ट्रिक्टेस्ट मास्टर है, हाउ विल इट रियली मेक अ डिफरेंस? दैट डज नॉट मीन दैट वी शुड नॉट बी गोइंग टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ सेइंग दैट दिस मल्टीपल रेगुलेटर्स को न करके आप सिंगल रेगुलेटर करें जो ये सारे मैटर्स देखे. I don't think single regulator जाएगा. ये basically the way the world is going, ये public listed and public interest and public investment, huge public investment वालों के लिए एक regulator रह जाएगा, दूसरों के लिए एक regulator रह जाएगा. ये तो globally भी दिख रहा है. ये यहीं पे रह जाएगा, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा तीसरा या चौथा regulator इसमें नहीं जुड़े. We can always go and talk to the government, make our representations there. But the essential part, my dear friends, is to be prepared. हमारे वर्किंग में, हमारे काम में, हमारे कॉन्डक्ट में, वी शुड बी एट अ पोजिशन दैट वी आर बीइंग एबल टू डेमोन्स्ट्रेट वी आर एक्चुअली वर्किंग एज पर द रिक्वायर्ड स्टैंडर्ड्स. दैट इज द क्वेश्चन. एंड नॉट ओनली वर्किंग, हमारी वर्किंग ए से लेकर जेड तक डॉक्यूमेंटेड है. और जिनका बहुत ज्यादा भी मुझे डॉक्यूमेंटेशन मिलता है, मुझे सबसे ज्यादा क्राइसिस मिलता है सैंपलिंग में जाकर के. वो कहते हैं जी हमने ये किया, सिर्फ इतना किया था, ये तो सैंपलिंग हमको अलाउड है. लेकिन सैंपलिंग में भी तो हमारा स्टैंडर्ड है. वो सैंपल्स टेस्ट जो मेरे हैं वो स्टैंडर्ड में फिट कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं. वो कहते हैं जी हम मटीरियलिटी वाले एंगल से ड्राइव कर रहे हैं. एब्सोल्युटली मटीरियलिटी वाले, इतना बड़ा कंपनी है सर, इस चीज को देख रहे हैं, ये मटीरियलिटी वाले एंगल से जाइए. मटीरियलिटी वाले एंगल से जाएंगे, लेकिन क्या हमने मटीरियलिटी एस्टैब्लिश की है बिफोर स्टार्टिंग आवर प्रोसीडियर्स? द स्टैंडर्ड्स रिक्वायर, ऑडिट शुरू करने के पहले हम मटीरियलिटी थ्रेशोल्ड एस्टैब्लिश करेंगे, उसे रिकॉर्ड करेंगे. वो हमारे पास रहना चाहिए, फिर हम कहेंगे हमने इसके हिसाब से काम किया, हम कह सकते हैं वो बात। लेकिन आमतौर से मैं I'm just taking you through just 2 additional steps I'm talking to you from the practicality angle. हम जब काम करते हैं हमको प्रॉब्लम ये आ रही है कि in most of the cases materiality threshold establish किया मिलता ही नहीं है। आप खुद सोचिए ना, आप खुद जो कर रहे हैं, आप कितना materiality threshold establish कर रहे हैं, and वो sampling जो है, वो samples pick up किए गए हैं as per the standards, उसका कहीं हमको लिंक ही नहीं मिलता है, उसका लिंक कहीं मिलता ही नहीं है। जब उसका लिंक नहीं मिलता है, नफरा ने तो बहुत सिंपल बात कर रखी है, वो ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेट करते ही नहीं है, एंड दैट सिंपल थिंग कॉजेज सच अ बिग हेडेक, सच अ बिग हेडेक जिसकी दवाई नहीं है। वो कहते हैं जी आप ही का स्टैंडर्ड है, जो कहता है आपको ये करना है, आपने नहीं किया मतलब आपने ऑडिट नहीं किया, और कुछ कहते नहीं है। सो द ऑडिट इज अ शैम, वो एक वर्ड यूज करते हैं, सो द ऑडिट इज अ शैम, सो यू हैव नॉट डन द ऑडिट, एंड ऑफ दैट स्टोरी। आपको ये करना था, आप मटेरियलिटी एस्टैब्लिश किए बिना, मटेरियलिटी थ्रेशोल्ड एस्टैब्लिश किए बिना आप मटेरियलिटी का आर्गुमेंट लेते कैसे हो? नाउ व्हाट डू वी से टू दैट? व्हाट डू वी से टू दैट? मल्टीपल मास्टर्स की लड़ाई हम कर लेंगे, एंड करनी चाहिए। कमल जी, दैट्स व्हाट यू वर टॉकिंग टू मी अबाउट, वी स्पोकन ऑन द फोन अबाउट दिस, बट माय हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन इज, इवन इफ वी हैव अ मास्टर, just a master, are we ready with the standards? Are we ready to play the role that we are required to play today? जिसको क्योंकि आपने monkey कहा तो मैं ये कहता हूँ, are we ready to dance to the different rhythms? Because there are many rhythms today. आज के दिन the public money, public stake, public expectations is very high. Corporates are at a very different level. Corporates really influence individuals, they influence. हमारे पास ऑडिट आ गया, चलो आज सेलिब्रेट करो, ये बड़ा ऑडिट आ गया, बट हमारा स्टैंडर्ड तो कहता है कि पहले देखो उस इंडस्ट्री की तुम्हारे पास एक्सपीरियंस है कि नहीं, जिस तरह का एक्सपर्टीज चाहिए उस तरह का एक्सपर्टीज इज रेस्टिंग इन द फर्म और नॉट, एंड इफ दैट काइंड ऑफ एक्सपर्टीज इज नॉट रेस्टिंग इन द फर्म, यू शुड नॉट बी एक्सेप्टिंग दैट एंगेजमेंट. दिस इज ऑल्सो व्हाट द स्टैंडर्ड सेज. So the issue is, either the standards are set so high. What has happened is our standards now are in line with almost the global standards. We are in line with the global standards. वो standards उस level पे चले गए हैं, या तो हमको उसका पता है तो हम उसको उतना ज़्यादा disregard नहीं करते हैं. I don't say everybody, but maybe some of us, maybe most of us, उसको disregard कर देते हैं, उस तरह का हम follow नहीं कर रहे हैं, या कई cases में तो पता ही नहीं है. मैंने जहां से, एंड आई विल कंक्लूड विद दिस, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात की, आज सस्टेनेबिलिटी को तो हम टच भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, हमारे लिए वो एक शब्द बन के रह गया है. दे आर जस्ट वर्ड्स हियर एंड देयर, बट वी आर नॉट फुल्ली प्रिपेयर्ड, वी आर नॉट वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स देम टू सी एज टू व्हाट वी कैन डू, एज टू व्हाट वी कैन इंप्लीमेंट. आई थिंक आई नीड टू क्लोज इन द नेक्स्ट 1 minute, so or 2 minutes, so if there are any questions or comments we can take, and then I can close. Any questions? Yeah, we can take questions offline too. So thank you, my dear friends. Thank you. Have a great day. Please enjoy the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I please request CA Vivek Agarwal, immediate past president ACAE, for the vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, CA AP Singh ji. And you started from the transition from dog to monkey, and then whether the monkey has learned to hold the fruit or peel the banana, and whether the monkey can dance to the rhythms of standards on auditing, internal audit standards, forensic accounting standards in the AS and whatnot. And then coming to the topic, monkeys with many masters, or whether we are ready to become a monkey who can dance to the tune of a single master. But there are always a question that regulators are in the best position to regulate when they are intimately knowledgeable about the activities that they are regulating. And we must reject the idea that every time a law is broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. Each individual should be accountable for his action, and rightly said, any work, not only audit, but any work not documented is not done, because when we have to prove in the court of law at any regulator, it becomes difficult to prove without documentation. Thanks a lot. Please join your hands together for CA AP Singh for taking this journey of monkeys with many masters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I believe all of you are participating in the quiz contest. Yes? Yes, you are? All right, lovely. So another quiz is about to start because we are about to start the next session. And the topic is billion-dollar idea for startups and level next scale-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, the speaker is Acae Ullas Kamath, and accompanying him would be the treasurer of ACAE, CA Shivani Shah. Requesting both of them to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our guest speaker, Acae Ullas Kamath. We would like to felicitate sir, and for the felicitation, may I please request CA Anup Kumar Sanghai, CA Surbhi Bohra, and CA Sushil Rungta to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. K. Ullas Kamath is the founder of UK & Co., a management consulting collective that works on creating value for select family businesses. He founded the company with a vision of driving the growth of MSMEs in the country with primary focus on family-managed businesses. Mr. Kamath is a chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and he has pursued and completed MCom, LLB, FCA and ACS. He did his Global Masters in Management from London School of Economics, and he has also completed the Advanced Management program at both Wharton Business School and Harvard Business School. So we are related to have you amongst. Now I would like to request Acae Ullas Kamath to kindly come forward and start the session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me for this prestigious conference. I've heard a lot about this conference, and I made myself sure that first thing in the morning I came here and started seeing the deliberations. It's an amazing one, and I congratulate the organizers for conducting this such a beautiful program, and for the last 63 odd years. And I was able to see the kind of collective what you have, the legacy what you have built, and this is amazing. I've been given 25 minutes and try to quickly run through what I have. The topic given to me is that how do we get the billion-dollar idea first, and how do we get the $1 billion in the bank next? Billion-dollar idea, all of us will get once we go home, and by the time next day morning we go back to the office, the $1 billion idea will be there only. So idea is that how do we get the dollar first, and how do we convert that idea of dollar into the real dollar into the banking, into the bank. So let me go through the presentation as quickly as possible, and I'll take a few questions. We need to celebrate ourselves that India has successfully landed the Vikram. Why it is so important is that if we do not celebrate ourselves, what the country is doing, very difficult to get the $1 billion idea. We should celebrate others, and then chances are there that we can also celebrate. So this is something all of us we are looking forward, and I want all of you to give a big applause for the scientists who have done that for us, making us proud. India growth story, since morning, everybody has spoken about the India growth story. Whether you like it or not, India will grow. India will grow because we are in such position. By default, we grow. And I'll give you some data, then you'll be able to appreciate that, why India need to grow, why India will grow, and why India will become the top 3 in the economies in the maybe another 25 years or 50 years. And when we talk about 25 years, 50 years, 75 years, 100 years, most of us, we think that we are not there, will not be there. But in a country like India, 75 years is getting into a LKG. 75 years in a country's history is like getting into LKG and UKG. So when we think about a child, we think about the child in that form. So 75 years, when you compare to other countries, what they have done and what we have done is amazingly different and positive. So 75 years, what you achieved is what we are going to show, and then probably we can get into the startup and then go to MSME as quickly as possible. I've given you some ideas here. The world population will be about 8.5 billion by 2030, and green trade will become 2.1 billion. And if people don't believe in green trade, this is the number what the World Bank is talking about, 2.1 trillion. And global economic growth, we think about 3%, which has to happen, but India will grow around 7 plus, which is something which have been demonstrated since 1991. So plus or minus 0.5% in India, but I would say that 3% global, and our contribution will be about 15% of that. And global consumption is all-time high, and it's continued to be all-time high. And if there is a consumption, then rest of things will fall in place. Let's see how Indian economic growth has been. Most of you have seen 1990s, and 1990s when Dr. Manmohan Singh, then as a finance minister, made the economic liberalization, there is no hue and cry about it. There is no conferences on that. There is no seminars on that. There is no front page articles in Economic Times that this is what the economic liberalization is all about. But most of us, we realized when we really saw the benefits out of that, that is 1991 economic liberalization. One of the best economic liberalization happened during 1991, and that is the time people who have gone into the business then never look back. The people who started the business prior to 1991 and post 1991, it is like a chalk and cheese. The way how they build the business is totally different post 1991. I'll come to that in a minute later. And in the year 2000, we did see the software, the knowledge dynamics. Till then, country was more like consumption, country was more like manufacturing, country was more into manufacturing export. But 1990s and later part of 90s and early 2000, the Y2K bug made all the difference, the whole world, that what Indian software industry can do. And software industry became an industry without government knowing what software is all about. The kind of benefits what software had, nobody knew, and it is something which made us to feel very good, and the knowledge industry came to the picture. If software was not to be there, probably we can't even think that where the country will have been. Just to give a number, the export of the software from the country is more or less Saudi's oil export to the world. Today, the export of the software, products and services from the country is more or less the Saudi's oil export to the world. That is the power what we got without digging the oil from the earth. We were able to get that kind of a revenue, which is real revenue. And 2010 onwards, we are seeing now the startup era. It is mainly because of the Flipkarts of the world. It's mainly because of the Amazons of the world, the e-commerce, internet, data, analytics, people, startup, funding, everything we start seeing from 2010 onwards. So these 10 years are very important, and then you know how it will be 2020, 2030, 2040, 2050, because if I can go back every 10 years, there will be one big lever which has made the difference. And most of us, we don't believe unless it happens. That is the sad part of it. Most of us don't believe that such thing will happen because we don't want to be a part of it. We want to be a part of the past, that's why you don't believe in the future. But if you take from 1940s and 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s and 100s, 2010, I can give you the data every 10 years how the country has changed and become a part of it. If you are not a part of it, most of the time you think that ये कभी होने वाला नहीं है. It's only for you कभी होने वाला नहीं है, मगर the reality is that it will happen, maybe 1 year here and there. Now see the numbers. The numbers in 91 to 2023, the population from 89 crores to 1.4 billion, and the life expectancy, it's very, very important. 58 years has become 70, and we expect it to be 75. If it is the average life expectancy, trust me, you will live beyond 95. Question is, what do you do from 60 to 95? That you should question, you should see. When you go home, you should discuss, what do we do that 30 years? Once you retire from 60, the answer is that never retire. Because you will live 95 years for sure. When we got the independence, just to give a relative number, when we got the independence, the population was about 32, 33 crore. Average life expectancy was 35. 75 years back, it's 35. Most of the people are not seeing their grandparents. But today, it has gone to 70. We expect it to be 75 by 2030, 32. but it moves towards that. So we will become aged economy probably 2050 thereafter. And literacy, 78%, not bad. And the numbers, the way how you see in the left side, the GDP, most of you know, and GDP today from 3.39, we become 10 trillion by 2031 or 32, and that's for sure it will happen. Now you see the magic. Magic is in the world's growth. We are at 15.4% today. Whether you like it or not, whole world has to depend on the growth because 15% contribution to the world economy is not a small number. Don't go by the relative number, but the percentage-wise, we contribute 15.4% to the world growth year after year, year after year. If you are zero, then you can imagine, if you are zero growth, then you can imagine what happens to the world. So this is the number which keeps moving north. Strong recovery, post-COVID-19. It was somehow, India made it absolutely great post-COVID. And the importance given by the government of India for manufacturing in India, made for the world, vaccine, making the vaccine, distributing the vaccine, and the casualties. When you were seeing the Europe in the TV during the lockdown one, we were able to see the problems what you used to see in Italy or the problems what you see in other European countries. We felt that India will never be able to manage it. But the way how we have managed it is far, far superior than the kind of population what we have, the kind of density what we have, the kind of hospital ratio what we have to the people is remarkably fantastic. And that also added to the development or the growth of the business thereafter. And post-COVID, we did have challenges, innovations, and new opportunities. What happened after COVID-19? The first one, whatever the challenges we had, we tried to maneuver that, and we did the innovation. To that extent, we didn't even have the mask manufacturing capability in India because China was supplying tons and tons and tons of masks for the hospitals here. But right from a small item like a mask, today we are able to supply to the whole world, including the vaccine, and the new opportunities emerged post-COVID-19. The sectors are most promising now. If you want to have any ideas, if you want to get some ideas, if you want to do something, please get into these 4 big ticket items: manufacturing, tourism, exports, and services. And there are many, but these 4 will definitely drive the economy because this is where the government is putting a lot of effort, a lot of policies, a lot of interventions, a lot of fiscal benefits, and lots will come in this. Manufacturing, most probably you need to see import substitutes. Manufacturing of import substitutes, that's the China plus 1 policy. If you go through, you will know that. And naturally, you will do extremely well because government is bending backwards to support the import substitute manufacturing in India. Not only for India, you can export thereafter. Tourism, it is untapped market. We know everything about tourism, but we don't do anything about tourism. Only the Kerala has done the God's own country, but other than that, every state now looking into what do we do about the tourism. We have the beaches, we have the mountains, we have the Rocky Mountains, we have ice mountains, we have everything in India. But how are we going to utilize that? Just to give an example, the entire World Economic Forum in Davos runs for about a month, makes the money for entire year. It's a small village of 10,000 population, Davos. The whole world goes to Davos, I don't know why. They gave the interview in Davos, they could have given it in Delhi. They could have given it in Calcutta. They could have given it in Bombay. No, they gave the interview in Davos, going all the way there. You will see that. It's happening in January. And billions of money has been spent and billions of money has been committed. But the fact of the matter is Switzerland made that to happen every year. World Economic Forum, the entire leaders from all over the world, they come when in that ice, that's the time when everybody have to wear the 3-layer of clothes, but still they make billions of dollars out of World Economic Forum. No factory, no hotels. You will only have the service departments, but still they make tons of money. Probably every state in India, we can have the Davos if required, because each state is like a country. And now, facilitative policy measures, just have a look at it, how the government has made the changes in favor of the manufacturing or in favor of service industry. The Make in India, we are a part of that Make in India. It was an amazing, the Make in India, the brand itself has made us to feel very proud, make us to feel very nice. So Make in India, made for the world, today that has been very well respected. Then we have the PLI scheme. the product linked incentive scheme, it's now getting into trillions of rupees the government is giving to encourage the people to get into a specific sector and produce more, and government is compensating that. And the national logistics policy, one of the most sought after or the talked about the subject is that the logistics cost in India, when compared to our GDP, is about 15%. It should be about 8%, 9% when compared to the developed countries. Because we lose a lot of money in logistics, it does not add any value. So that if they want to bring it down, we need to have better airports, we need to have better ports, we need to have better highways, we have to have better railways. But the result is visible. Kind of Vande Bharat which is going around in the country now, the kind of airports what we see now, and if you come to, I'm from Bangalore, you see the Bangalore airport today, it is no less than the Changi airport, the Terminal 2 is. And if you see any of the small airports today, they look so beautiful. And if you get into Vande Bharat, then you know that you are in Eurostar. There is no less than Eurostar train activity, what's the train facilities what you get. And if you see the airports, if you see the ports, if you see the seaports, lots of changes, and that's because of logistic policies. Then we have Digital India. Again, 47% of the digital transaction in the world is happening in India. And other day in the G20, the German finance minister was there in Bangalore, and he was made to witness how vegetable vendor is accepting the money in the digital form, and he made a big statement, and that was all over the world that I couldn't believe till I saw that, and now I know that India is in a different level in digital money aspect, and China Plus One strategy is going to stay forever, and please look at the policy strategy very clearly so that if at all if you want to get rid of any of the ideas, please get in there, chance of success is very high. Some of the key growth drivers focus on infrastructure, the physical money, what they have put in, it's visible there, strong manufacturing base, and favorable demography and increasing the formalization of the jobs. This is something which has happened after direct transfers and after getting the technology. Today there is a data that how many people are getting registered for the PF, ESI, how many people have drawn the money, how many people have contributed the money, and everything is linked because of the India's tax system. If your permanent account number, your PF number, your Aadhaar number, the way how you have the people, how they pay the money, everything is linked, and you can't afford to have a labor without paying it formally and without getting them insured through ESI or PF. And again, numbers looks beautiful, consumption is beautiful, and now I'll get into India's startup ecosystem. Now, people who understand the startup, they appreciate. People who don't understand the startup, they think that, hey, hone wala cheez nahi hai. The people who understand the startup, they appreciate it. The people who don't understand, they never say that, I don't understand the startup. They will say that, nahi, bahut dekha hai isko. Startup system is the real system. People who have made money, they have not made money by luck. They have made the money by showing the disruption. The basic definition of startup is that if your product or service is better, cheaper, faster, scalable, using technology, made for the local but will have global appeal, that is the startup what I'm talking about. It is not a startup that, okay, I'll start one more restaurant. That is an entrepreneurship. That's a business what you're doing. It is not the self-employment I'm talking about. It is the creating the job for others, creating jobs for thousands and thousands of people. So the startup ecosystem is the future driver of the country, undoubtedly. Might 5, 10, 15 years, but just to give a reference point, Media Lab of MIT took 50 years to create 50 unicorns. Unicorns is a $1 billion enterprise in the startup. India produced 50 unicorns during COVID time. During COVID time, we produced 50 unicorns, so numbers are numbers. So the way how it is happening now is that day for yesterday, 109th unicorn born. Day for yesterday, 109th unicorn born, and India is on the way to become 250 unicorns at least by 2025. So become a part of it. If you don't have the idea how to get into the startup, if you still want to make money out of the startup, invest in the startup. If you invest the money also, you can make money. You don't have to have an idea. You can invest in somebody else's idea. And we are the third largest ecosystem. And when it comes to India, 50% is in Bangalore, and Delhi is about 25%, and Chennai, Hyderabad, and Mumbai put together the balance, and Calcutta has to do a lot. Calcutta has a great talent. and most of it, they are in Bangalore. West Bengal, from Calcutta, all the talented people in startup, they've just moved to Bangalore, and they are doing extremely well. Please hold on to them. Let them create the jobs here. Give them the investment. Give them the support. Tell them that we love you. Tell them that stay here. And government is doing an extraordinary good job in West Bengal, but lots to be done in the startup. For that, you need to show the belief in them, like how Karnataka is showing. Unprecedented value creation. Already we are 100 plus unicorns, and total valuation is about 340 billion when the presentation was, which was written about 10 days back, but right now it's about $400 billion of the last investment which has gone into the new unicorn. And just to give a number that what is it billions and billions means, the overall valuation of all the startups which is in the country is about $450 billion as of June 2023, $450 billion. And what is does it mean that $450 billion? India's, all the listed entities put together, 2,113 listed, NSE listed stocks, total value of them is 2,72 lakhs crore market cap. 2,72 lakh crore market cap. If you take, it's about $3 trillion, if you take the numbers. Now the top 20 of the Indian listed entities, top 20, starting from Reliance and going to TCS, then going to Adani's, Ambani's, and all these things, if you take put together top 20, it is $1 trillion. Of all the things, HDFC, SBI, ICICI, all put together, top 20, it is $1 trillion, more or less, give and take. $1 trillion is the value. And our startups valuation as of June is $450 billion. That is half of it. Can you ever imagine that? Can you ever imagine that? And still you say that, hey, hone wala cheez nahi hai, startup to startup hai, kabhi aata hai, kabhi jata hai, pata nahi hai. This is real. This is real. Be a part of it. If your son says that, I want to quit my job in ICICI, I want to do something, means do a puja at home. Ask him to quit. If somebody says that I have a great idea, somebody invested the money, I'm working in some big company, ask him to quit. We need job creators. We don't need job seekers. One can create hundreds, thousands of jobs with this startup, and please help them to achieve their dreams. And in the process, if they don't lose money in startup, they lose time. That time is actually the experience. And more they lose, more money they get it. And that's the way how the startup community works. Because investors want to know how not to lose than how to make money. That's the way also they look at it. And this is the value creation, very, very clear. And from the world, India getting the highest money into the startup in India because they believe in Indian talent. Now I have given you a comparison how the tech-driven economy will drive India. Whether it's high-tech, fintech, clean-tech, agri-tech, health-tech, edu-tech, meditech, anything to add technology, that will drive the business. On the left side, somewhere small tower is there, and every big company was there in that tower, and some of them are not even visible now. And see their valuation, their land, building, machinery, people, process, everything. You have company like General Electronic, you have ExxonMobil, they were all the stars of the world, if you see in 80s and 90s and 2000. But today, see where are they now? They are there, but the way how the tech-driven has improved is totally different. Today we are talking about the Apple, today we talk about Microsoft, today we talk about the new tech-driven companies, and this is going to remain for at least next 25 years. And this is all the vibrant system what we have. And I'm sure that country will achieve $10 trillion economy. With the help of all this startup being there, we'll be able to achieve that by 2030, if not 2029. Because the way how the startup grows is they grow on a monthly basis, they grow on daily basis. And I have known one startup, they do the MIS every 4 hours. So 6 MIS per day. That's the speed in which they work. To that extent, I'm very, very confident that 2030, India became $10 trillion economy is something which we should celebrate. Next stage, going beyond the unicorn, we have 56 companies, which is $10 billion valuation. And we are 4 in India, out of the 56, 4 in India, and Flipkart, Byju's, Nykaa, and Swiggy. And many more are going to join in a couple of a month's time. And this is the kind of valuation what our startups have given. And potential is there everywhere, because some people say that, no, our idea is it won't work, and we are not technology-driven people, we don't understand that. But look at some few simple examples. Somebody is making idli dosa, it's called ID, and they're almost a unicorn now. Maybe a couple of more rounds, they're unicorn. What do? They just sell idli dosa batter. And there's going to be one unicorn. Laundry services, becoming, in another few years, they become unicorns. Scheduling the appointment with the doctors, Practo, it's an unicorn. What do? They fix your appointment with the doctors. Microfinancing, supply chain management, and managing the trucks and the loading and unloading, they're all unicorns. So you don't need a really idea that how do we send Vikram or Chandrayaan 4 to moon with the people. You don't need that great idea. Simple idea if you have. It is better, cheaper, faster, technology-driven, scalable, and if it can be a global product, you can become a billion-dollar enterprise. And role of small and medium enterprises should not be forgotten. They are the past, present, and the future. 90% of India's jobs are created by MSMEs. 26% of the GDP is given by MSMEs, and most of the MSMEs are family-managed business. And try to do the best out of your own family-managed business, and never ignore that. Just to give a data, family-managed business from first generation to second generation, only 31% is going. From second generation to third generation, only 3% is going. Third to fourth, 0.4%. That means chances of your great-grandson doing that business or the great-granddaughter doing that business is 0.4%. Whereas in China, in Japan, in South Korea, most of the Eastern countries, 15 generations go uninterrupted. So it is high time we start talking to our children and encourage them, and you retire, ask them to do the business as quickly as possible, then you will see the new life in your own business, and never ever ignore the family managed business. They create millions of jobs, and they are the people who withstood during the COVID time. We need to encourage them, and you cannot become big unless you are small, medium, and large, and then you can become the really big enterprise. So please do not ignore the family managed business. Now that you have chartered accountants here, you have advocates there, wherever you are giving the service to family managed business, please tell them to do a good succession plan of creating the value for the family business, and somebody needs to retire, somebody has to take the mantle, and when somebody takes the mantle, the speed will be all over again. So please take that very seriously. Country needs them, and we need them. And evolution of small and medium enterprises, all of you know the challenges are the same: capital, marketing, technology, talent, everything is a problem. But every problem, there is a solution. Please find a solution for them. And working 31 years with Jyoti Labs, Calcutta is very, very close to me. After Bangalore, Calcutta is very, very close to my heart, because whatever we are in Jyoti Labs, West Bengal has played a prominent role. After seeing the success in South, the next destination we came to Calcutta, West Bengal, with Char Bundawala, Kab Badlega Neel, Kab Badlega Takdir. The Ujala we launched here, and we never looked back. I was there for 31 years till 2022, and 5,000 rupees capital. Private equity, I took 4 rounds. We went in public in 2007. Today, 12,000 crores the market cap, and it's a family-managed business, family-owned business, professionally managed, family-managed business. So 5,000 rupees investment of 1984, if it can become 12,000 crore, by selling Ujala, Maxo, Exo, and your Margo, we have acquired from Henkel, all these things can happen. You don't have to be really high-tech startup to create $1 billion. Even with the small products, what we have, you can still become $1 billion with ease and effort. And we have now more than 10,000 people working with Jyoti Labs. So Jyoti Labs' success, definitely West Bengal has given us a plenty of support. And this iconic hotel and the Park Hotel was the next home for me for all our staff meeting. So here, every person, those days they were there, they're still there, makes us to feel very nice. And India is a chosen destination. And key takeaways for all of you is that India's conducive ecosystem, please do not blame that. Ease of doing business is a big buzzword to talk about. People who have built the business, they're built with all difficulty, and that is something which you need to respect and appreciate. Startup world, please help them to grow fast and ask them to take more risk. And age of $1 billion has come in now. 109 people have built unicorns, and next from this hall, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 20 can always become, because if idli, dosa, batter can become a unicorn, you will have hundreds of ideas to do that. So please work towards it. If not you, your children, and tell them, resign existing job and get into a startup world. It's an amazing world to be there. And directly, if you can't do it, invest in the startup. I'm telling you, 20, 10, or 15% of your savings, instead of fixed deposit, put it in the startup. I'll guarantee you, you make 3x in next 5 years. But choose the right startup. If you don't know how to choose, put the money in venture capitalist. Venture capitalists, they know how to invest the money, where to invest the money, and put the money in venture capitalists. I don't have one, but I always invest them so that they will do the expert job. Thank you very much. I've taken the time. And any more queries you have, I'm always available, ullas@ukco.in, and my connects are available with organizers. More than happy to be help to start up MSMEs, family managed business, succession planning, more than happy to help in that context. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now may I have the honor of requesting CA Shivani Shah, Treasurer ACAE, to kindly come forward for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you are enjoying this afternoon of learning. It's indeed a mesmerizing afternoon. And to make it a little more beautiful, can we expect all of you to give a thundering round of applause for our very dynamic speaker? Startups, just one thing, you kept saying that if you can't do it, then ask your children to. Let me tell you, sir, each and every one in this room is capable enough of many more ideas. And yes, if we need not go to the venture capitalists, the only people we come to in case if we are running short of ideas would be you. Thank you so much for your wonderful deliberation. We at ACAE, we recognize your presence, and thank you once again for your wonderful deliberation. We look forward to hosting you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, there's an important announcement requesting everybody, please do not reserve seats for your friends. If anybody else is coming and they are trying to sit, please let them sit, because we have empty vacant seats there. If your friend is coming a little bit late, they can sit somewhere else. Please do not reserve the seat just adjacent to yours. All right, now it's time for a very informative session. The topic would be double your profits, and the speaker is Mr. Rahul Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, I need a big round of applause for Mr. Rahul Jain. And to accompany him, may I please request ACAE President CA P.D. Rungta and... All right, we're going to take a moment, and ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, this session will be gripping. All of you will be glued to your seats. Now I understand why were you saving that seat for your friend, because you already knew what this session is about. And may I please request our Chairman, Annual Conference Committee ACAE, CA Jitendra Lohia, and President ACAE, CA P.D. Rungta, to kindly accompany Mr. Rahul Jain to stage, please. And so we would like to felicitate you. For the felicitation, may I please request CA Neeraj Kumar Harodia and CA Satish Jalan to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to felicitate Sir. And for the felicitation, may I please request CA Neeraj Kumar Harodia and CA Satish Jalan to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rahul Jain is the pioneering force in the world of business coaching in India and the visionary founder of Business Coaching India, as known as BCI. With an impressive background in engineering and an MBA, Mr. Rahul boasts over 25 years of invaluable hands-on experience, having worked with esteemed companies such as Tata Motors before venturing into entrepreneurship. Over the past 2 decades, Mr. Rahul has left an impressive mark on the business landscape by conducting transformative business coaching workshops for more than 21,000 SME business owners. His impact extends across diverse industries, including manufacturing, IT, distribution, retail, architecture, hospitality, biotechnology, travel, import and export, event management, and various service providers like lawyers and CA firms. His coaching expertise transcends sectors, making him a sought-after business coach for businesses of all kinds. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to kindly give a big round of applause for Mr. Rahul Jain. And today, we are honored to have you amongst us here. Ladies and gentlemen, we also acknowledge the support of these institutions. Hence, calling upon stage Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal, Calcutta Chamber of Commerce President, Lions Club of Calcutta President, Mr. Bimal Kumar Jain, Ekal Yuva, Youth Wing of Friends of Tribal Society President, Mr. Gaurav Bagla, Career After Family President, Mrs. Kavita Dhanuka Agarwal, Adwell Stock Broking Director, Mr. Manish Jain, Mamta Binani and Associates Company Secretaries, Mentor, CS Mamta Binani, Quick Desks Director, Mr. Prashant Deep Rungta, requesting everybody to kindly come up on stage for a group photo with Mr. Rahul Jain. Repeating the names once again, Mr. Kishan Kumar Kejriwal, Mr. Bimal Kumar Jain, Mr. Gaurav Bagla, Mrs. Kavita Dhanuka Agarwal, Mr. Manish Jain, CS Mamta Binani, and Mr. Prashandeep Rungta. Well, ladies and gentlemen, requesting 2 minutes of your time because एक बहुत ही interesting session होने वाला है अभी. This will be informative and एक बहुत अच्छा learning experience रहेगा for all of us.
Okay, we're good to go?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely sorry for the delay caused, but sometimes few technical things happen and we have no control over them.
इतने सारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बैठेंगे तो मैक भी फेल ही हो जाएगा. कैसे चलेगा? उसको भी टेंशन हो रही है.
But I assure you the next 90 minutes will be worth it.
Good to go? So can you put it up so that I can just see it that's working, not working? Okay, great. Okay, so good evening everybody. कोई खाना नहीं दिया आज इनको? खाना अच्छा नहीं था? हाँ? खाना ठीक था? ज़्यादा खा लिया? अच्छा. So let's do this once again at 10 times this energy. So good evening, Calcutta. Thank you so much. So to start off with, just before we start off, just wanted to get to know all of you, just wanted to get a sense. आप में से कितने लोग नॉन सीए हो? नॉन सीए, इतने सारे नॉन सीए, वाह, वेरी नाइस. सो कितने लोग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हैं? मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ओके. कितने लोग, सो ऑल द पीपल सिटिंग बिहाइंड, कितने लोग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं? ये सारे आगे वाले चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हैं. वेरी गुड, एक्सीलेंट, वेरी नाइस. एंड द पीपल सिटिंग बिहाइंड, ओके. हाउ मेनी इन ट्रेडिंग? Trading, retail, wholesale, trading, retail. How many in the service sector otherwise? Service sector? Apart from chartered accountant. Chartered accountant chhod ke service sector. Okay, very nice, excellent. So we have a mix of everybody all around. So chartered accountants, people from manufacturing, people from retail, wholesale, everywhere. Okay, so just before, rather let's get going into it and then we'll pick it up as and when we get. Okay, can everybody stand up for a minute, please? पहले थोड़ा सा टेस्ट ले लेते सबका. आप लोग सब बिजनेस के मालिक हैं? यस? वेरी नाइस. आप में से कितने लोग अपने ऑफिस फोन करके ये बोल सकते हैं कि कल सुबह वापस दफ्तर जाके, कल परसों मंडे को, कि देखो जी मैं जा रहा हूं अगले 3-4 महीने तक छुट्टी पे और मेरा फोन शायद चले ना चले, मेल चले ना चले, तुम लोग बेटा एक काम करना, संभाल लेना और 3-4 महीने बाद मैं वापस आऊंगा तो मैं आके सब देख लूंगा. तो अगर ये कर सकते हो तो खड़े रहो, अदरवाइज सिट डाउन. वो बेचारे वो खींच के बेटा. Okay, so very nice. So we have a couple of people, really nice, applause for them, really good. These are the people who think the business can run without them. So Baki sab, the rest of us, what do we have? Do we have a business or do we have a job? What is the difference between a business and a job? Who? Freedom in what? Business or job? Business. Freedom to do what? Freedom तो जॉब में होता है. 6 बजे के बाद मोबाइल बंद. अभी लॉन्ग वीकेंड आ रहा है. बिजनेस का मालिक कहता है ये लॉन्ग वीकेंड क्या चीज होती है? मैंने तो आज तक नहीं देखी. फ्रीडम बिजनेस में होता है. बिजनेस में तो स्लेवरी होती है. सुबह से शाम तक 24. How many of us are working 24/7 on the phone all the time? Yes or yes? Yes? No, you're not working. Not 24 hours. Very good. Excellent. That's really nice. So what is the difference between a job and a business? Business runs on a system. आपका सिस्टम पे चल रहा है? चल रहा है? वेरी गुड. आपके बिना जाए हुए चलता है. वेरी गुड. सॉरी? Okay, what else? What is the difference between a job and a business? Working for someone else in the business? ये एक मिनट कौन सा बिजनेस कर रहे हो? बिजनेस में यू आर वर्किंग फॉर द होल वर्ल्ड. किसी को भी काम नहीं करना, वो आके आपके सामने खड़ा हो जाता है, बोलता है सर ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा, इसका क्या करूं, कैसे करूं, ऐसे कर ले, सर इसमें ये मुश्किल हो जाएगी, नहीं ऐसे कर ले, इसमें ये मुश्किल हो जाएगी, ऐसे कर ले, मुझे दे दे मैं कर लेता हूं. ये लो, थैंक यू सर. देखो मैंने बॉस को डेलीगेट कर दिया. सारी दुनिया के काम, हर एम्प्लॉय का काम बिजनेस का मालिक कर रहा होता है. यस ओ यस. कौन सा फ्रीडम? फ्रीडम तो जॉब में होती है. चिल कर रहा होता है वो. सॉरी, करेक्ट. जॉब में महीने के महीने पैसे मिल जाते हैं, बिजनेस में पता नहीं कब मिलेंगे. सॉरी, मिलता है. प्रॉफिट कैसे मिलता है? पहले बिजनेस का मालिक सारी ईएमआई निपटाता है, उसके बाद सारी तनख्वाहें देता है, उसके बाद सारे फिक्स कॉस्ट निपटाता है, उसके बाद अगर कुछ रह गया तो जेब में डाल के घर ले जाता है. साल में एक प्रॉपर्टी खरीद लेता है क्योंकि पापा ने बोला था, और उसको लगता है कि ग्रेट, ऑसम, रियली गोइंग गुड एंड रियली गोइंग ग्रेट. ओके, सो लेट्स लुक एट इट. What should be the difference between a job and a business? A business should, so in a job you have to go to work to get paid. Yes? If you don't go to job, if you don't go to work, you will not get paid. Yes or yes? In a business, you are supposed to get paid whether you get out of bed or not. You are not supposed to be going to office. It's a business. It's supposed to run on its own. So that comes to the question is, can a business run on its own? Is it possible? आपका चल रहा है क्या? आपके बाजू वाले का चल रहा है क्या? तो ये क्या होता है कि can it run? कैसे चल रहा है? Can a business run on its own? So big companies, so let's look at it. Where are the places where the business runs on its own? All the large companies, who are the owners of the large companies in the world? इसका माइक का वॉल्यूम तेज करेंगे? What? Who are the owners of the large companies in the world? Shareholders. And who does the work? Team. Employees. They do the work. The owners of the businesses are shareholders. Yes? Once in 3 months, the shareholders, majority shareholders, they have a board of directors meeting, they call the CEO and they ask him, kya ho raha hai? Or once in a month they come and they talk to him and they hold him accountable for the results of the business. Yes?
The majority of shareholders, 65% most of the companies, they are promoters, and promoters work 24.
I forgot we are talking to chartered accountants. Sir. Very good. Very nice. Good lesson. Thank you. So what are we saying? We're talking about a concept. Sir, you are right. You're right. I'm talking about a concept. Now, all of you are more qualified than me. I come to people like you to find out compliance mein kya ho raha hai. Yes? So I'm not here to teach you compliance. वो सुबह से चल रहा है, आप लोगों को वैसे ही आता है. Yes? I'm here to tell you something about business. So, profit पे आ रहे हैं. So now, shareholders, they go and they walk into a room of the CEO. CEO business चला रहा है. CEO पूरा का पूरा. Yes? वो business चला रहा है और उसको पूछते हैं हर महीने, हर क्वार्टर, प्रॉफिट क्या रहा, प्रॉफिट क्या रहा, प्रॉफिट क्या रहा, प्रॉफिट क्या रहा. अगर ये बंदे का परफॉर्मेंस ठीक नहीं है, इसको बाहर निकाल देते हैं. यस? यस ओ यस? हमारे यहां अकाउंटेंट छोड़ के चला जाता है, हमारा कलेजा बाहर निकल आता है. यस और यस? हमारा एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट खिसक गया, लग गई लंका. यस और यस? और ये एक बंदा जो पूरी कंपनी चला रहा है, वो छोड़ के जा रहा है और वो बोलता है कि बाहर निकल, लेट्स गेट समबडी एल्स. सो बट आप लोग बोलोगे ये तो बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां हैं, हम तो छोटे हैं. So the next question, how did every large company in the world start off? How did they start off? They started off just like you did, with nothing. Zero. Yes? And those guys today are running 5,000, 10,000 crore business empires. 5,000, 10,000 crore की बड़े बड़े businesses चला रहे हैं. इंडिया में HCL started from a garage in Delhi. Infosys, everybody knows. Dhirubhai, everybody knows. Oberoi's was a clerk in a hotel. Clerk, hotel का clerk, एक hotel की chain, and one of the best hotel chains, एक generation में establish कर ले. Wow! Then there is this guy called Anil Agarwal. You heard of him? Vedanta. He came, Kabadi wala. He came from a rural place in Bihar to Mumbai in somewhere around 1975. What does somebody, कोई अगर बिहार से उठ के मुंबई आता है तो उसके पास मतलब कबाड़ी वाला था. What would he have? Personality, charm, charisma, communication skill. And these guys make it up to a 5-10,000 crore business. Yes? How did they do it? आप लोगों के पास विजन नहीं है क्या? आप विजन बनाते नहीं हो क्या? How did they do it? हार्ड वर्क तो आप भी करते हो, बीवी से पूछो. विल पावर आपका भी है. अरे मैं क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा हूं, ये लोग ऐसे 5,000, 10,000 करोड़ की कंपनियां कैसे बना लेते हैं? So, shh. Hold on. I am not going to get into the answer for that. What is the point I'm trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is just this. Very simple. हम लोगों को ये लगता है कि बिजनेस बड़ा करने के लिए ढेर सारा पैसा चाहिए. Yes? Yes, no? No. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को तो नहीं लगेगा. Good. So, हम लोगों को ये लगता है you need to have something behind you, something here, something there. The only thing that these people had was themselves. When they went out to start creating it, इनके पास पैसा नहीं था. और ये लोग, they are all into industries or places जहां पर which are investment heavy. और जब पैसा नहीं होता, बैंक पैसा देता है, दोस्त पैसा देते हैं. So then how do they make this 5,000 crore businesses, 10,000 crore businesses? I don't know how they do it. I'm not getting into that. We'll talk about it. The only thing that I want to point out is, if they can do it, I'm not saying you will do it. I'm saying you can do it. Possibility है कि आप भी कर सकते हो. Indeed big was because they did not have anything. अगर इनके पास करोड़ों रुपए होता तो chances would be के नहीं होता. All I'm trying to say is every business in the world starts with zero, just like you did, and sets up a 5-10,000 crore business empire. If they can do it, you can do it. I don't know whether you'll do it. मेरे को ये नहीं मालूम कि आप कर पाओगे या नहीं कर पाओगे. हो सकता है, और not only हो सकता है, हर बार ऐसे ही हुआ है. इसके अलावा कोई और तरीका ही नहीं है. It has always happened like this. So, but why should a business run on its own? ये क्यों चाहिए कि भाई मेरा बिजनेस मेरे बिना चले? हम बड़े खुश हैं, सुबह दफ्तर जाते हैं, सारा दिन इमरजेंसीज और फायर फाइटिंग करते हैं. यस, अभी इसका फोन आ गया, अभी उससे वो नहीं हुआ, फिर वो गलत चला गया, फिर ये गलत हो गया, फिर वो कर नहीं रहा, फिर उसके पीछे दौड़ो, सारा दिन क्लाइंटों के फोन, इसका ये वो नाटक नौटंकी. यही हो रहा है. यस नो? अरे सुना ही नहीं दिया मेरे को. यस हो? यस. और बिजनेस का मालिक मेरे को ना एक साउथ इंडिया की मूवी देखी थी मैंने, बहुत पुरानी, वो देख के बड़ा मजा आया था मुझे. उसके पिक्चर का नाम था कोई गन मुरगन. उसमें ना वो 2 गन लेके घूमता है ऐसे, और कुछ भी होता है ना वो उड़ाता रहता है, डिशक्या। मेरे को बिजनेस की मालिक की याद आ गई। सुबह घुसता है, क्विक गन मुर्गन बन जाता है, और शाम तक सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम्स, इमरजेंसीज और फायर फाइटिंग कर रहा होता है। यस ओ यस? सो अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई डू वी वांट। और हम ना बड़े खुश हैं, हम लोग दफ्तर जाते हैं और बैठाकर सबको सुनाते हैं। देखो जी, असली बात बताऊं? हाँ नहीं? अरे असली बात बताऊं? घर में ना हमारी चलती नहीं है, मगर यहां पर इन लोग को तनख्वाह देता हूं मैं, तो बैठा के सुनाता हूं, और सब बोलते हैं यस सर, वेरी इंटेलिजेंट। और मेरे को बड़े मजे आते हैं ज्ञानबाजी करने में बिजनेस के मालिक को। तो ये हमारी पावर है। अगर बिजनेस में कुछ करने को ना हो और बिजनेस अपने आप चल पड़े, तो बिजनेस का मालिक तो क्या करेगा? सो व्हाई शुड अ बिजनेस रन ऑन इट्स ओन? सो लेट्स लुक एट इट। एवरीबडी स्विच, टेक अ पेपर वेपर है किसी के पास कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है सब? मोबाइल पे नहीं होगा ये। कागज पेंसिल है क्या? आप लोग सुबह से वर्कशॉप पे बैठे हो? ओके, लिख सकते हो कहीं? है क्या? अरे है वो है। ओके, राइट डाउन द प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज दैट यू डील विद। व्हाट आर द प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज दैट यू डील विद? जल्दी लिखो। Write down the total number of people who want these kind of products and services in this country. भारत देश में इस प्रकार का प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस कितने लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं भारत देश में, कलकत्ता में नहीं। ये मत बोलना कि मैं कलकत्ता का चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हूं तो बॉम्बे में नहीं कर सकता। कर सकते हैं कि नहीं? अरे हाँ या ना? ऑफिस खोल लिया, काम शुरू कर दिया, तो बॉम्बे में भी हो सकता है, दिल्ली में भी हो सकता है, गुवाहाटी में तो हो ही सकता है। यस? हम कर नहीं रहे वो अलग बात है। राइट डाउन द टोटल नंबर ऑफ पीपल हु यूज दिस काइंड ऑफ प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस। टोटल नंबर ऑफ पीपल। राइट डाउन व्हाट इज द एवरेज अमाउंट ऑफ मनी दैट एन एवरेज क्लाइंट पेज पर एनम। साल में एक क्लाइंट कितना पैसा खर्च करता है इस पे? लिखो। बोलो जी। मैं कह रहा हूं ऑन एन एवरेज एक क्लाइंट कितने का पैसा खर्च करता है, बस, चाहे वो रिपीट हो चाहे वन टाइम हो। आप क्या करते सर? वेरी गुड। गिफ्ट? तो गिफ्ट हैम्पर तो क्लाइंट साल भर खरीदेगा, बार बार खरीदेगा, अगले साल भी खरीदेगा, अनलेस आपकी सर्विस बहुत बढ़िया है। तो एवरेज रुपी सेल, एवरेज एक क्लाइंट कितने का माल, कितने का पैसा खर्च करता है इस प्रोडक्ट या सर्विस पे। एंड देन राइट डाउन द टोटल साइज ऑफ द सेगमेंट। टोटल साइज ऑफ द सेगमेंट, और इसको टोटल कर लो, टोटल, और उसके नीचे लिखो अपना टर्नओवर, और फिर निकालो अपना मार्केट शेयर। निकाल लो यार, तुम लोगों के साथ एक प्रॉब्लम, तुम बड़े समझदार लोग हो। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स गॉड गिफ्ट टू मैनकाइंड। लिख लो, समथिंग विल emerge out of it. ओके, लिखा? हाँ जी, क्या मार्केट शेयर है? बता दो सर, बैठे बैठे। सॉरी, क्या करते हैं आप? You're doing a job in a company. Okay, great. Business owners, balance everybody else. 0.0000. Yes, I assume that. So, which business is that? What is the turnover of the company? Good, that will be 3%. Very nice. 97% of the market is not with you. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay. Shh. बाकी सबका क्या निकला? Point 0.0000 ऐसी कुछ है? Yes or yes? So your market share is point. Hello, is everybody else? Yes or yes? I didn't hear that. Yes or yes? Your market share is 0.0001%. Yes? Today, if you are going out and pitching your product, and if a competitor, अगर मैं आपका competitor हूं आपकी लाइन में और मैं जाके वो प्रोडक्ट या सर्विस पिच करता हूं और मुझे वो अकाउंट मिल जाता है, तो आपको कैसा लगता है अगर आपके कॉम्पिटिटर को वो अकाउंट मिल जाए जो अकाउंट के साथ आप पिच कर रहे हो? कैसा लगता है? अरे कैसा लगता है? खराब. तो 99.99% ऑफ द मार्केट कहीं और से माल खरीद रही है, किसी और का सर्विस यूज कर रही है. बुरा क्यों नहीं लगता? कहते भाई अपनी औकात इतनी है, इससे ज्यादा ना संभला जाएगा. इससे ज्यादा हम इससे ज्यादा नहीं कर सकते. Very good, excellent, very honest answer. So one is that. Second, more important than that also, बुरा क्यों नहीं लगता? Because एक होता है कुएं का मेंढक, एक होता है बाथरूम के मग का मेंढक. Most business owners, chartered accountants and everybody, इतने से पानी के मग के मेंढक होते हैं. सुबह अंदर घुसते हैं दफ्तर में, ऐसे अंदर घुस जाते हैं, सारा दिन ऐसे घुसे रहते. शाम को फोन आता है बीवी का, हाँ जी आज आओगे नहीं आओगे, खाना उठा के रख दूं कि आ रहे हो? फिर सुना देता अरे नहीं यार जाने का टाइम हो गया, लेट्स गो. भागे भागे घर पहुंचते हैं और घर पहुंच के ये देखो, ये लाइफ की ज़ेरॉक्स है. घर पहुंचते हैं दिमाग फ्राइड होता है. यस ओ यस? अरे हाँ नहीं, कि बड़े रिफ्रेश पहुंचते हो. वाह मजे आ गए दिन में, आज क्या दिन था यार, आज जैसा दिन हर रोज हो. ऐसे जाते हो घर? कैसे पहुंचते हो? सड़े हुए. यस. और उस समय बीवी को बोलते हो सुन यार तेरे को मालूम नहीं आज क्या दिन था, आज ना बात मत कर, मुझे आई वॉन्ट टू रियली, मतलब आई वॉन्ट टू रिलैक्स. खाना खाते, नेटफ्लिक्स ऑन करते और सो जाते. अगले दिन सुबह झोला उठाते और इस डर से दफ्तर पहुंच जाते हैं कि अगर आज मैं दफ्तर नहीं गया तो आज भी काम नहीं होगा. आज मैं दफ्तर नहीं गया तो आज भी काम नहीं होगा. और दफ्तर जाने का एक ही कारण है, क्योंकि आप वहां के गार्ड हो. जितनी देर आप बैठते हो उतनी देर काम होता है. आप दफ्तर से बाहर निकलते हो और काम पीछे एक रंग रलियां मन रही होती, चला गया लाला, चलो पार्टी, अभी तो पार्टी शुरू हुई. यस और यस? और आपके पिछले 20 साल की जिंदगी का ये ज़ेरॉक्स है. This is how you have lived the last 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, or 30 years of your life. And if you keep doing what you're doing for the next 30 years, this is what you will do. Next 10 years, 20 years, 5 years. Exact replica. रोज दिमाग टेंशन खत्म करके वापस आओगे. Yes. अरे yes or yes? So, understand, the market is huge out there. मगर क्योंकि आप लोग ये मार्केट क्यों नहीं कर पाते? लेट मी गिव यू अ सेंस. राइट डाउन. लिखा है, जिसके पास कागज पेंसिल है लिखो जरा. 0.0001 मार्केट शेयर है ना? यस. कितने लोगों को लगता है डिस्काउंट, क्रेडिट और कंपटीशन की वजह से मर रहे हैं? किसी को लग रहा है क्या? नहीं लगता? वेरी गुड, तो ये पॉइंट इट कैंसिल. ओके, नाउ अरे 4 हाथ ऊपर के, तो क्वेश्चन नहीं, वैलिड ही नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है. जब why address a problem you don't have? Address only those problems which you have. Otherwise I'll waste my time. वैसे भी 66 मिनट है. टाइम कितना ले सकता हूं आपके ऊपर डिपेंड है. ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को मैंने सेट कर लिया है. ऐसे मत बोलो, मैं तो 8:30 बजे तक चालू रहूंगा. Till what time do you want to carry on? 6:15 तक I can carry on. Then I have a flight back. 6:15? Yes? अरे सबकी रजामंदी है कि बाकी सब बोल रहे हैं क्या बकवास सुना रहा है? बकवास, yes. Yes. Okay, guys. Okay, so let me first introduce myself about time. वो कोई है क्या, कोई पानी दे दे और किसी को बोलो कि मेरे को चाय ला दे, बहुत कम दूध की, बहुत कम, 1 चम्मच दूध. Okay, my name is Rahul Jain. I did my engineering in my MBA and I was working for a company called Tata Motors based out of Mumbai. I worked with them for a while. टाटा मोटर्स में बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला. सबसे बढ़िया जो सीखने को मिला वो ये सीखने को मिला कि भाई नौकरी ना अपने बाप के बस की ना है. बाप के बस की, मेरे बस की ना है. मैं नहीं कर सकता. I can't be doing this. I can't be doing a job for the rest of my life. This is not what I was meant out to be. So I gave up that job and I walked out of Tata Motors. It was the most difficult thing I ever did in my life. The most difficult thing. Because I come from a hardcore service class background. पापा आर्मी में थे और बाकी सारे के सारे IAS, रेलवेज, ये वो. हमारे घर की प्रथा थी, अच्छे लोग नौकरी करते हैं और बाकी सब धंधा कर रहे हैं. तो imagine when I went up to him and I was all of 25 with no money in my pocket and I said, Dad, I want to leave a job like Tata Motors. And we're talking about a time called 1995. 1995 में ना कंप्यूटर नहीं थे इस देश में, मोबाइल फोन नहीं थे, पेजर होते थे, वो था फॉर्म ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन. आई डोंट नो आप में से कितने लोगों ने देखा है वो टाइम. नो कंप्यूटर्स, नो मोबाइल्स, life was so beautiful. So at that time in that planet there were few big companies in this country. आज की तारीख में मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियों की लाइन लगी हुई है और नौकरियों की लाइन लगी हुई है. उस समय टाटा एक बड़ा नाम था. वो कंपनी छोड़ के मैं अपना बिजनेस शुरू करना चाह रहा था. So my dad lost it but he said anyway, मतलब as usual I went against his wishes and I started this business. And I started a business of security systems and fire alarm systems based out of Pune. So 1995, about 28 years ago, I started my first business. I did that business. I set up a distribution network across Maharashtra and Gujarat, did a little bit of manufacturing. By 1999, I had to shut that business down. Not shut that business down, I had to come back to Delhi. तो वो बिजनेस बेच के मैं दिल्ली आ गया और दिल्ली आके वी स्टार्टेड अनदर बिजनेस ऑफ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. हम लोग जापान से प्रोडक्ट्स इंपोर्ट करते थे और ऑल अक्रॉस इंडिया बेचते थे. और कुछ साल वो बिजनेस किया और फिर समथिंग वेंट रॉन्ग विद द कंपनी देयर एंड दे स्टॉप सप्लाइंग इक्विपमेंट एंड दैट वाज द टर्निंग पॉइंट इन माय लाइफ. So by that time we had about 10,000 distributors all across India. We were doing about 70-80 crores of business. Everything was nice, life was rocking, money was rolling, everything was very nice. And I was hating it. I didn't like what I did. मजा ही नहीं आ रहा. सिर्फ पैसा कमा रहा था और कुछ नहीं कर रहा था. गधों की तरह सुबह झोला उठा के दफ्तर पहुंच जाता था, शाम को वापस आ जाता था, सो जाता था. मतलब कोलू का बैल हुआ पड़ा था. सिर्फ पैसा कमा रहा था और ये मेरी इच्छा थी लाइफ की, पैसा कमाना है. मेरी जिंदगी का मकसद था पैसा कमाना, क्योंकि बचपन में मैंने पैसा नहीं देखा. मेरे पापा आर्मी में थे. आर्मी में पैसा नहीं होता. बड़े बड़े घर होते हैं, गाड़ियां मिलती हैं, नौकर मिलते हैं. अगर पैसा चाहिए तो दोस्तों के साथ पार्टी करते थे हम उनकी जेबों से. पैसा ही नहीं था, हमने घर में नहीं देखा, जिसकी वजह से पैसे का एक गड्ढा था, बट वो गड्ढा भर गया. तो व्हेन दिस कंपनी शट डाउन, आई सेड आफ्टर टुडे, मेरे पास ना 10,000 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर थे. एक प्रोडक्ट बंद होता है, 10 प्रोडक्ट डाल सकते हैं. यस यस. मैंने कहा मैंने नहीं काम करना, मैं नहीं कर रहा ये बेवकूफी की चीज. सारी जिंदगी ऐसी घटता रह जाऊंगा क्या, मर जाऊंगा, मेरे को नहीं करना. And I decided I will never work for the rest of my life. Now I will do something I love. And I sat down on this couch, doing something I love. 1 साल लग गया ढूंढते ढूंढते, बिकॉज हर चीज जो ढूंढता था मैं ये पूछता था अपने आप से, ऐसी कौन सी चीज है जो मैं जिंदगी में फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट पूरी जिंदगी कर सकता हूं, फिर भी मजा आएगा. फॉर एग्जाम्पल ट्रैवल. आप में से कितने लोगों को ट्रैवल अच्छा लगता है? यस यस. If I tell you go travel the world, go see the Grand Canyon, go see the African forests, go enjoy yourself, go travel the world, और जब जब travel करोगे पैसा मिलेगा. How's that for a deal? अरे आवाज ही नहीं आती कलकत्ता. ये क्या चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट आवाज नहीं करते क्या? ये क्या क्या कर रहे हो रुंगटा साहब? सुबह से बेचारों का हाल देख रहे हो? हैं? बुरा हाल कर दिया आपने. क्या डिसिप्लिन? चार्टर्ड अकाउंट डिसिप्लिन होते हैं? ये बात सही. बोलने के पैसे लेते चार्टर्ड अकाउंट. ओके, सो नाउ दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज लुकिंग फॉर. And then 1 साल ढूंढने के बाद one day I was sitting in an audience like this, and there was this gentleman who had come down from Australia, and he was talking about something called business coaching. उसको सुन के मेरी जिंदगी बदल गई. मतलब my life turned upside down. I said, this is what I was born for. मेरा ना जन्म ही इसलिए हुआ है. मेरे को तो ये करना है जिंदगी में. और मजे आ गए थे. I mean, life was like suddenly working for me. I said, wow, what a thing. The only thing was, it was some 2003, 2004. 2003, 2004 में business coaching नाम की पक्षी नहीं थी इस देश में. कोचिंग नाम का पक्षी नहीं था इस देश में. बट अगले दिन सुबेरे हमने I set out and I set up a firm called Business Coaching India. और हमने कहा बिजनेस कोचिंग करते हैं. एंड वी वर द फर्स्ट पीपल टू सेट अप अ बिजनेस कोचिंग फर्म. वी बॉट द कॉन्सेप्ट टू इंडिया. इस कॉन्सेप्ट को इंडिया में लेकर ही हम लोग आए. एंड वी सेट अप अ फर्म. और हमको लगा कि किताबें पढ़ेंगे, वीडियो देखेंगे और बिजनेस कोच बन जाएंगे. तो हमने ढेर सारी किताबें पढ़ी और ढेर सारे वीडियो देखे. उसके बाद लोगों के पास गए कोच करने के लिए, और ये समझ में आया कि किताबों में जो लिखा है वो बेकार है, होता नहीं है. यस, प्रैक्टिकल नहीं है. यस ओ यस. और फिर हमें यह भी समझ में आया कि बिजनेस का मालिक बड़ा स्मार्ट आदमी है. उसने जिंदगी में साम दाम दंड भेद अपनी बुद्धि बाजू वाले की बुद्धि लगा के धंधे में लगा रखा है सब कुछ. यस ओ यस. और फिर भी उसका बिजनेस नहीं चल रहा. बिजनेस का मालिक दौड़ रहा है सुबह से रात तक, अकेले बाहुबली बन के सब कुछ अपने कंधे पे लगा के घूम रहा है. यस ओ यस. द बिजनेस डजंट वर्क. द बिजनेस ओनर हैज टू डू ऑल द वर्क. यस यस ओ यस. 100%. सो अरे रुक तो जाओ. There is something, see, understand, your absolutely valid question. Understand one thing. My business, the reason I do my business is because, I love this. Being on stage, helping people transform their lives. This is what I love. If I have to, hold on. This is the only reason I do this. I should have retired 3 years ago. 3 years ago. If it was about wealth. I mean, next 3 generations I don't have to worry about. 3 years ago I would have retired. I only do this because I love doing this. And the day I stop loving it, I will make an LMS system and put it all on an LMS system, which is a learning management system. And I don't need to be there. Do you understand? Yes? So my wife says, why don't you quit? I say, quit and do what? I travel the world. I take 6 vacations a year. I love that. So lady says, I take 10 vacations. I take vacations, I'm on a vacation half the time. 6 times a year I go out traveling. And I tell all my participants, and I make them travel 4 times a year with 15 days vacations each. अगर 15 दिन से कम छुट्टी ली तो लालत है आप पे, क्योंकि वो छुट्टी नहीं मानी जाती. तो 4 बार साल में कम से कम हर क्वार्टर के बाद 15 दिन की छुट्टी जरूरी है, बिजनेस के लिए, आपके लिए. मालूम है मेरे को, आप नहीं, बिजनेस के सारे मालिक छुट्टी पे जाते हैं, ऐसे चिपके होते हैं. बीवी बीच पे बच्चों के साथ एंजॉय कर रही है, बिजनेस का मालिक चिपका हुआ है. और फिर बीवी बोलती है यही करना था तो आए क्यों थे. हाँ नहीं, अरे कभी सुना है या नहीं सुना, ये हाल है. तो सुन लो, समझ लो और ठीक कर लो, वरना ऐसे ही जिंदगी निकल जाएगी और यही करते रह जाओगे. सो जब हमने बिजनेस कोचिंग शुरू किया, हमको लगा हम हीरो हैं, फिर पता लगा जीरो हैं. क्योंकि जितने लोगों के पास जाते थे वो हमारे को ये बोलते थे, सर जी आप हम जो कर रहे हैं वो गलत है, नहीं चल रहा, मगर आप जो बोल रहे हैं ना वो भी नहीं चल रहा. क्योंकि हमें नहीं आता था और किसी को नहीं आता था. 6 साल we folded up our sleeves and we jumped into the mud pit and we said let's solve this, and it's a long time, 6 years without getting paid. और ये पैशन नहीं होता तो हम कभी कर ही ना पाते. 6 साल लगे रहे till we finally found how to do it, how to crack it. And by the end of it we rolled out the programs that we roll out. And over the last 9 years we've coached more than 21,000 business owners closely and more than 85,000 business owners otherwise like this across this country. Every business in the world, software, farming, hospitality, schools, colleges, education, chartered accountants, lawyers, architects, interior designers, restaurants, manufacturers, importers, exporters, retail, sari, jewelry, every business in the world. And our specialization has been 2 things. हम 2 चीजों में specialize करते हैं. 1, how to run your business operations working 1 day a week. 2nd, how to double your profits. और इन दोनों चीजों में हमने झंडा कर दिया. और हर बिजनेस जिसको उठाते हैं उसको यही रिजल्ट्स प्रोवाइड करते हैं. और पिछले 19 साल से ये 2 ही कर रहे हैं और अगले 50 साल तक भी यही 2 करेंगे और कुछ नहीं करना हमें, क्योंकि यही कर लिया बहुत है. इतनी बड़ी देश, इतनी बड़ी आबादी, इतना बड़ा प्रॉब्लम, वही सॉल्व कर लो और पैसे भी अच्छे खासे मिलते हैं. So this is what we specialized in, and we are going to do this for the rest of our lives. And I'm not going to do anything else. लोग मेरे पास आते हैं, सर स्टार्टअप के लिए कर लो, मुझे नहीं करना. सर कॉर्पोरेट्स के लिए कर लो, वहां भी बहुत पैसा है. मैंने कहा कर ही नहीं रहा पैसे के लिए, मेरे को इन लोगों के साथ मजा आता है. ये बिजनेस का मालिक मरा पड़ा है, इसको कोई नहीं संभाल रहा, अपने हाथ अपने ही झंडा लेके घूमता जा रहा है. और हर बिजनेस के मालिक को लगता है कि रजनीकांत का बड़ा भाई तो मैं ही हूं. 1.5 बुद्धि है मेरे में, 1.5 बुद्धि दुनिया में है. 1 बुद्धि मेरी, आधी बुद्धि दुनिया की. तो जब हम बिजनेस कोचिंग करने भी जाते थे, लोग हमसे यही पूछते थे, भाई सुन 20 साल से मैं यहां बैठा हूं, मैं धंधा कर रहा हूं, तू मेरे धंधे में आएगा, तू मेरे को सिखाएगा धंधा कैसे करना है. मेरा दिमाग खराब है. Because business owners are very headstrong people. Yes or yes? And it's good because आप headstrong हो, इसीलिए आप कामयाब हो. क्योंकि जो चीज आपके दिमाग में घुस जाती है उसका झंडा लेके आप गाड़ ही देते हो, फिर दुनिया जो मर्जी बकती रहे. अरे yes और yes. So thank you. आगे बढ़े, ये तो अभी स्कोप हुआ है. कितना टाइम है? As a business owner, what's your number 1 job? जल्दी बताओ. अभी ना बहुत जल्दी, थोड़ा जल्दी करना पड़ेगा. As a business owner, what's your number 1 job? हाँ जी, I didn't hear that. Sorry, sir. Acha, something for everything. Okay, accountable for everything. Yes, what else? What is your number one job is what I'm asking you. As a business owner, आप business चला रहे हो, इतने सारे लोग हैं, उनकी जिंदगी आप पे डिपेंडेंट है, आप लोगों के इतने सारे क्लाइंट हैं, आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि बिजनेस ओनर होने के नाते मेरा नंबर वन, व्हाट इज माय नंबर वन अकाउंटेबिलिटी? MIS रिपोर्टिंग, लोगों को देखना, नाटक करना और नौटंकी करना. Very sad.
Managing resources.
Managing risk. See, all of this is right. आप जो बोल रहे हो कुछ गलत नहीं है. Understand this. This is not your number one job. As a business owner, your number one job is not to earn money. Earn money क्या होता है? What a dumb thing, earn money. पिछले साल 100 रुपए कमाया, इस साल 100 रुपए कमाऊंगा, अगले साल 100 रुपए कमाऊंगा, अगले साल भी 100 रुपए कमाऊंगा, 10 साल बाद मिल लो 100 रुपए कमा रहा हूंगा. So, as a business owner, your number one job, and write it down, is growth in profits. Growth in profits. And it's not growth in annual profits. It's growth in monthly profits. Monthly growth in profits. पिछले महीने से कितना ज्यादा पैसा मैं कमा के निकाल के ले गया. ये है आपका नंबर वन काम. Why number one? If all accountabilities were to be put down, this one accountability shows the health of your business. अगर आप continuously grow कर रहे हो, आपके client खुश हैं, yes? वरना grow नहीं करोगे. आपका staff खुश है, yes? वरना काम नहीं कर सकते. काम अच्छा चल रहा है, yes? Sales भी हो रही है, marketing भी हो रही है, operations भी हो रहे हैं, yes? So there are all the other things. This is your number one job. And unfortunately, for most business owners, for 99% of the business owners I come across, not the rest 1% छोड़ दो, but most business owners, उनको ये नहीं मालूम कि at the end of every month, महीने का exact profit क्या निकला, ये नहीं मालूम होता. आप अपने क्लाइंट से पूछ लेना, तेरे को मालूम है पिछले महीने का प्रॉफिट? तुम लोग क्यों पूछना ही मत, तुम्हारे सर पे फूटेगा. Listen. So monthly percentage monthly profits, growth in your profits, and profits भी अलग अलग किस्म के होते हैं, and you need to monitor all of them. Net profit, gross profit, profit before tax, profit after tax, ये हो गया, EBITDA, and most important is cash profit, free cash flow in the business. Yes? आप लोग सब अपना अपना नंबर निकाल के हर महीने बैठ के देखते हो, मंथन करते हो क्या? हाँ नहीं? अरे कितने लोग मंथन करते हैं अपना प्रॉफिट निकाल के? बस या क्या ये चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है? सॉरी? अरे आप भी तो धंधा कर रहे हो यार, क्लाइंट का भी नहीं निकालते आप लोग. आप लोग अगर क्लाइंट के निकालते प्रॉफिट्स, मुझे प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती. अरे क्लाइंट का भी नहीं निकालते, अपना भी नहीं निकालते. Okay, let's look at it. Most businesses grow to the level of competence or incompetence of the business owner. इसमें चार्ट पेपर है क्या? नहीं है. Businesses start and grow like this. Every business जब शुरू करते हो, मेरे को देखो जरा, assume पेपर है, बिजनेस ऐसे ग्रो करता है, शुरू करता है और फिर ऐसे जाके कहीं थम जाता है. Yes or yes? And this is the story of every business in the world. Why? अरे क्यों? शुरू में जब आप बिजनेस करते हो तो बिजनेस में रॉकेट लगे होते हैं ऐसे ठक, और उसके बाद 20-30% ग्रोथ पे जाकर स्टैग्नेट कर जाते हो। और 20-30% ग्रोथ मतलब आपका बिजनेस मरा हुआ है, डेथ हो रही है बिजनेस की, अगर आप 20-30% ग्रो कर रहे हो। क्यों? अरे 20-30% ग्रोथ मरी हुई क्यों है? आप लोगों के हिसाब से 20-30% ग्रोथ तो गुड ग्रोथ है, यस और यस? आप लोग 30% ग्रो कर गए ईयरली, तो आप तो जाके गंगा नहा के आ जाते हो कि ग्रेट हो गया, 30% ग्रो कर गए, ये यस और यस? और मैं बोल रहा हूं 30% मतलब खत्म। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर 25-30% ग्रो किया टर्नओवर रेवेन्यू, 10% आपका इन्फ्लेशन हो गया, 10% सैलरीज बढ़ गई, 5-10% खर्चे बढ़ते सालों साल, यस और यस? तो अगर आपने 20-25% ग्रो किया और 20-25% खर्चे ग्रो कर गए, प्रॉफिट कितना ग्रो किया? आपका काम क्या है? तो क्या किया सारे साल? वो कहते आप गलत गेम खेल रहे हो, हमारी गेम डिफरेंट है। आप बोल रहे ग्रो करो, नहीं हम मेंटेन में हैं, हमारा मेंटेनेंस चल रहा है, सस्टेन, मेंटेन। ओके, सो व्हाई डज दिस हैपन? द रीजन दिस हैपेंस इज बिकॉज a business grows to the level of the business owner. बिजनेस ओनर शुरू करता है, बिजनेस ग्रो करता है। शुरू में रॉकेट क्यों लगते हैं? क्योंकि खुद सारा काम करता है, सारे काम खुद कर रहा होता है। और जब वो बिजनेस का मालिक खुद काम करता है, रॉकेट लग जाते हैं, वर्क इज A1, टॉप ऑफ द लाइन। फिर थोड़ी देर बाद जब बिजनेस ग्रो कर जाता है, उससे संभला नहीं जाता, फिर वो बोलता है कुछ लोग ले आ। And that is when we call this is the beginning of the end. Because business के मालिक को अपने हाथों से तो काम करना आता है, मगर किसी से काम करवाना नहीं आता उसको, यूजलेस है उसमें, और उसको किसी ने सिखाया नहीं और कभी आया ही नहीं। आज तक बिजनेस ओनर का नंबर 1 स्ट्रॉन्ग सूट, नंबर 1 विनिंग फॉर्मूला है, मुझे दे दे मैं कर देता हूं, यस ओ यस? सब जगह खुद कूद के करता है, यस? और जहां कूदता है वहां ठीक हो जाता है, यस ओ यस? कितनी जगह कूदेगा, स्टैग्नेट कर जाता है। हनुमान जी भी मतलब कितना, हाँ जी, बिना यस अगर मेरे को कोई लेना देना नहीं क्या बोल के करवाओ, मगर करवा लो, बेटा बोल के करवाओ, बाप बोल के करवाओ, मगर करवा लो। एब्सोल्युटली। सो नाउ इसमें क्या होता है, दिस इज द मैनेजमेंट बैंडविड्थ ऑफ द ओनर। हम हिंदी में इसको कहते हैं बिजनेस करने की इस बिजनेस के मालिक की इतनी औकात है, बस इससे ज्यादा औकात नहीं है बिजनेस करने की, इसलिए यह थम जाता है। इसकी काबिलियत इतनी है, कोई 10 करोड़ पे थमता है, कोई 50 करोड़ पे थमता है, कोई 500 करोड़ पे थमता है, कोई 2-3 करोड़ रुपए पे ही रोने लग जाता है, यस? अरे हाँ नहीं। अच्छा, बिफोर आई गो फॉरवर्ड एक चीज पूछनी पड़ेगी भाई, कलकत्ता है, सुनो। ये ना ऐसी बातें बोल दूंगा मैं बीच बीच में कि आपकी औकात नहीं है करने की, चलेगा क्या? अरे चल, आवाज नहीं आई सबसे। सुनो 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 सुनो। हेलो एवरीबॉडी, प्लीज लिसन टू मी एंड लिसन केयरफुली। आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू बी एरोगेंट, ठीक है? आई एम अ वेरी हम्बल गाय। मैं स्टेज से उतरने से बाहर मिलता हूं, देखना मैं कितने अच्छे से पेश आता। मेरी इतनी औकात नहीं है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं जो मेरे से उम्र में बहुत बड़े हैं, बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं जो मेरे से औकात में बहुत बड़े हैं, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटिंग में बहुत बड़े हैं। मैं सिर्फ यहाँ इसलिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ कि मैं आज आपको शीशा दिखा सकूँ, चलेगा क्या? मेरा काम है आईना दिखाना, आपको ये बताना कि आप ग्रेट हो। ये तो आपको रोज़ सुबह शाम दिन रात 100 लोग मिलते हैं और बोलते हैं जी आप ग्रेट हो, आपने पता नहीं क्या क्या कर दिया, और ये भी कर दिया और वो भी कर दिया, और आपने तो रॉकेट लगा रखे हैं। पर कोई ये नहीं बोलता कि भाई क्या कर रहा है? जिंदगी बर्बाद कर रहा है। ये बहुत कम लोग बोलते हैं। यस ओ यस। तो मेरा काम है ये कि आपको पिन करना, क्या बोलते हैं, हाँ, आई वॉन्ट टू जैब यू, ताकि आप लोग उछलो, ताकि दर्द हो। क्यों? क्योंकि वापस जाके फिर कुछ जिंदगी में कर लो, वरना एक लेक्चर है ये। आओगे, बैठोगे, तालियां बजाओगे, हाँ जी बड़े मजे आए, और घर जाके सो जाओगे। So do workshops work? Yes or yes? Do you want the most out of this workshop? Workshops don't work. No workshop in the world works. The people who attend the workshop, they do the work. योगा की वर्कशॉप की प्रभु श्री रामदेव बैठे थे, जो भी बैठा था उसने योगा सिखाई, पूरी योगा सीख ली, घर गए, सो गए, क्या फायदा? So understand, you have to go out and implement it. I'm going to tell you things to go out and implement in your life. Are you with me on this? Yes or yes? So मैं कुछ चीजें ऐसी बक दूंगा बीच बीच में जो थोड़ा ऑफेंसिव होंगी, चलेगा ना? चलेगा? Yes or yes? Very good, excellent. So this pattern operates worldwide. अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि आपने पिछले 6 महीने में कौन से झंडे गाड़ दिए, what have you done which is a milestone in your life in the last 6 months? ऐसे क्या झंडे गाड़ दिए? 6 महीने से काम कर रहे हो, yes or yes? पिछले 6 महीने में क्या काम किए? ये मत बोलना रिटर्न फाइल की थी। अरे लैंडिंग तो उसने करवाई, जिंदगी भर वही रहोगे क्या ऑडियंस? एक महीना घूमने जाना बहुत बड़ी औकात की बात है, अगर जबरदस्ती नहीं गए थे तो, अगर बीवी के प्रेशर में नहीं गए थे। ओके, सो लुक एट योर लाइफ, लुक एट योर लाइफ। 6 महीने होने को आ रहे हैं, ये साल ये क्या ईयर, हाफ ईयरली चल रहा है ना? यस और यस। शुरू से मार्च अप्रैल से लेकर अब तक 6 महीने में क्या कर लिया आपने? What have you done to take your business forward? ऐसे कौन से झंडे गाड़े हैं? और अगर आप ऐसे ही करते रहोगे, और if you keep doing the same thing, 6 महीने बाद भी अगर आप मुझसे मिलोगे, मैं बोलूंगा भाई क्या हुआ? फिर बोलोगे न्यू ईयर रेजोल्यूशन बनाते हैं, कम बखत चलते ही नहीं, कुछ नहीं होता इनका। Yes? And doing the same thing will not give you different results. That's insanity, said Einstein. Doing the same thing and expecting different results. You better shake out of it and start changing what you're doing. If you're not changing what you're doing, you will get what you're getting. And don't cry about the market, economy, this, that, and the other, or your profession. इसमें पैसे नहीं कमा सकते। मैं एक ट्रेनर हूं, ट्रेनर 3 लाख रुपए महीना कमाता है ट्रेनर। ट्रेनिंग करते करते यहां आ गया मैं। It doesn't matter what you're doing. You can also cross 100 crores. But you should want to. And you don't want to. But we'll talk about that. And it pains me. I speak out of pain. And what is the pain I have? आपको क्या लगता है? Do you think आप लोग को लगता है क्या कि आप अपनी कैपेबिलिटी और अपनी औकात के हिसाब से काम कर रहे हो? Are you working to your maximum potential? Yes or no? Way below it. And you're happy doing it. रोज उठ के झोला उठा के चलो दफ्तर, आज 4 रिटर्न और फाइल करके आएंगे। क्या कर रहे हो जिंदगी में? और रिटर्न फाइल करना तो आपका काम भी नहीं है। नहीं है, नहीं है आपका काम। फिर ठीक है, वो कहते हैं मैं रिटर्न ही नहीं फाइल करता अपनी, ऐसी जी रहा हूं. So what is the one and only problem? Number one, अगर बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लमों के बीच में एक प्रॉब्लम निकालूं मैं, what is your number one problem? अरे बताओ यार. So the number one problem is that you are doing all the things yourself. आप सारी चीजों में खुद घुस के रजनीकांत बन के खुद घुस जाते और खुद ही कर रहे हो. Yes or yes? And what is the solution? Very simple, उसका opposite. Getting it done. उसको करवाना लोगों से, टीम से करवाना. हाँ, बट ये कॉन्सेप्ट है, इसको समझाऊंगा ताकि इसको रियल बना दूं. कैसे करना नहीं आता हमें. अरे सर टेंशन मत लो, कुछ नहीं होता, डेमोक्रेसी है. बिल्कुल ठीक है, फिर ठीक है. बोलो सर, आप भी बोलो. जी. बीस साल से लॉस किया, आप पिछले 6 महीने से अर्निंग किया.
तो मैंने कुछ सीख लिया कि कल क्या मार्केट खुलेगा और कौन सा शेयर 20% में फ्रीज होगा.
वेरी नाइस.
और दूसरा एम है, मैं 6 महीने में जितना कमाया हूं, आने वाले 6 महीने में 1000% और ज्यादा कमाऊंगा शेयर मार्केट.
अच्छा 1 मिनट. अरे रुक जाओ यार. सर ऐसी बातें मत किया करो, सब उछल पड़ते हैं. सुनो, अच्छा सब वापस आओ. अरे वापस आ जाओ सब. हेलो 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 हेलो. सो एवरीबॉडी कम बैक, कम बैक. So the first thing you need to do is you need to put your business on an autopilot kind of a situation where the business runs without you. Number 1, सबसे बड़ा breakthrough आपके business का autopilot होता है. So मैं, सारे लोग मेरे पास आते हैं और हम 19 साल से, जैसे मैंने बोला, हम ये कर रहे हैं. और मेरे पास लोग आके बोलते हैं सर सेल्स का कुछ बताओ, मार्केटिंग का कुछ बताओ, ग्रोथ कैसे करें. और सेल्स का कुछ बताओ, मार्केटिंग का कुछ बताओ, ऐसा कुछ करने को बताओ. और मैं सबको बोलता हूं आपकी प्रॉब्लम सेल्स, मार्केटिंग, ब्रांडिंग, पोजीशनिंग और ग्रोथ है ही नहीं. और मैं सबको यही समझाता हूं और बोलता हूं आज की तारीख में बिजनेस के मालिक की एक ही प्रॉब्लम है, एक. और वो एक प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो बिजनेस का मालिक ऑपरेशंस में इतनी बुरी तरीके से मरा पड़ा है कि वो जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं कर पाता. और मैं सबको ये बोलता हूं कि जब तक आप ऑपरेशंस में फंसे हुए हो आप कुछ कर नहीं पाओगे. और जिस दिन आप ऑपरेशन से निकल गए आपको कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा. अगर आज मैं आपको बोलता हूं आपका बिजनेस ऑटो पायलट पे आ जाए, हफ्ते में 1 दिन काम करके चल जाए, 2 दिन काम करके चल जाए, 3 दिन काम करके चल जाए, और 3 दिन आपके पास फ्री हैं, और 3 दिन आप पूरे 3 दिन सुबह से शाम तक नए क्लाइंटों से मिलोगे. महीने में 15 दिन नए क्लाइंटों से मिलोगे, 15 नहीं 12 दिन नए क्लाइंटों से मिलोगे. तो क्या होगा? अरे कितना ग्रोथ होगा आपका? अरे 4-5 गुना बढ़ जाओगे. अगर आप 1 महीने में 10 दिन नए क्लाइंटों से मिलो, 10 days a month, new clients, only 3 clients a day, 10 days, 30 new clients. क्लाइंट सारे, हर क्लाइंट अपने सीए से तंग है. प्रॉब्लम यह है कि बाजू वाला भी वैसा ही है. तो क्लाइंट तो बैठा हुआ है, मेरे को कैसे मालूम? क्योंकि मैं हजारों बिजनेस मालिकों के साथ काम करता हूं, हजारों. At any given, in every year, I meet close to about 5 to 6,000 business owners every year. 5 to 6,000 business owners. मतलब ये अगर मरा हुआ हो कुछ साल. So, the first, why? Do you want your life back? Yes, sir. इस समय आप लोगों की जिंदगी नहीं है. आप लोग ना तो जिंदगी जी रहे और ना पैसा कमा रहे. यह भी नहीं कि महीने में 3-4 करोड़ रुपए कमा रहे हो, कि हर महीने करोड़ों रुपए कमा रहे हैं. वो कर लो कम से कम और घिस घिस के जी लो, फिर भी समझ में आए कि भाई बंदा ठीक है 2-4 करोड़ रुपए महीने के अंदर करके घर लेके जाता है, ठीक है, डन है. वो भी नहीं हो रहा और जिंदगी भी नहीं जी रहे. तो कर क्या रहे हो? आपने बिजनेस क्यों शुरू किया? अरे बिजनेस क्यों शुरू किया था? क्या? पैसा कमाने के लिए. पैसा क्यों कमाना चाहते हो? हाँ, पैसा इसलिए कमाना चाहते हो बिकॉज यू वांट टू हैव अ गुड लाइफ. यस, इससे अच्छा तो नौकरी कर लेते जो लाइफ का हालत है अभी. Live and enjoy your life, and your business becomes the medium which drains the very life that you have inside of you. अंदर से जिंदगी खींच के निकाल जाता है पूरी, ऐसे ठक. हार्ट अटैक, डायबिटीज, स्ट्रेस, टेंशन, नॉट वर्थ इट. एंड अगर कोई इलाज ना हो तो समझ में आए, इलाज है. You need to set it. What are the goals of your company? आप में से कितने लोगों ने अगले 10 साल का गोल लिखित में लिख रखा है? लिखित में. My God, 4 हाथ ऊपर हुए हैं यहां. एक ना कहानी है मेरे को याद आती है. एलिस इन वंडरलैंड किताब है ना? यस? अरे यस और यस. Alice in Wonderland, Alice went down the rabbit hole and Alice met the rabbit. और Alice asked the rabbit, Alice ने rabbit से पूछा किस तरफ जाऊं? Which way should I go? And the rabbit said, where do you want to reach? कहां पहुंचना चाहते हो? Alice said, I don't care. And the rabbit replied, in that case go anywhere you like, it doesn't matter. ये बिजनेस के मालिकों का हाल है. उनसे पूछो ग्रो करना चाहते हो? हां. लिखा है क्या करना चाहते हो? नहीं. तो कहां जाओगे? इफ यू हैव नॉट रिटन डाउन वेयर यू वांट टू रीच, वेयर विल यू रीच? नोवेयर. एंड देन यू ब्लेम इट ऑन द इकोनॉमी, ऑन द कॉम्पिटिशन, ऑन योर स्टाफ. So the number one thing that you need to do, always write down, लिखो. अरे कागज पेंसिल निकाल लो और कभी कोई वर्कशॉप सेमिनार में जाते हो उसमें कागज और पेंसिल लेके घुमा करो. क्या मालूम शायद कुछ काम की चीज हो. है? फिर लिख लो. एवरीबडी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम हियर. ये मैं ना अभी मेरे पास है नहीं लिखने को, ड्रॉ करने को नहीं है मेरे को. अरे उस पे यू हैव अ मार्कर फॉर दिस? कहाँ है? अच्छा दिया है. वेरी गुड. ये दिख रहा है क्या? कैन समबडी हेल्प मी विद दिस? ये देखो. अब कॉन्टेक्स्ट सुनो और देखो. अगर आप 100 रुपए का गोल बनाओगे और सेल्स टीम को दोगे या सेल्स का टारगेट सेट करोगे, कहां तक पहुंचोगे? 70, 80, यस, 90, ऐसे ही कुछ पहुंचोगे. यस और यस. और अगर आपने 500 का गोल बनाया तो कहां पहुंचोगे? 250, 300, 350. यस. क्या बदला? गोल. आपने 100 रुपए का गोल लिखा या 500 रुपए का गोल लिखा, उससे आपकी जेब में जो पैसे थे वो नहीं बदले, जो अगले 10 साल में टाइम है वो नहीं बदला, वो उतना ही है जो जेब में है, वो आज इतना ही है। बट जब 500 का गेम खेलोगे तो मर भी गए, मतलब फेल भी हो गए तो 250 निकाल लोगे उसमें से। यस, मरा हुआ सा 100 रुपए का गोल लिखोगे तो क्या, तो yes. So I urge you, all of you, what I urge all of you to do is this, that start here. हाँ, ये बढ़िया, start from here, write down, पहले 10 साल का पहले का गोल लिखो। आप assume for a minute, work with me on this, assume for a minute anything is possible, कुछ भी कर सकते हो आप। Don't let the past decide what you can or cannot be. So write down what is your goal. लिख लो, जल्दी लिखो, 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 लिखो। दस साल का रेवेन्यू और प्रॉफिट 10 साल बाद क्या चाहिए, लिख लिया? अरे लिखा लिखा। लिखा? एक किताब है 12 वीक ईयर, 12 वीक ईयर, वो किताब पढ़ लो। आज मेरे पास बहुत ही कम टाइम दिया, यूजुअली आई स्पीक फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 डे, एक दिन से कम में ना मैं जो बताना चाहता हूँ, जो देना चाहता हूँ, जो शेयर करना चाहता हूँ वो कंप्लीट होता नहीं है, क्योंकि एक दिन लगता है। इतनी सारी चीजें हैं। ऑटो पायलट कैसे होगा, क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा, कैसे कैसे करेंगे, प्रॉफिट्स डबल कैसे होंगे, सारी चीजें क्या क्या करनी पड़ेंगी, बट आज टाइम कम है, सो नेवर माइंड। सो स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द टॉप एंड कम डाउन। रीड दिस बुक कॉल्ड 12 वीक ईयर, इट्स अ रियली नाइस बुक, इट विल बी रियली ग्रेट। सो स्टार्ट योर ऑटो पायलट. So, you keep jumping into everything and doing it yourself. You become a one-man army, yes? Yes or yes? Now, why do you do this? Lack of confidence, lack of resources, दोनों. So, आप ये बोलते हो, they take double time, make mistakes, and they're idiots. Yes? तो मेरे को ही करना पड़ता है, yes? Now let's zoom out. 1 minute zoom out करो. Bigger picture देखते हैं. Do you want to grow and do you want to earn money? Yes or no? अरे बोलो मेरे को, yes or no? So unfortunately आप सब झूठ बोल रहे हो. Answer is no. आप लोग नहीं करना चाहते. You don't want to grow. If you want to grow, अगर आप ग्रो करना चाहते हो तो जो भी चीज, एक नॉर्मल सा बात करते हैं, if you want something in life, will you have focus? Will you devote time to it? Will you give it energy? Will you make efforts? Yes? What is the amount of time you invest in your company's growth every month? ये सन्नाटा क्यों है? आप अपनी कंपनी को ग्रो करने के लिए कितना टाइम निकाल के साइड में रखते हो, जल्दी बताओ, हर महीने? अरे बताओ. 0. On an average, a business owner spends 5 to 15% of his time in growth in profits. 5 to 15%. तो कैसे ग्रो करेगा बिजनेस? तेल तो तिलों से निकलता है. 5% टाइम दोगे, 5% ग्रोथ होगी. आप बोलते क्लाइंट नहीं मिलता, मैं कहता हूं आपको क्लाइंट चाहिए नहीं, डर लगता है आपको, जो है वो संभाल नहीं रहे, और क्या लेंगे? So understand, if you want something, you will focus. Right now, you are not investing any time, money, anything into growth of your business. And if you don't do that, your business will not grow. If you do everything, आप कहते हो नहीं जी मेरे को ही करना पड़ेगा. मुझे बताओ, सारा काम खुद करोगे, कितने क्लाइंट हैंडल कर सकोगे? ऑलरेडी आप पीक कर रहे हो, यस? जितने क्लाइंट है उन्हीं को हैंडल नहीं कर पा रहे, यस? अरे इन्हीं को सर्विस नहीं दे पा रहे, यही ऐसे मतलब बिखरे पड़े हैं. इनको जो जो चाहिए नहीं मिल रहा, नहीं दे रहे, नहीं कर पा रहे. So this is the biggest bottleneck in a professional practice. आप अपने क्लाइंटों को, you're not being able to handle your clients because सब कुछ आपको करना पड़ता है. और आप कितने क्लाइंट हैंडल कर सकोगे? इतने, इसके बाद तो रुक जाओगे. Yes or yes? So there is no choice but to get your team to do the work. जब तक आपकी टीम काम करने में कामयाब नहीं होगी, और आपको उसको बनाना पड़ेगा, वो नहीं बनेगी, वो अपने आप नहीं बनेगी. और जो बनी बनाई आती है उसके पैसे नहीं है हमारे पास. यस ओ यस. और अगर आ भी गए, पैसे दे भी दिए, तो टिकते नहीं है, वो एनवायरमेंट नहीं है. यस. So first understand, the biggest bottleneck in a professional practice is the MD. You, the business owner, you are the biggest bottleneck. And you will always be the biggest bottleneck in your business. No matter what, you should know this. क्या है? इंजन की स्पीड से ज्यादा ट्रेन नहीं चलती. जितनी तेज इंजन दौड़ेगा उतनी तेज ट्रेन दौड़ेगी. Yes? So always understand this. You are the bottleneck. आपकी वजह से कंपनी ग्रो नहीं कर रही, और कभी ग्रो करेगी भी नहीं जब तक आप खुद कर रहे हो. और बिजनेस का मालिक जो काम खुद करता है वो पूरा नहीं होता, आधा होता है, अधूरा होता है, इमरजेंसी में होता है, फायर फाइटिंग में होता है, तब कर सकते हो, अदरवाइज यू कांट डू इट. यू हैव टू हैव पीपल टू हैंडल द वर्क so that you are free to grow. Got this? It is not a choice, it's survival. Understood? अरे हाँ नहीं. So you have to do this. बाकी और जो चीजें होती है, वो स्ट्रेस होता है, बीपी होता है, हार्ट अटैक होता है, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला. कोई बोल रहा था कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को बहुत सारा हार्ट अटैक आता है. मैंने कहा क्यों? कहता है वो डेट्स आती है उनकी. जब जब डेट आती है तो कोई ना कोई टपक पड़ता है. मैंने कहा नहीं ऐसा नहीं. कहता नहीं, स्टडी हैज प्रूवन. मैंने कहा अच्छा ठीक है, होगा. सो लिसन, हाउ टू मेक द पीपल, हाउ टू मेक द टीम रेडी. एनीबडी वांटिंग टू नो दिस? अरे यस और यस. अब ना, I have a problem today because I can't tell you the whole 9 yards because there is a time limitation and I need to get into profits also. But let me try and tell you as much as I can, and it's very sketchy. बहुत sketchy है, बहुत कम है, बहुत थोड़ा है, but जो है वो ये है. So first understand something. You will have to make a system and a process for every damn thing you do. आप लोग बोलते हो सिस्टम चलते नहीं हैं. यस. और बोलते हमारे यहां नहीं चलते. यस. और आप बोलते हमारे लोग नहीं चलाते. यस. अरे यस हो यस. और अगर ऐसा होता तो कोई भी कंपनी बड़ी नहीं होती. हर कंपनी ने छोटे से छोटे लोगों के साथ, छोटी टीमों के साथ सिस्टम लगाने शुरू किए. द रीजन आप कहते हो कि वो बड़े हो गए इसलिए सिस्टम लगाए. नहीं, वो बड़े सिस्टम लगाए इसलिए बड़े हुए. गॉट इट? अब आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं और आप बोलो हां या ना. देखो, मेरे को एक बात बताओ, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं जीएसटी रिटर्न फाइल करने का सिस्टम बना सकते हो क्या? प्रोसेस बना सकते हो? अरे हां नहीं. कोई गधा भी कर सकता है यार, इसमें दिमाग लगाने की क्या बात है? स्टैंडर्ड 10 स्टेप्स है. अरे हां नहीं. सॉरी. अरे मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि स्टैंडर्डाइज कर सकते हो सर. आप करवा सकते हो क्योंकि आपको आता है. अगर मुझको बोलो जीएसटी का सिस्टम बनाना है, मेरे बाप के बस की ना है, नहीं कर सकता मैं. क्यों? मुझे नहीं आता. मैं कह रहा हूं आपको आसान, आपके लिए तो जीएसटी बनाना बैकअप आसान है कि नहीं? तो आपको आता है इसलिए कहता हूं कोई भी गधा कर सकता है आपके लिए, मेरे लिए नहीं. मैं नहीं कर सकता, मेरे लिए ये बहुत बड़ा काम है, इसलिए आप लोग हो. अरे समझ में आ रहा है क्या? You know how to do it. You are the professionals. You are the best. For you, it is a no-brainer. Can you make a system for GST? TDS? IT returns? ये जो आपके 4-5 मेन चीजें हैं, इसके प्रोसेस बना सकते हो. स्टेप 1 ये कर, स्टेप 2 ये कर, स्टेप 3 ये कर, स्टेप 4 ये कर, स्टेप 5 ये कर. सिस्टम बना सकते हो क्या? तो बनाओगे क्या? Please go back and make a system. Please try and make a system. I know it is going to be tough, but try and do it and see what happens. It will work. Can you make a process for all of this? Can you train people into this? अरे हाँ कि नहीं? कैसे ट्रेन करोगे? आप लोगों के साथ प्रॉब्लम यह है कि आपके यहां ट्रेनिंग नाम का कोई पक्षी है ही नहीं. आप एक बंदे को लाते हो, सीनियर के साथ बैठाते हो और सीनियर को बोलते हो बेटा इसको ट्रेन कर दे. Yes? Is the senior interested in training him? Does the senior want to do it? Is he equipped to train? Not interested. ये सीनियर उसको ले जाता है अपनी टेबल पे और बोलता है ये देख ये जीएसटी है, ये टीडीएस है, ये है, ये है, ये है, और एक काम कर पप्पू 2 चाय लेकर आ. इसको फ्री में अगले 3-4 महीने के लिए पर्सनल पप्पू मिल गया. यस और नो? तो ये कर रहे हो आप, वो नहीं ट्रेन होने वाला. और फिर आप सीनियर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को बुलाते बोलते क्या हुआ? बोले सर प्रॉमिसिंग बॉय, विल टेक टाइम, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इट, ही इज लर्निंग. इट टेक्स 2 days टू ट्रेन अ बॉय, 3 days मैक्स. 2 से 3 दिन लगते हैं, मगर तरीका सही होना चाहिए. तरीका गलत है तो नहीं होगा ना. So, which is the largest educational platform in the world? YouTube. YouTube is the largest training platform, learning platform, educational platform in the world. आज की तारीख में आपको अगर यह सीखना है कि जूते की लेस कैसे बांधते हैं, YouTube पे बनता है. आपको यह सीखना है कि रोटी गोल कैसे करते हैं, दाल कैसे बनाते हैं, YouTube पे सीख सकते हो. आपको यह अगर पता करना है कि हैंड हेल्ड गन कैसे बनाना है, YouTube पे मिल जाएगी. आपको हर चीज YouTube पे मिल जाएगी और लोग वो देख देख के कर लेते हैं. यस, आप भी करते हो. यस, द पावर ऑफ वीडियो ट्रेनिंग इज माइंड ब्लोइंग. कैन यू मेक वीडियोज फॉर एवरी प्रोसेस? अरे यस और यस. अगर आपने एक वीडियो बनाया जीएसटी फाइल करने का स्टेप बाय स्टेप, उस वीडियो को कितने देर का वीडियो होगा? 5 minutes. यस. एक नया लड़का आया, उसको मैंने सुबह कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में बिठाया और उसको बोला बेटा सुन, ये है जीएसटी फाइलिंग का प्रोसेस, इसका वीडियो. अब इसको ना मैंने लूप पे डाला हुआ है. लूप पे समझते हो? कंटिन्यूस प्ले. खत्म होगा फिर चालू हो जाएगा, खत्म होगा फिर चालू होगा. तो एक काम कर, ये 9:30 बजे चालू कर, शाम को 6 बजे मिलते हैं. सारे दिन अगर वो जीएसटी का वो वीडियो देख ले 50 बार, उसके बाद रात के 2 बजे अगर आप उठ के उसको उठाओगे तो वो बता देगा स्टेप नंबर 2 और 3 के बीच में क्या आता है. यस, गलती नहीं कर सकता. सो व्हाट इज द बिग रॉकेट साइंस अबाउट ट्रेनिंग अ बॉय? आप कहते हो लड़के नहीं मिलते. अरे लड़के ट्रेन कर लो यार, और पैसा है तो खरीद लो फिर जाके महंगे. रोना बंद करो. जो करना है आपने कर. कोई और करके देगा मुझे बता दो. कोई और करके देने वाला है? अरे बता दो, अगर है तो मुझे भी बता दो. किसने करना है? खुद ने करना है ना. तो अगर रोना है तो ये बोलो मैं नहीं कर पा रहा, बस. और कुछ मत बोला करो, क्योंकि आप नहीं कर पा रहे ट्रेन, आप नहीं ला पा रहे लड़के. जो सीए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट फर्म्स बना के बड़े बड़े हो गए, उन्होंने कैसे किया? कर लिया ना. ऐसे तो है नहीं कि चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट और ये इसके छोटे सारे छोटे ही लोग हैं. कुछ बड़े लोग हैं कि नहीं है? अरे हैं कि नहीं बता दो. हैं? छाप रहे हैं? वेरी गुड. वी लव यू सर. Very good. Okay. So the largest platform in the world is YouTube. Make training videos. Shh. Make training videos for everything that you do. Provide accountants to clients part time. मर जाते हो आप डॉक्यूमेंट लेने में, यस? अरे हाँ नहीं, वो क्लाइंट डॉक्यूमेंट देता ही नहीं है, जो देता है वो गलत होता है, उसका अकाउंटेंट रायता फैला देता है क्लाइंट सारे डॉक्यूमेंट में, फिर उसको लेके आप बेबी सिट करते हो, यस? अपने क्लाइंटों को बोलो कि डार्लिंग सुन, मैं पार्ट टाइम आपको अकाउंटेंट दूंगा, उसके इतने चार्जेस हैं, लगा लो, तुम्हारा अकाउंट्स ठीक हो जाएगा. Can you give him an accountant 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 3 days a week? Yes or yes? अरे हाँ नहीं, और फुल टाइम. अगर आपका एक अकाउंटेंट वहां बैठा है जिसको आपने ट्रेन कर रखा है तो 90% काम हो गया. अरे आप सुनाई नहीं देता, आप लोगों के मुंह से ना आवाज नहीं निकलती. यस और यस? सो हर क्लाइंट के यहां एक अकाउंटेंट बैठा दो, 2 दिन इसके यहां, 2 दिन इसके यहां, 2 दिन इसके यहां, बस. कोई आप नासा का रॉकेट थोड़ी बना रहे हो यार, जीएसटी फाइल करना है. ऐसा क्या हो गया? कोई गधा भी फाइल कर लेगा. सर ने बोला, मैंने नहीं बोला, मैंने बिल्कुल नहीं बोला, ऐसी बातें मैं नहीं बोलता, ये सर ने बोला. अच्छा सुनो, सीरियसली बोल रहा हूं, सुनो सुनो सुनो. डू यू थिंक इट्स अ वायबल आइडिया? नो, यस, नो, डूएबल है, फायदा होगा, कर लो. और भी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, और बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. ओके, रिड्यूस योर हेडेक्स. डू यू हैव अ प्रॉब्लम इन फीस कलेक्शन? अरे हाँ नहीं, आप लोग की फीस कलेक्शन की प्रॉब्लम ये होती है कि आप लोग स्टूपिड की तरह साल के आखिरी में फीस लेते हो. एक सेकेंड, एवरीबॉडी shift your fee structure, make it a quarterly fee system or a monthly fee system. हर उसको अगर 100 रुपए लगते हैं साल के, डिवाइड कर दो और उसको बोलो भाई 8.33 रुपीस पर मंथ दे दे. बस हर महीने वो देता जाएगा, देता जाएगा, देता जाएगा. साल के आखिरी में आपको भी याद नहीं रहता, उसके बाद आप लेट मांगते हो, उसके बाद वो उस समय किसी बात में नाराज होता है, फिर वो फीस काट लेता है, फिर आधी फीस आती नहीं है. क्या मतलब आप क्या कर रहे हो? कितने लोगों ने मंथली पे शिफ्ट कर लिया? अरे कर लिया मंथली पे है. हाउ इज इट डूइंग? मंथली भी नहीं आता. मंथली नहीं आता, हाँ ये बात सही है. मंथली क्यों नहीं आता? हाँ नहीं, मंथली इसलिए नहीं आता क्योंकि मंथली आप काम भी तो नहीं कर रहे, तो वो नाराज होकर रोक लेता है. 1 महीने का रोकेगा, अगले महीने दे देगा, अगले महीने का रोकेगा, तीसरे महीने का दे देगा, साल में रोकेगा, अगले साल देगा, काट ही लेगा. सो कैन यू शिफ्ट टू अ मंथली और अ क्वार्टरली बेसिस? यस और यस? सो देयर आर मेनी मेनी वेज, बट अभी शुरू के लिए क्या करना है? आपके रिसोर्सेज ठीक करने हैं. कैन यू डू दैट? वेरी गुड, एक्सीलेंट. नाउ बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट, योर प्रोडक्टिविटी. योर प्रोडक्टिविटी जल्दी से लिखो सब. ये 2-4 चीजें कर लो, बिकॉज अभी मैं ज्यादा संभाल नहीं सकता, ज्यादा समझा नहीं सकता. आप में से कितने लोग बिना सिस्टम के हर रोज 8 बजे, सॉरी हर रोज 12 बजे, 1 बजे, 2 बजे लंच तक फ्री होना चाहते हो? लंच तक फ्री होना चाहते हो बिना सिस्टम के? यस? तो कल से आप लोग कितने बजे दफ्तर जाते हो? सॉरी 9, 10. कल तब everybody, I want everybody in their seat maximum at 8 o'clock. 8:01 पे नहीं पहुंचोगे. 8:01 लेट है. 8 बजे सुबेरे दफ्तर बैठे हुए मिले हुए होने चाहिए, सबके आने से पहले. कितने लोग चाहते हैं कि सारा स्टाफ टाइम पे आ जाए? अगर आप 8 बजे पहुंच जाओगे, आपका स्टाफ टाइम पे पहुंच जाएगा. और 8 बजे से लेकर 9 बजे तक क्या करना है? 8 बजे से लेकर 9 बजे तक आप ये प्लान करोगे कि आज क्या क्या काम करने हैं, मैं क्या करूंगा, डेलीगेट क्या करूंगा और किस किस को दूंगा. उसके बाद 8:30 से 9 बजे तक आप एक पर्ची सिस्टम शुरू कर लो. लिखो पर्ची सिस्टम. ये बहुत बेसिक सिस्टम्स है, मगर शुरू करोगे तो जानोगे। हमारा पूरा सिस्टम एक साइंस पे बेस्ड है, उसको कहते हैं KTJ, करो तो जानो। करोगे तो समझ में आएगा, वरना आप अपने तरीके से चलते रह जाओगे, वोंट वर्क। सो वेरी सिंपल, स्टार्ट अ पर्ची सिस्टम। हर आदमी के नाम की एक पर्ची बनाओ और लिखो इसको आज सारा दिन क्या काम करना है। कैन यू राइट दैट डाउन? अरे हाँ, नहीं तो आप हर आदमी के नाम के आगे सारे दिन के सारे काम लिख दो और जो जो आता जाए एक 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 करके उसको पर्ची पकड़ाते जाओ। कैन यू डू दिस? यस। अगर आपने सुबह सारे पर्ची पकड़ा दी, उसके बाद आपका दिन का 60-70% काम हो गया। यस यस। सो कैन यू स्टार्ट 8 o'clock एंड पर्ची सिस्टम? यस, नो। सेकेंड, आप सेकेंड एक काम और कर लो, प्लीज हायर अ सेक्रेटरी फॉर योरसेल्फ। ईए, अभी पूरी बात सुन लो। ईए के नाम पे वो कहता है सेक्रेटरी। ये अच्छा बोला, मैं पूरी बात समझाता हूं। सो फर्स्ट, हायर अ सेक्रेटरी फॉर योरसेल्फ एवरीबॉडी। व्हाई? बिकॉज अगर आज आप देखो, आप सारे दिन क्या कर रहे हो, कहने को आप मालिक हो सेक्रेटरी, आप फोन बूथ हो, यहां से काम आता है वहां देते हो, वहां से काम आता है यहां देते हो, इसको फॉलो अप करते रह जाते हो। फॉलो अप मशीन हो आप और कुछ नहीं हो। दिन में कितनी देर तक सर फॉलो अप चल रहा होता है? क्या? फुल डे। कहने को चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो कि हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट प्रोफेशनल टेक्निकल लोग हैं, बेसिकली फॉलो अप कर रहे हो और कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो। और फॉलो अप का काम एक सेक्रेटरी कर सकती है? अरे हाँ, नहीं। तो फॉलो अप के सारे काम सेक्रेटरी से करवाओ। सेक्रेटरी शुड बी somebody living half an hour away from your office, married, with kids, preferably not good looking. Arey, because you will be doing a lot of work with her and your wife is not going to like it. नहीं, मजा नहीं आया। आपको वैसी वाली चाहिए, अलग से रख लेना। अभी बिजनेस कोचिंग चल रहा, अभी ना बिजनेस की बातें चल। ओके, यस, अरे यस और यस। हाँ, and if you want a swanky one, please keep a separate one. You have a cutout doll, that's a separate story. Right now, keep somebody who will do all the work for you and keep it like this. Yes? Every day in the morning, if you hire a secretary, अगर आप अपने बिजनेस में अपने फादर श्री के साथ काम कर रहे हो, कितने लोग फादर श्री के साथ काम कर रहे हैं? ऐसे। तो अगर आप फादर श्री के साथ काम कर रहे हो और फादर आज यहाँ नहीं बैठे, कृपया वापस जाके मत बोलिएगा कि मुझे सेक्रेटरी चाहिए। अगर आपके फादर मेरे फादर जैसे हुए तो खींच के 2 झापड़ पड़ेंगे। हाँ, वो बोलेंगे तेरे बाप ने सेक्रेटरी नहीं लगाई, तेरे को चाहिए। सो वॉन्ट वर्क, तो आप बोल देना मुझे कोऑर्डिनेटर चाहिए। गॉट इट? एंड देन डेलीगेट वर्क थ्रू हर। So you need productivity, organizational structure, you need an HR, the entire organizational structure, how to run the HR, the finance, the financial control, ये तो आप लोगों को already आता है। And then monitoring parameters for systems, नहीं, इससे पहले एक चीज रह गई। अरे चल जा। Practical workable systems into place, putting practical workable systems and then monitoring all of them, and the structure for monitoring the monitoring parameters. Structure for monitoring the monitoring parameters. So you need all of this. These are 2 books you have to read. लिख लो, जल्दी लिखो। अरे बैक हो तो गया? फॉरवर्ड, कोई फॉरवर्ड कर रहा है, कोई बैकवर्ड। ये दोनों किताबें पढ़ लीजिएगा। ई-मिथ रिविजिटेड, ये पढ़ोगे तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि आप बिजनेस में कैसे काम करते हो। वन थिंग इज अ मास्टरपीस, रीड इट। इसको 3 बार पढ़नी पड़ती है, एक बार में समझ में नहीं आती। 3 बार पढ़नी पड़ती है, एक बार में समझ में नहीं आती। रीड दीज 2 बुक्स। अगर आपके पार्टनर है, कोई और है, तो उनको भी दे देना प्लीज। मेक श्योर दैट दे रीड दीज बुक्स। So before we double your profits, do you want regular new systems to grow business even after today? हाँ नहीं. अरे नहीं चाहिए, चाहिए. जोर से बोलो. Very good. So for the rest of your life. अरे चाहिए नहीं चाहिए. आवाज ही नहीं आ रही. Yes or no? Very good. I post about 10 high value videos every week. And they are not marketing videos. They are not sales videos. They are content videos. Like what I'm saying अभी जो बोल रहा हूं. इसके cut out parts. Every week I put about 10 videos. कितने लोगों ने मेरे videos देखे पहले? देखे? Yes? Do they add value? Yes or yes? So please, I post 10 high value videos every week. Do you want them? Free of cost? Very good. I like that. Subscribe to our Instagram. इसको click कर लो, आपके उसमें आ जाएंगे. जल्दी करो. Otherwise you will be left in the air. अरे पहले Insta कर ले. फोटो खींचो और सब्सक्राइब कर लो जल्दी से. So you will always be in touch with me. Done? I'm sorry, और कोई है नहीं तो आप ही दिख रहे हो. वो इसको बोलना वापस चाहे एक और दे देंगे. Thank you sir. ये हो गया? अरे हो गया क्या? वेरी गुड. दूसरा है गूगल. एक यार रिव्यू दे दो मेरे को. गुड बैड अगली जो भी करना है कर लो. 0 to 5 मार्क्स होते हैं. जल्दी से एक रिव्यू दे दो. थोड़ा नीचे स्क्रॉल करना पड़ेगा, वहां बिजनेस कोचिंग इंडिया लिखा होगा, उसमें हमारे को कुछ मार्क्स दे दो या कुछ कर दो. उनको साइड होना पड़ेगा. इसके बाद फिर डबल योर प्रॉफिट्स शुरू करते हैं. और ये रहा हमारा फेसबुक फैन पेज. फेसबुक का फैन पेज, इसमें अलग वीडियोस आते हैं, कंटेंट आता है, आर्टिकल्स बहुत कम आते हैं बट कभी कभी आते हैं. फेसबुक, अगर आप फेसबुक ज्यादा देखते हो, इंस्टाग्राम आई डोंट नो क्या देखते हो, बट फेसबुक को भी सब्सक्राइब कर लो सो दैट यू विल हैव एक्सेस टू आवर बुक. और अपने पार्टनर्स हो उन सबको भी करवा देना. और ये रहा यूट्यूब. कहां गया यूट्यूब चैनल? हो गया? Okay, so let's get down to double your profits. So what is the biggest block to double your profits? What do you mean? Okay. Okay. हाँ, what about you? है तो आप ही, मतलब obviously you are. नंबर 1 ब्लॉक, सबसे बड़ा ब्लॉक मैं कह रहा हूं, टू डबल योर प्रॉफिट. सबसे बड़ा ब्लॉक क्या है? So the biggest block to doubling your profit is number 1. ये लिख लो. और यही है, इसी की वजह से सब लोग कभी प्रॉफिट डबल नहीं कर पाते. ये नंबर 1 तरीके, नंबर 1 रीजन है. बाकी सब चीजें इसके सामने छोटी पड़ती हैं. द नंबर 1 रीजन इज बिकॉज यू डू नॉट बिलीव दैट यू कैन डबल योर प्रॉफिट्स. आपको इस बात पे विश्वास ही नहीं है, आपको ये लगता ही नहीं है, आपको ये लगता है कि प्रॉफिट डबल हो ही नहीं सकते. और अगर आपको ये लगता है कि प्रॉफिट डबल हो ही नहीं सकते, तो प्रभु बोलता है तथास्तु. कि नहीं हो सकते. You believe you can't double your profits. And if you started looking at and believing that you can double your profits, you will start the journey to double your profits. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा सिर्फ बिलीव करो और हो जाएगा, हो जाता है, मगर यू विल स्टार्ट दैट जर्नी. मगर अगर बिलीव नहीं करोगे बाकी सारी चीजें कर ही नहीं सकते, होगी भी नहीं, होती ही नहीं है. लिखो, राइट डाउन. पिछले साल मार्च एंडिंग आपका क्या प्रॉफिट था कंपनी का? जल्दी लिखो. अरे लिखो क्या प्रॉफिट था पिछले साल. इस साल उस प्रॉफिट को डबल करने के लिए एडिशनल कितना चाहिए? एडिशनल लिखो, एडिशनल. क्योंकि फिक्स कॉस्ट तो आपकी कवर हो गई थी पिछले साल. तो सपोज आपने 100 रुपए का टर्नओवर किया और लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल 100 रुपए के टर्नओवर में आप तो 90 रुपए घर ले जाते हो. 90 ही ले जाते हो? कितना? 70 ले जाते हो घर. तो अगर 70 घर ले जाते हो तो अब आपको अगले साल सिर्फ 70 और चाहिए, क्योंकि मोरलेस सेम स्टाफ से डबल कर सकते हो, या मैक्सिमम 70 की जगह 80 रुपए और चाहिए, 200 रुपए नहीं करने. ये बात समझ में आई? तो लिखो आपको इस साल कितना चाहिए प्रॉफिट एक्स्ट्रा. लिखो इतना टर्नओवर पहुंच जाना चाहिए कि मेरा प्रॉफिट डबल कर जाए. लिखो इतना टर्नओवर पहुंचाना है. अरे लिख लो सब, आपका टर्नओवर आपका प्रॉफिट है, मैं अपने डबल कर रहा हूं, आप भी कर लो. करना है नहीं करना कि बेवकूफी का आइडिया ये हो नहीं सकता, बिल्कुल नहीं हो सकता. अरे क्या मतलब, कमाल हो आप लोग. मैंने सोचा मैं बोलूंगा प्रॉफिट डबल करना है, सब एक्साइटेड होंगे. ऐसे लग रहा है आत्मा छोड़ के चली गई. क्या हो गया? प्रॉफिट डबल नहीं करना. मैं ही इंटरेस्टेड हूं आपके प्रॉफिट डबल करने में, आप लोग नहीं दिख रहे मुझे. अरे पहले बता रहा हूं क्या करना है, पहले लिखो कितना चाहिए. हाँ, सब तेरे का प्रॉफिट. हाँ, सारे एडजस्टमेंट्स, ये वो सारी चीजें लिखो. अरे लिखो. लिख लिया? हाँ, कितने लोगों ने लिख लिया कि ये इतना सही है, टर्नओवर ये हो जाना चाहिए? बाकी सब लोग? अरे सर, थॉट प्रोसेस में कचड़ा होता है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला, कागज पे चाहिए. थॉट प्रोसेस में आ गया, वेरी गुड, मगर कागज पे चाहिए. कागज पे लिखो, नहीं तो क्लैरिटी नहीं आएगी. क्लैरिटी नहीं आएगी, कर नहीं पाओगे. पहले ये तो मालूम होना चाहिए लक्ष्य क्या है. व्हाट इज द रेवेन्यू यू नीड? सबने निकाल लिया, इतना टर्नओवर हो गया तो मेरे प्रॉफिट डबल कर गए. यस ओ यस? अरे यस. डिवाइडेड बाय 12. अरे डिवाइडेड बाय 12. साल का प्रॉफिट, साल का टर्नओवर डज नॉट वर्क. मेरे को मंथली टर्नओवर निकाल के दो. महीने का कितना टर्नओवर चाहिए आपको हर महीने? आप लोग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो, आपके लिए तो बड़ा आसान है. निकाल लिया? यस. अब ये वाला अमाउंट करने के लिए आपको कितने क्लाइंट चाहिए? लिखो. हाई एंड क्लाइंट्स कितने चाहिए? लिख लो. अरे यार कमाल हो तुम लोग, किसी को इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. लिखा? निकल आए? ये इतने क्लाइंट्स आप कर पाओगे नहीं कर पाओगे? हो सकता है नहीं हो सकता? पहले ये बताओ. अरे हो सकता है क्या? एक मिनट. कितने लोग, गाइस कम बैक, कितने लोगों को लगता है हो सकता है? हो जाएगा? ये मजे की बात, हो जाएगा. हो सकता है नहीं हो जाए. कितने लोगों को लगता है नहीं हो सकता? कितने लोगों को लगता है नहीं हो सकता? कितने लोग अपना हाथ नहीं उठाने वाले, मैं जो मर्जी बकता रहूं? क्या कर रहे हो? मैंने बोला कितने लोगों को लगता है हो जाएगा ऐसे. कितने लोगों को नहीं लगता? किसी ने हाथ ही नहीं उठाया, और फिर भी टोटल नंबर नहीं हो रहे. क्या कर रहे हो? Chalo. So the biggest block to double your profits is this amount. So guys, can you start working on this? How to work on this? I will tell you. Okay? I will tell you. Finance professionals. What is the purpose of your business? Have you defined the purpose of your business? Jaldi batao. This is very important now. Acha, before we start this, can everybody stand up? आप बेचारे ना, आप लोगों की भी हालत I can imagine. सुबह से धुल गए होगे. Yes? Yes or yes? So let's do a small stretch break. Everybody look at me and replicate what I'm doing, okay? So first, everybody just stretch out like this, on your toes, on your toes, on your toes. Yes? Now, everybody, okay, first go like this completely, and then like this, and then back, and see if you can touch your toes. Okay, now everybody face this side. Face this side. सामने जो आदमी है उसके कंधे पे हाथ रखो. अरे अच्छे से कंधे पे हाथ रखो. अब मसाज कर दो उसको. अरे कर दो यार, बेचारे को बुरा हाल है उसका. अच्छे से. और पसंद नहीं आया तो दबा देना. Now come back and return the favor. चलो. Massage back. Very nice, and a round of applause for all of you. Zor ताली अपने लिए. Thank you. Sit down. So, I can imagine आप लोगों का ये हाल है कि इस समय तो प्रॉफिट भी आपको एक्साइट नहीं कर रहा. अच्छा, ये हमको चाहिए कि नहीं, ये करना है आगे नहीं करना? अरे हाँ नहीं, जोर से. वेरी गुड. ओके, सो व्हाट इज, आप लोग सबने व्हाट इज द पर्पस ऑफ योर बिजनेस लिखा है? अरे हाँ नहीं, क्या लिखा है? सॉरी, नहीं, वो साइड में रख दो. अब वो दैट इज योर की अकाउंटेबिलिटी. दैट इज नॉट द पर्पस ऑफ द बिजनेस. आपकी की जिम्मेदारी टू अर्न मनी है, ग्रो प्रॉफिट्स है, अर्न मनी नहीं है. व्हाट इज द पर्पस ऑफ द बिजनेस? अरे आप धंधा कर रहे हो, धंधे का कोई पर्पस होगा कि मतलब बिल्कुल हवा में तीर मार रहे हो? चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट खेलेंगे, ऐसा है? Okay, everybody listen to me. So now let's get one thing right about the business. Now this is a generic purpose that I will position across everywhere. So हर किस्म के business के लिए this is valid. So sales model छोड़ दो. Your one and only purpose आपके business का, अगर आप सर्विस इंडस्ट्री में हो या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हो या ट्रेडिंग में हो या कहीं भी हो, आपका बिजनेस का सबसे पहला सबसे पहला धर्म is to serve the client. So एक स्ट्रेटेजी बनाते हैं हम, बाद में अभी आज थोड़ी बहुत समझाऊंगा. लिखो, क्लाइंट इज गॉड. हमारा क्लाइंट हमारे लिए प्रभु है, भगवान है. लिख लो. इस क्लाइंट की वजह से हमारे घर पे चूल्हा जलता है, हम रोटी खाते हैं, हमारे बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं और हम ये कपड़े पहनते हैं. ये क्लाइंट की वजह से है. क्लाइंट भगवान है. आपको और आपके सारे स्टाफ को ये क्लियर होना चाहिए. हमारी कंपनी में बड़ा क्लियर है. When the client is wrong, the client is right. अगर क्लाइंट गलत भी बोल रहा है, फिर भी वो क्लाइंट सही है. सारे स्टाफ की ट्रेनिंग की गई है, क्लाइंट से नहीं भिड़ोगे. तुम पहले सॉरी बोलोगे. क्लाइंट की गलती है, वो हमारे सर पे चढ़ रहा है, फिर भी सॉरी, क्योंकि उसकी वजह से मेरे घर का चूल्हा चलता है. वेयर इज द ग्रेटिट्यूड? कैन यू ट्रीट योर क्लाइंट्स लाइक गॉड्स? यू आर इन द सर्विस सेक्टर. सर्विस सेक्टर मीन्स टू सर्व. वेयर इज द सर्व? Is your staff serving them? अरे हाँ नहीं, नो, आप लोगों का तो बिल्कुल नहीं. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स एंड चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट का स्टाफ तो हाई डिग्री ऑफ एरोगेंस. यस और नो? पार्शियली यस. क्लाइंट से पूछो, वो शायद बोले कंप्लीटली यस. हो सकता है आपका क्लाइंट बोले नहीं, ये हमारी बहुत देखभाल करते. आई डोंट नो द आंसर. मेरे को कैसे मालूम? मेरा यह अनुमान है कि क्लाइंट को लगता है कि आप बहुत एरोगेंट हो, लोग हो, आपके यहां से काम नहीं हो पाता, पीछे पड़ना पड़ता है, ब्ला 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 ब्ला. सो क्लाइंट इज गॉड टू सर्व द क्लाइंट, ओनली एंड ओनली टू सर्व द क्लाइंट. व्हाट इज द सर्विस यू प्रोवाइड? टेल मी व्हाट इज द सर्विस यू प्रोवाइड. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स क्या सर्विस प्रोवाइड करते हैं? आप क्या प्रोवाइड करते हैं? व्हाट इज द सर्विस यू से दैट वी प्रोवाइड? आई एम सेइंग ऑन अ जेनरिक लेवल. Understood. On a generic level, if I'm asking you across the firm, mostly 70-80%, 60-70% क्या सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो? If you are providing accounts and compliances, then you do not have a business. अगर आप ये सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो, don't have a business. This business is going to go out of business very shortly. I hope you all know that. One. Second, अगर आप accounts का काम कर रहे हो और compliance का काम करके client को दे रहे हो, तो like I said, कोई भी गधा घोड़ा वो काम कर सकता है. In the sense, anybody, any chartered accountant can do it. Yes or yes? Yes? One. Why don't you have a business? Because कोई भी chartered accountant कर सकता है. Two. उसमें पैसा नहीं है. Yes? अरे yes or yes? There is no money in that. There is no growth in that. Anybody, कोई, मतलब जैसे मैं अपनी इंडस्ट्री के लिए बोलता हूं अब कि हर पत्थर के नीचे एक बिजनेस कोच निकल आएगा. हर चाय वाले के साथ एक बिजनेस कोच बैठा होगा. जिस बंदे को देखो एक बिजनेस कोच का ठप्पा लगा के बोलता मैं भी बिजनेस कोच हूं. वैसी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, मतलब पत्थर उठाओ और चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मिलता है कहीं भी. हर गली मोहल्ले में एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मिलेगा. यस और यस? कोई भी ये कर सकता है. अकाउंट्स और कंप्लायंसेस, ये काम नहीं है आपका. इस काम पे ग्रोथ नहीं कर सकते, इस काम पे बिजनेस नहीं बनेगा. गेट रियल. और अगर ये काम है तो अभी एआई को आने दो, थोड़ी देर और आने दो, ज्यादा देर नहीं है, थोड़ी देर और, 2, 4, 5 साल. दिस इज नॉट योर बिजनेस. यू डोंट हैव अ बिजनेस. अरे आप सबको समझ में आ रहा है क्या? प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि आपको ये सब समझ में आता है, बट उसके बाद आगे कोई कुछ नहीं बताता. सब बता देते हैं एआई इज डेंजरस, और कोई ये नहीं बताता अच्छा ठीक है अंकल अब करूं क्या. सो डू यू वांट टू नो अब करूं क्या? अरे यस और नो? इज एवरीबॉडी इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट? हाथ ऊपर करो. बिकॉज आई होप ये मैंने अभी आपके लिए बनाया बस आज सुबह बैठ के. यस? इसके लिए बुलाया था? अच्छा, तो ये ठीक करवा देता हूं आज. यस? ये पूरा सॉल्व करवा के चला जाता हूं, और इसके बाद डबल योर प्रॉफिट्स है. बट आई डोंट थिंक वी हैव टाइम, और यू आर इंटरेस्टेड ऑल्सो इन दैट. बट एनीवे, यू आर अ कॉस्ट सेंटर टू द क्लाइंट. यस और यस? Every chartered accountant is a cost center. Yes? आप उसके लिए एक जबरदस्ती का खर्चा हो, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ने बोला है टीडीएस, जीएसटी, आईटी, नाटक नौटंकी करना है. Yes or yes? You are a cost center, and being a cost center is a very bad place to be. There is no leverage. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैं भी ये बोलता हूं. है तो सही, सही है कि नहीं? तो सर जी उठ जाओ, तैयार हो जाओ, गेट रेडी. क्या कर रहे हो? बैठ रहे हो सर आप? सर अभी थोड़ी देर में झंडा लेके निकलने वाले थे. लव दैट स्पिरिट सर. ओके, सो यू आर अ कॉस्ट सेंटर. If you are a cost center, it's a very bad place to be. The business owner does not even like meeting you. You bring more problems to an overburdened client. वो क्लाइंट मरा पड़ा है, बेचारे को क्लाइंट नहीं मिल रहे, पैसे नहीं है, कैश फ्लो चल नहीं रहा, उसका वो अकाउंटेंट आता है और बोलता है सर जीएसटी में 6 प्रॉब्लम है। बोलता हट, क्या बोल रहे मैम? आप एक बेचारे मरे हुए बिजनेस के मालिक के पास, यू आर गोइंग देयर एज पार्ट ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम. You think he's going to want to talk to you? He doesn't want to talk to you. He's not interested in you. He doesn't want to pay your bill. और आप जबरदस्ती बिल मांग रहे हो. सोल्यूशन वहां से उठाओ. वो कहता भाई तू वैसे ही दफा हो यार, मेरे को तेरे में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. इसीलिए जब आप डॉक्यूमेंट मांगते हो उससे कुछ, वो कभी देता ही नहीं है. बोलता फिर ये एक और नाटक, पहले ही ज्यादा काम है, अभी और 4 डॉक्यूमेंट निकालो. मेरे को नहीं देने डॉक्यूमेंट. अरे यस और यस. So let's look at what is the solution. Move from being a cost center to a profit center. Can you be a profit center to the client? The problem here is, let me tell you, 15 मिनट बाद आप बोल दोगे मेरे पास 1000 तरीके हैं कॉस्ट सेंटर से प्रॉफिट सेंटर जाने के. 15 मिनट बाद एवरीबडी, आप सब ऐसी आंखें खुल जाएंगी आपकी. प्रॉब्लम पता है क्या है? आप लोग दिमाग नहीं लगाते ग्रोथ पे, रियल इश्यूज पे, और गधों वाले इश्यूज में लेके बैठे रहते हो. यह है आपके बिजनेस का तत्व. ये निकालो, इसको ठीक करो. सो लेट्स गेट इट. हाउ कैन यू डू दैट? कैसे किया जाए? फिगर आउट 10 ways that you can help a business owner ease his burden, reduce cost, increase profits. Write down. लिखो, लिखो सब. आप मुझे बताओ, आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट नहीं, आप बिजनेस के मालिक को अकाउंट्स और कंप्लायंसेस छोड़ के कहां कहां मदद कर सकते हो. लिखो अभी, फिर मैं बता दूंगा. आई विल टेल यू, प्रॉमिस बता के जाऊंगा. अभी आप लिखो पहले, आपको समझ में आएगा, आप भी कर सकते हो. लिखो 10 तरीके जहां पर आप उसको हेल्प कर सकते हो. कॉस्ट कटिंग में, इंक्रीज एफिशिएंसी में, इंक्रीज प्रॉफिट में, डिक्रीज कॉस्ट्स में, इंक्रीज एफिशिएंसी में. ये कौन सी जगहें हैं, कौन से डिपार्टमेंट हैं जिसमें आप उसकी मदद कर सकते हो. लिखो, कागज निकालो, पेंसिल निकालो, लिखो, या पेपर इस पे भी लिख लो, कहां कहां आप उसकी मदद कर सकते हो. इफ यू आर पार्ट ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम, आई डोंट वांट टू सी योर फेस. व्हेन यू आर पार्ट ऑफ द सॉल्यूशन, आई वांट यू. मैं आपको फोन करके बुलाऊंगा, आपका बिल दूंगा, खुशी खुशी दूंगा, क्योंकि आपके बिना मेरा काम नहीं चल रहा. लिखो. शक्ल देख रहे मेरी, सर जी आप भी लिख लो. अरे बेटा तो लिख ही रहा है सर, आप भी लिख लो. आपने 20 साल लगाए, 30 साल लगाए, बेटे से 4 पॉइंट ज्यादा लिख लोगे, आपका धंधा है. माना बेटे को देना है. लिखा? राइट डाउन 10 ways. डोंट स्टॉप, कीप राइटिंग डाउन. गधे से गधा वे लिख लो. आई डोंट गिव अ डैम. Don't think, look for intelligent solutions, look for stupid solutions, but write down. Intelligent मैं दे दूंगा, stupid आप बना लो. और इंटेलिजेंट आपके पास है तो उससे अच्छा कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता. आप ऐसी रॉकेट हो. करो जल्दी. लिख लिया? अरे लिखा क्या? ओके. कुछ निकलने लगा? अरे कुछ निकलने लगा क्या? थोड़ा कुछ दिखने लगा? यस. नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू आस्क यू, कैन यू डू सम ऑफ दिस एंड देन यू टेल मी वेदर यू कैन डू इट और नॉट. कैन यू डू फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग, रियल कॉस्ट प्रॉफिट्स, कैश फ्लो मैनेजमेंट फॉर द क्लाइंट? अरे यस और यस. Are you doing his cash flow management? Can you do profit planning? अरे yes or yes? ये सब कर सकते हो? Will it help the client if you manage his cash flow? अरे yes or no? उसको मारा पड़ा, उसको कैश फ्लो मैनेजमेंट का सी नहीं आता, प्रॉफिट मैनेजमेंट का कुछ नहीं आता. स्टॉप ब्लैक, कैन यू हेल्प हिम टू स्टॉप 2 नंबर? एक सेकेंड, मैं सबका 2 नंबर बंद करवाता हूं. ओके आप भी करवा सकते हो टू द डिग्री पॉसिबल. सब एक मिनट, आपके सारे क्लाइंट 2 नंबर बंद करना चाहते हैं? अरे हां कि नहीं? तंग है उससे कि नहीं? इन एनी केस बंद कर देना चाहिए यार, अब नहीं चलेगा, अब नहीं चलेगा. कैन यू स्टार्ट कैशलेस ऑफिस? पेटीएम शुरू कर सकते हो उसके ऑफिस में. आज की तारीख में वो इंप्रेस्ड कैश लेके चला जाता है और 20 रुपए का 50 रुपए बना के 30 रुपए जेब में रख के जाता है. यस, पेटीएम दो, करो ऐसी चीजें. ये कर सकते हो? कैन यू डू द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन फॉर द क्लाइंट्स? अरे हां नहीं, उसके साथ नहीं होता. उसके पास ऐसी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सिस्टम शुरू करो कि अगर 2 साल बाद भी बाबू आए उसके ऑफिस में, उस और 2 साल पहले का भी, 3 साल पहले का, वो बोले फाइल खोल के दिखा. उसको ऐसी फाइल खोल के दिखाए कि बाबू चुप हो जाए. उसकी ऐसी फटी हुई फाइल होती है, यूजलेस डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. एवरी क्लाइंट हैज यूजलेस डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. यस और यस? अगर वो चोरी नहीं भी कर रहा क्योंकि फाइल नहीं है, बाबू पैसे मांगता है. अरे हां नहीं? अगर फाइल अच्छी है, बाबू देख के ही चुप हो जाता है या कम मांगता है. यस, एंड इन एनी केस डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होनी चाहिए कि नहीं? तो कैन यू हेल्प हिम विद दैट? विल इट हेल्प हिम? ESI, PF, can you, there are various schemes to save this. Yes? अरे हां नहीं? थोड़ा घुस के देख लो. डेट रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग कर सकते हो क्या? अरे हां नहीं? उसका पूरा डेट का स्ट्रक्चर लो, 1 नंबर 2 नंबर उधारी, ये वो, एक शीट पे डालो, प्रेजेंटेशन करो और उसको बोलो पैसे बचाते हैं, यहां से यहां करो, यहां से यहां करो, ऐसे करो वैसे करो, उसके कुछ पैसे बचा दो. इंटरेस्ट. एक बंदे ने मेरे से फोन किया, अभी हमारा एक नया बैच शुरू हुआ था, उसको फोन पे मैंने 2 मिनट, मैं अकाउंटेंट नहीं हूं, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट नहीं हूं, मगर उसने कुछ पूछ रहा था मुझसे फोन में, 2 मिनट मैंने उसको कुछ समझाया एंड ही स्टार्टेड सेविंग मोर देन 10 lakhs a month on interest costs alone. 10 lakhs a month. ऐसा आप हजारों जगह पे कर सकते हो, मुझसे ज्यादा अच्छा कर सकते हो. यस? और सबके पास लोन शोन डेट वेट चल ही रहा है. अरे हां नहीं? कैन यू डू इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट? कैन यू गेट हिज स्टॉक्स टू रिड्यूस? अरे उसका स्टॉक लेवल कम कर सकते हो क्या? नहीं कर सकते हो? नहीं कर सकते? ये दिमाग तो है आप में, एक जगह लगाओ तो सही. कट कॉस्ट्स, कैन यू हेल्प हिम कट कॉस्ट्स? अरे हां नहीं? रेगुलरली, एवरी टाइम, वेंडर कॉस्ट्स, फिक्स कॉस्ट्स. कैन यू GP sheet with 80-20, tell them what to sell. 80-20 रूल मालूम है सबको? अरे हां नहीं? 80-20 शीट, ये 80-20 रूल ये बोलता है कि 20% प्रोडक्ट 80% सेल देते हैं. यस? 20% क्लाइंट 80% सेल्स या प्रॉफिट देते हैं. यस? यस और यस? ऐसा आपके लिए भी है. आपके भी 20% क्लाइंट आपको 80% टर्नओवर देते हैं. यस? और बाकी 80% क्लाइंट 20% दे रहे हैं. यस और यस? बंद करो उनको. क्या कह रहा? उनको नहीं, उनसे जिससे पैसा ले रहे हो उसको भगवान मानो, बट इन लोगों से पैसा लेना बंद करो और किसी और को दे दो. बट विल टॉक टू दैट. इसको बोलो कौन से प्रोडक्ट बेचने, कौन से प्रोडक्ट बेचने नहीं है. मैं इसकी शीट दे दूंगा अभी, आप थोड़ी देर में मैं इसकी शीट दे दूंगा, थोड़ी देर में. यू वांट दैट शीट? बनी बनाई? कहां गया? अरे मेरा पीपीटी कहां चल रहा है? उठा. आगे कर जरा इसको, 1 मिनट, इसको वापस दूसरे एस्केप कर, एस्केप करो, एस्केप कर, ये पीपीटी मोड से निकल, नीचे जाओ जरा, और नीचे जाओ, नीचे 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 नीचे, हाँ ये वापस ऊपर जाओ, अरे ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर, ये इसको डाल, सॉरी ये थोड़ा, ये लो फोटो खींचो, और ऐसे बहुत सारे फॉर्मेट्स मैं भिजवा दूंगा। इसमें क्या है, कौन सा क्लाइंट टाइप या प्रोडक्ट टाइप है, इसमें इसको क्या प्रॉफिट है, क्या जीपी है, क्या जीपी परसेंटेज है, क्या इन्वेंट्री टर्न्स है, क्या कर रहा है वो, यस और ये फॉर्मूला रखे हुए हैं इसमें, मैं ये शीट आपको भेज दूंगा। एट द एंड ऑफ द प्रोग्राम आई एम गोइंग टू गिव यू फीडबैक फॉर्म, जितने लोग फीडबैक फॉर्म भरेंगे मैं उसको फॉर्मेट्स और दे दूंगा। वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ अदर फॉर्मेट्स ऑल्सो। सो कुछ नहीं है, ये एक्चुअल प्रॉफिट है, ये टोटल 100 रुपए कमाया तो कौन सा प्रोडक्ट कितने % टर्नओवर दे रहा है, कौन सा कितने % वेरिएबल कॉस्ट खा रहा है, कितना % जीपी है, जीपी परसेंटेज मतलब कितना मार्जिन है इसमें, और फिर ये कितना पैसा टोटल जीपी दे रहा है रुपए में, और परसेंटेज ऑफ टोटल रुपीज और इन्वेंट्री टर्न्स। आप लोग देखोगे तो समझ जाओगे। क्लाइंट्स का करना है, प्रोडक्ट्स का करना है, सप्लायर्स का करना है, तीनों का। और अपने किसी भी क्लाइंट का खोल के ये दिखा देना और उसको दिखाना, सर क्या कर रहे हो, यही है 20 जो 80 दे रहे हैं, बाकी ये वाले प्रोडक्ट नहीं है काम के और बिक भी नहीं रहे, जो काम के नहीं है, मार्जिन नहीं दे रहे और बिक नहीं रहे, तो क्यों कर रहे हो उनके साथ काम, वो कम कर दो, हटा दो। सिंपलेस्ट वे टू ग्रो योर प्रॉफिट्स, क्योंकि वो पैसा खा रहे हैं, वो क्लाइंट और वो प्रोडक्ट पैसा खा रहे हैं। डू यू अग्री विद मी? यस और यस? हाँ, मैंने कहा ये भी समझाना पड़ेगा अभी। वापस जाओ, एग्जिट कर डार्लिंग, ऊपर चले जा, ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर, 1 मिनट नीचे आ, ऊपर जाओ, ऊपर ऊपर, हाँ बस नीचे वाला यहां कर दो। कैन यू हेल्प हिम विद दिस? क्या क्या हेल्प किया था? डग 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 डग। लेबर कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट मैनेजमेंट और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मैनेजमेंट, लेबर मैनेजमेंट, इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट, जो भी आपका क्लाइंट है, फिक्स कॉस्ट, एक्सपेंशन, सेल्स, HR, कैन यू हेल्प हिम विद ऑल ऑफ दिस? नहीं? अरे यस और यस? इन सब के पैसे देगा वो, ये सब लेट लेट के आपको पैसे देगा वो। अरे जब आप ये करना शुरू करोगे, सी व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज, आप ये रैंडम करते हो, उसको रेगुलर बना लो कि मैं ये 6 चीजें आपको करके दूंगा, आपको चाहिए क्या? अगर आप फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट भी करके दे रहे हो, डोंट वरी, बट इसके बाद वो कहीं नहीं जा सकता, अब वो हिलेगा नहीं, राइट? आप अगर कैलकुलेट करो, अगर बिजनेस शुरू करने से लेके आज तक आपके पास 100 क्लाइंट थे जिसकी कभी भी आपने बिलिंग करी हो, 100 क्लाइंट फ्रॉम द टाइम यू स्टार्टेड टिल नाउ, आज आपके पास 20 क्लाइंट होंगे, 80 क्लाइंट आपको छोड़ के चले गए हैं। यस और यस? अरे यस और यस? या बहुत सारे छोड़ के चले गए, मेरे को नहीं मालूम कितने, राइट? सो उनको रिटेन तो करो, प्रोडक्शन, स्क्रैप, ऐसे और हजारों तरीके हैं, है कि नहीं? अरे हाँ, नहीं? Very good. So now let's look at how to do this. So all of this is what you can do, and what do you end up doing? Adjustments. पैसा कैसे कमाते हैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट? कंप्लायंस में तो कमाते नहीं, हर महीने, हर दूसरे महीने एक क्लाइंट आ जाता है, इसका एडजस्टमेंट वहां कर ले, वहां की सेटिंग यहां कर ले, यहां से बिल वहां घुमा दे, वहां से बिल यहां घुमा ले, इसके पैसे मिल जाते हैं, इतना % मिल जाता है, उतना % मिल जाता है, हमारी रोटी, हमारी दुकान चल पड़ती है। आई डोंट नो कितने लोग कर रहे हो, नहीं कर रहे, मगर ये फैक्ट है, मतलब फैक्ट है कि नहीं? नहीं मानोगे नहीं? हाँ, क्या कह रहे हो? 100% ऑल इंडिया है? क्या कह रहे हो? क्या कह रहे हैं? वहां इसका? अच्छा. So you have, आपको मालूम नहीं आप लोग का जो पोटेंशियल है, आप लोगों के पास दिमाग है, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो. वो जो बिजनेस का मालिक है उसमें आपसे कम दिमाग है. आपके पास एक्सेस है, आपकी बात सुनता है, वरना वो किसी की बात ना सुने. आप उसको 1000 जगह पे फायदा करवा सकते हो, और धीरे धीरे जो फायदा करवाओगे उसके बाद आप फीस ज्यादा मांग पाओगे, मगर उसको पहले ये करवा के दो इन अ स्ट्रक्चर्ड फॉर्मेट. कैन यू डू इट? Specialize, specialize and specialize. Identify that one area where you are best at. लिखो. Compliance और accounts छोड़ के कौन से एरिया में आप बेस्ट हो? कोई भी एक या दो एरिया. लिखो लिखो. वो एसी बंद कर रखा है क्या? चल रहा है? मैंने कहा पैसे, टाइम हो गया खत्म तो पैसे भी खत्म. ऐसा नहीं है? ठीक है. मेरे को भी गर्मी लग रही है. ओके, लिखा? अरे 3 एरियाज लिख सकते हो विच यू आर बेस्ट एट. हाँ नहीं कि नहीं हो किसी में? सब लोग सब 0. 3-4 एरिया हो जहां पर आप बहुत बढ़िया और काबिल हो. यस और यस हो, चाहे कुछ भी हो, चाहे अरेंजिंग फंड्स के लिए है, चाहे किसी चीज के लिए. कुछ एरिया में तो होगे काम. वेरी नाइस. सो नाउ व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज स्पेशलाइज, स्पेशलाइज एंड स्पेशलाइज. आइडेंटिफाई द वन एरिया वेयर यू आर बेस्ट एट. क्रिएट योर निश आउट ऑफ दिस. बिकम द बेस्ट इन द इंडस्ट्री फॉर दिस प्रैक्टिस. इस प्रैक्टिस के लिए बिकम द जेनरिक नेम. इस काम के लिए बिकम द मैगी, बिकम द जेरोक्स. जाके लोग ये नहीं बोलते कि मुझे नूडल्स दे दो, बोलते मेरे लिए हाँ मैगी दे दो. तो अगर ये प्रैक्टिस है, अगर ये वाला काम है, पूरी इंडस्ट्री में आपका नाम जाना जाना चाहिए. और वो सिर्फ तब होगा जब आप उस काम को लेके उस काम के अंदर घुस जाओगे, टीम उसी काम के अराउंड डेवलप करोगे. अकाउंट्स और कंप्लायंस तो कोई भी गधा कर लेता है, उसमें कोई बरकत नहीं है और पैसा भी नहीं मिलता. अरे एम आई राइट इन दिस assumption or no? Yes or yes? So that doesn't work. Create a niche. This is your real business. Create a business out of your niche. This is what will double you and triple you. Which are the areas you are not good at? लिखो. कौन से 5 एरिया ऐसे हैं जहां पर आप अच्छे नहीं हो? लिखो, जल्दी लिखो. क्या क्या एरियाज होते हैं? कोई आता है वेंचर कैपिटल फंडिंग या कुछ या कुछ या कुछ या कुछ या कुछ. कौन से 5 एरियाज हैं जहां वेरी नॉट गुड एट? अकाउंट्स के डोमेन में क्या क्या एरिया होते हैं? अकाउंट्स के डोमेन में मेरे को मालूम भी नहीं. जल्दी बोलो. सो लिखो जल्दी, 2-4 लिख लो, फिर मेरे को जाना है यार. अरे जल्दी बोलो. अरे आईटीसी जीएसटी मत लिखो. एनी अदर एरिया. क्लाइंट बोलता है मेरे को वेंचर कैपिटल चाहिए, दैट्स नॉट योर फोटे. वैसे ही 5 और एरियाज होंगे. बैंक फाइनेंस नॉट योर फोटे. ऐसे 5 एरियाज कौन से हैं जो आपका गढ़ नहीं है, जिसमें आप बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट नहीं हो? लिखो. वी कीप ट्राइंग टू डू एवरीथिंग. क्लाइंट बोलता है ये कर दो, हमको नहीं आता, हम अच्छे नहीं हैं, वी आर नॉट द बेस्ट एट इट, फिर भी हमें चाहिए, हम ही कर देंगे. क्यों करना? आपका काम नहीं है, मत करो. ये वाले काम उठाकर आउटसोर्स कर दो. वेरी स्मार्ट. आउटसोर्स द एरियाज वेर यू आर नॉट स्ट्रॉन्ग टू अदर प्रोफेशनल्स. कैन यू डू दैट? If you do this, what happens? If you do this, what happens? This is a double gain. You get, your clients get the best and you get rid of the struggle areas. Yes? ये वाला एरिया स्ट्रगल एरिया, इसमें आप अच्छा कर ही नहीं पाओगे, और करके दे भी दोगे, इट विल बी ए शैबी जॉब. कल को वो कोई एक्सपर्ट टकरा जाए, वो रिपोर्ट देख ले तो वो बोलेगा किस गधे ने करी है. Doesn't work. Only two people who you trust will deliver. Ask, if you had to choose one area where you are the best, what will it be? सारे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जिससे मिलोगे उससे पूछो, अगर आपको एक एरिया चूज करना है जहां पर आप सबसे ज्यादा कामयाब हो, मुझे बताओ किस चीज में हो. तो अगर वो बोलते हैं बैंक फाइनेंस में मैं सबसे ज्यादा कामयाब हूं फॉर एग्जाम्पल, तो इसका मतलब ये बैंक फाइनेंस का बंदा है. समझ में आया? कैन यू गिव बैंक फाइनेंस टू हिम फॉर एग्जाम्पल? और भी कुछ जगह होंगी, M&A और so mergers and whatever. So, and the person you will be giving it to will be in gratitude. Yes, इसको अगर 6 क्लाइंट दे दिए, डरो मत, इसके साथ ये भाग्य खाएगा नहीं आपका क्लाइंट. इसको ट्रस्ट करो, समझो, आदमी को सीखो, परखो. इससे अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू डू हियर. नेटवर्क नेटवर्क नेटवर्क. टुडे इज ओवर. सो अभी तो खैर फॉरगेट टुडे, इट्स ओवर. बट अगली बार आप लोग मिलो एक दूसरे से, हर आदमी की काबिलियत जानो. और अब आपको मालूम है इसकी ये काबिलियत है. इसको अगर आपको उस आदमी पे भरोसा है तो उसको काम देना. अगर वो शक्ल से ही भरोसेमंद नहीं लग रहा आपको, मत देना. अगर उसके साथ वाइब बैठती है तो देना. देते हो आज भी कि नहीं? यस, नो? सो राइट डाउन द नेम्स ऑफ 5 पीपल यू केम अक्रॉस टुडे हु यू कैन स्पीक टू. लिखो 5 लोग ऐसे जिनसे आप बात कर सकते हो काम लेने देने के लिए, सिर्फ लेने के लिए नहीं. उससे ये मत बोलना मुझे काम दे. उसको जाके 5 क्लाइंट पकड़ा दो पहले. इट्स कॉल्ड गिवर्स गेन. इट्स कॉल्ड गिवर्स गेन. फॉर्म एसोसिएशंस टू ग्रो. अकेले आप नहीं ग्रो कर सकते. फॉर्मल एसोसिएशंस, लूज एसोसिएशंस. लूज एसोसिएशन क्या होता है? मैं आपको 5-5, 6-6 क्लाइंट देता रहूंगा, आप भी मुझे दे देना. फॉर्मल एसोसिएशन भी 2-3 किस्म की होती है, तो आपको ऑलरेडी मालूम है. यस और नो? 4 लोग मिलके बोलते हैं ठीक है मेरा ये है स्पेशलाइजेशन, ये मेरा है, ये मेरा है, ये मेरा है, ये मेरा है. ये 4 बड़े बड़े दिग्गज खड़े हो गए. अब इसके सामने एक नॉर्मल चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कैसे टिकेगा? अरे डज दैट मेक सेंस और नो? नो. अरे नो, ऐसे काम नहीं करना. बंद हो गया. हाँ, बाहर निकाल रहे हैं वो लोग. कौन निकाल रहा है? बुलाओ उसको इधर. चलो, we'll just wrap it up. Okay, so form associations. Give them the best. Give them the business. Referrals. एक काम करो, ये छोड़ो फिर इसको. Leave all of this. टक 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 टक. एक काम करो बस, लास्ट we'll wrap it up because we have to wrap it up. ये भी बहुत सारी और चीजें और इतनी सारी चीजें हैं, मगर वो अभी हम कर नहीं पाएंगे because we have finished our time. एक काम करो, ये क्या हुआ? एक हमारी one day workshop आ रही है for those of you who are interested. We're having a one-day workshop for those of you who are interested in Calcutta on 30th of September from 9 to 6:30 in the evening. तो सुबह से शाम तक I am going to be talking about various things. जैसे अभी मैंने आपसे बात किया, वैसी और भी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो आपके साथ शेयर करनी है, डिस्कस करनी है. So if you're interested, you can do that workshop. It will be a great workshop for all of you. If you want to, you can click this and you can scan this. It is 11,200, but right now it's on early bird offer for 6,800, 900. Your choice. Because if you want to grow, you have to understand one more thing. Understand one thing. Whether you work with me or you work with somebody else does not matter. Alone with your thinking, you will not be able to grow. क्योंकि अभी मैंने आग लगा दी, 10 दिन तक ये आग चलेगी, उसके बाद बुझ के खत्म हो जाएगी. तो आपको कोई चाहिए अपने साथ जो आपका हाथ पकड़ के आपको आगे खींचे. आपको हर जगह पे एक कोच चाहिए होता है. अगर आप जिम जाते हो, अकेले नहीं कर पाते, कोई चाहिए होता है साथ में जो आपका पर्सनल ट्रेनर होता है, जो आपको पकड़ के खींच ले. So always get that. Never mind whether you go with me or you go with somebody else, मगर किसी को अपने साथ रखो जो आपको धक्का मारता रहे, अगले लेवल पे पहुंचाए, वरना फिर जाके आप गल्ले पे बैठ जाओगे और दुकानदारी करोगे. इसको स्कैन कर लो, जल्दी से एक फीडबैक दे दो मेरे को, and I will send you all the links. आपको सारे लिंक्स भेज देंगे हम. I will send you all the links that you need. For ये सॉरी जितने भी फॉर्मेट्स दिए थे ना मैंने अभी आपको, ये सारे फॉर्मेट्स, everything. Got it? Yes, no? Great. So इस पे जिसका फीडबैक आ जाएगा उसको हम ये भेज देंगे. Or I will send you all of this. This is our phone number. This is our email ID. This is the landline. So landline, this is, somebody will pick up the phone. So if you need any support, any help or anything, you can always call up this number, ask for it. Okay, so last. So I just wanted to really thank all of you for being such a patient audience at the end of such a tiring day, I'm sure, and still listening to all my, and for all the bhagwas that I've done, saying different things to you. So thank you so much. It was a privilege and a pleasure talking to you. And a special thanks to Rungta ji and to Professor Saab, Satish, as we like to call him. So he is the one, Satish Idra. Satish helped us. So if you have anything, thank you to say. Rungta ji kahan hai? Idra. These are the two people you have to thank for today. अगर आपको कोई फायदा हो आज के सेशन से, इन दोनों को थैंक यू करिएगा. इन दोनों ने मेरे को खींच के लेकर आए आज. Otherwise this session would not be possible. So thank you so much both of you. Really nice. Ritual कर लो जी. Okay. अब मेरी माइक तो नीचे ना. Thank you. Yes, please.
Check. All right. Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, please be seated because this is the last and final segment. And may I please request our Honorable Chairman of Annual Conference Committee, CA Jitendra Lohia ji, to kindly come forward for the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Friends, it was indeed a wonderful session. Do you believe or not? Yes or yes in a language? So yes, as Sir said, that you have to believe if you want to double your profit. We must all believe, and whatever you do with the passion, love what you do. And yes, we have to standardize our system to grow our profession. We have to make it a business, not just a profession, not just the accounting profession. So thank you, sir, for your excellent deliberation. I know this 2 hours was very little for your deliberation, but still we'll be wanting more and more of you in the coming times. And we also like to thank our associate organization for this session, Calcutta Chamber of Commerce, Lions Club of Calcutta, Ekal Yuva, Adwell Stockbroking, Carrier After Family Cafe, Mamta Binani and Associate, Quick Dusk. Friends, our session was Sankalp, Srijan and Siddhi, wherein we have showcased Metaverse, the Reminiscence, the play-along quiz, which was very important. Now we have to announce the prize for the winners for our play-along quiz session. Just hold on. Yeah. So I think most of you must have participated in this session. I start with session number 1. Session number 1, we have the winner as CA Vasantlal Ambalal Parekh. If you are there in the hall, please come forward, and the prize has been announced by, has been sponsored by Roshada. Session number 2, we have Ajay Patodia. For session number 3, Priyam. For session number 4, Neha Sultania. For session number 5, Sanu Kumar. For session number 6, Kausal Kumar Lohia. So these were the 6th session, and the prize has been sponsored by Roshda. So friends, round loud of applause for all these winners. We have had almost more than 75 to 80 participants in each of the session who have participated in all our quiz session. And at the end, friends, it was a wonderful all-day long session on the theme Sankalp, Srijan and Siddhi. The entire annual conference committee team has been working tirelessly over past 1.5 months. And I might not be able to name all over here, but without everyone doing their individual responsibility, this conference of grandeur would not have been possible. So at the last, yes, thanks to the Taj, the management, the sponsors, the delegate, the entire team of Taj, Photoberry, and our tech team, Anirban, Rahul and his team, and yes, our beautiful MC, Chainika, so, and your wonderful, and yes, most important, the Economic Times, who powered this session, led by Rehan, Abhishek, Vivek, Aksha. So you all have done a wonderful job and supported us in this annual conference. So thank you all, thank you from our heart, and thank you all the delegates. We once again, we hope that we'll bring all such session in the coming times with ACAE. Thank you. So whoever is not here present right now, so we will. Should I announce the name once again? Kausal Kumar Lohia, Sanu Kumar, Neha Sultania, Priyam, Ajay Padodia, CA Vasantlal Ambalal Parekh. Okay. So, yes, we sign off for today. Thank you.
And we would also like to congratulate the President ACAE and Chairman of the annual conference for this successful annual conference. Please join your hands. Jitendra Lohia ji, and we would like to also reward them. May I have the gifts, please? May I have the gifts, please?
Sir, we have the entire committee, the souvenir committee, the reminiscence, ACAE reminiscence, Sumit ji has created, the IT committee, everyone has helped immensely in this. Tarun, Neeraj was always there. So everyone, please.
Closing group photo, please come on the dais. Closing group photo, come on the dais, those who want to come. Everyone from Times of India team, please come. आ जाइए, अभिषेक जी आइए. Group photo, closing group photo आइए. Everyone, all executive committee member, delegates. Prasandeep, you are also chartered accountant. Push. Sakshi, आ जाओ. Come, everyone, please come. This photo is sign की session खत्म होने के बाद भी इतने लोग थे. आइए. आगे आइए.